Welcome in, everybody, to Fantasy Pros. This is the 2025 NFL Draft Stream. It is me, Joey P, Joe Pisapia. With me tonight, all my rowdy friends are here from Fantasy Pros. We got the whole crew to start. We've got D-Bro, Derek Brown, the King of Bros, and, of course, Andrew Erickson, the Undertaker himself. I just heard a Monster Energy drink open, which means that we're live, folks. And it's time for the draft. We want to thank you for joining us here on Fantasy Pros Live. Of course, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Drop your comments, hang out with us, and ring the bell till it goes ding so you never miss a piece of content because we're live all draft night long, round one. Night two, we're going to be live as well for rounds two, rounds three tomorrow starting at 6:30. So don't miss a moment of any of that action. And we love interacting with all of you in the chat. And I see you already out here hanging out with us. Make us your second screen experience. Hell, make us your first screen experience because the draft can get a little dull. As one thing I can promise you, we will not be dull. And while you're chatting, if you want to get a super chat in there, well, guess what? You can just drop it in and your question or response or comment will go right to the top of the queue and right onto the show. So we love having you with us. Derek Brown, if an energy drink was a person, it would be you. So it's good to see you, my friend. I know this is what you live for. This is your night. This is your time. All that work. And now it's time to the chaos and let it begin, right?
Oh, dude, I'm so ready. Like, we're already hearing rumors that, like, a team's going to come up to Cleveland at 2. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Teams looking to trade up. Teams looking to trade. I think we are going to get a lot of trades, and it is going to be a wild night, Joey. I don't know how you feel about this, because we've had some snoozers in the past where it's like, there's one trade, two.
Yeah, we have had some snoozers. We've had some great ones, too. And I want to say it was 2 years ago where we had a really live second night where it was just Trade Central, and I didn't know who was picking at any given time. It was bananas. It was absolutely crazy. I just gave up and I said, well, the pick is in and this is the team. I had no idea it was on the clock because it was so many trades. But Erickson, this is the first time, and as of 7:33 Eastern, it's still the case that all 32 teams in the NFL have their first round pick in the modern day draft era. That is absurd. It's odd. And I guess the big question is, will every team make their pick actually tonight?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to take the under. Going to stay on brand here. Going to take the under on every team making their pick at their selected draft spot. So yeah, get ready for your mock draft to get absolutely blown to smithereens because we're going to see tons of teams moving up, moving down, moving back, moving right, left, everywhere. But I'm excited and it should be a lot of fun to cover and kind of see unfold. The fact that nothing's happened yet just means it's like, buckle up. Let's go.
Yeah. And I will say this too. We have some bold predictions coming your way in the pre-show today. We have some bets too for you to make before things go crazy. We want to make sure you get all of that in. Don't forget, make sure you're using Betting Pros when you're placing your bets. Download the BP app, sync your sports books for free, get the best odds because you want to get every single penny you possibly can when making all of your draft day bets. So go ahead and get that on point. Gentlemen, before we kick things off here, too, into the predictions and the previews and all that fun, I like to look back at things. I'm a bit of a history nerd. And going back to 1980, that's 45 years ago. It's almost as long as I've been alive now. It is stunning how often GMs whiff on the number one overall pick, where the amount of Hall of Famers we have here since that period of time, since 1980, you've got John Elway in 1983, who never played for the Colts, ended up going to the Broncos. You've got Bruce Smith in 85. You've got Troy Aikman in 89, Orlando Pace in 97, and Peyton Manning in 2021. 5 guys in the last 45 years. That's an 11% hit rate. Derek Brown, how absurd is that you can have the entire board and continuously NFL organizations will whiff on the best talent on the board time and time and time again?
I mean, that honestly tracks for me, Joey. I mean, we see this every single year. Teams make insane picks. They double count speed. I mean, I would love to know how many of those picks are the Raiders and Al Davis doing Al Davis things. Because, I mean, cool, they could fill up a room with all their busted draft picks. But no, that tracks, Joey. I mean, we have a lot of, we get to assumption of rational coaching, rational GMs. It just leads us down some very treacherous paths.
Well, Erickson, I think it also speaks to the fact that the teams who are picking up top are not always good organizations, and that's why they make bad decisions. That's how you get to the top of the draft board typically anyway. So is it as simple as that? But even so, it feels like blind squirrels would find some more nuts. I mean, 5 times in 45 years, you get a Hall of Famer?
I think it just goes back to the nature versus the nurture conversation. They're going to bad teams that don't know how to put a player in a position to succeed. That's why they have the number 1 overall pick. So again, we're going to probably see locked and loaded Cam Ward's going to be the number 1 pick here. The Tennessee Titans. Is this like the greatest environment that he could be around? Probably not. Would anybody be surprised in 2 years if the Titans are back inside the top 5 picking for another quarterback or something?
Next year.
That's not out of the range of outcomes, as Derek Brown likes to say. So for me, it just says, if you go to a bad team, sometimes the talent isn't enough.
Well, I see so many of our friends here with us. Bunting's here. I see McTunda's here, Messer Grimm, Fatherman, some of our favorite folks here at Fantasy Pros. I love to see all the OGs hanging out with us and some of the newbies as well. Let's get after it, boys. Let's start talking a little bit about some of the possible things that could happen here on night 1 of the NFL draft. Let's start with potential when we're looking ahead right now to some bold prediction, because that's always a good time. D-Bro, let's start with yours here. Your bold predictions for the 2025 NFL draft, because it's time to, let it all hang out, have some fun. And we always know crazy things happen. So D-Bro, let's start with you, and let's start with your big predictions on the night.
So my first bold prediction is that 2 teams will trade back into the end of the first round, and that 4 quarterbacks will go in round 1. And I think this is live to happen. I know Erickson's not on this one, but I think we look at how the board is going to sift out. I think we're looking at, obviously, Cam Ward's going first. I think the Saints are going to pick Jackson Dart at 9. If they don't do that, I think they're going to trade back into the end of the first round and either take Dart or Milroe. Milroe's live for the Giants and the Browns, and you're looking at those top 3 quarterbacks. And I just want to be very clear. I don't think there's any world that we live in that Shedeur Sanders falls out of the first round. I've seen that out on social media today.
I agree.
I don't care. I think that's all just BS.
I agree. It's giving shades of that whole Will Levis smokescreen a couple years ago, or all of a sudden CJ Stroud wasn't the number 2 overall pick. And if you were with us that night, you doubled down and you got a great number on CJ Stroud. You made a ton of money if you stuck with us and hung in there and didn't believe all the nonsense on Reddit. Now, I know, Andrew Erickson, you're on the polar opposite spectrum here of the quarterbacks, but let's go to another one here of Derek. So, Derek, you think we could get as many as 4 quarterbacks in the first round? That's fun. Give me another bold prediction from Derek Brown here.
So I'm going to go off the board. We have heard rumblings and musings of the social media lights and big media heads and stuff coming out of Miami. Nobody apparently wants to be on the Dolphins anymore. Tyreek Hill could get traded. I think he gets moved during the NFL draft, and the only team that knows how to deal with the chaos that surrounds Tyreek Hill every single day, off season, in season, twice on Sunday, are the Kansas City Chiefs. I think the Miami Dolphins could trade Tyreek Hill back to the Kansas City Chiefs during this draft. I know it sounds insane, boys, but we've seen A.J. Brown and other wide receivers move during the draft, and we said, that team will never trade them. And now we have a disgruntled Tyreek Hill, and who else is going to take him? Who?
I like it. I think it works for everybody. And you and I have a mutual friend that we heard some draft buzz and some organization buzz surrounding the Miami Dolphins and just how poorly things are going right now in that organization. So coach might not be long for this season. Who knows what kind of changes are coming, but they're going to be swift, I think, in 2025 for the Dolphins. Andrew Erickson's got some bold predictions too. I want to get to his. Before we get to those, though, I want to remind everybody once again who's joining us, welcome to the NFL Draft here in Fantasy Pros. We are also going to be here at night 2, so tune in tomorrow for the second and third rounds of the NFL Draft live with all of our experts breaking down every single pick, because we're watching the draft the way you are from a fantasy perspective, so you'll get instant fantasy reactions from the entire team. Pat Fitzmaurice, D-Bro, Derek Brown, Scott Bogman, Ryan Warmley, me, Joey P, and a whole bunch of other of our friends. Again, coverage starts tomorrow, Friday, April 25th, 6:30 p.m. Eastern at Fantasy Pros YouTube channel. Go to youtube.com/fantasypros and subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get to 300,000 subscribers. We can do it with your help this year, so go ahead and don't forget to ring the bell till it goes ding, so you don't forget. You might get caught up in, Junior's got a soccer game, or, my daughter's got a recital. You want to stay in the draft at all times. Notifications, that's how you do it. All right, so one end of the spectrum, Derek Brown, all the quarterbacks go tonight. Andrew Erickson, you have a different perspective. Walk us through.
under
I
some hits
I live in
again.
the spectrum of reality, and the reality is there is one quarterback that's going to be drafted definitely tonight, and his name is Cam Ward. So
Look at the shades. Look at the
one
shades.
quarterback for
man.
me is going to get drafted in round 1, because if these quarterbacks were viewed in the NFL as good enough to be first-round picks, they wouldn't be getting past the Browns, who need a quarterback. They wouldn't be getting past the Giants, who need a quarterback. So for those reasons, and again, the media hypes up quarterback no more than any other position that there's ever been drafted. Every single year, except for last year. Last year was the one exception where how many was it? 5 or 6 guys went in the top 12 picks.
6?
Yeah. Last year, I got burned by this, taking the under on the amount of quarterbacks. But the process, year over year over year, this pays off. So I'm trusting the process, and I'm fading a bad quarterback class. So there it is.
Now, Jason pointing out that I'm not wearing the suit and tie tonight for the first time on the draft. It's because we have these lovely FP polos here, these little 3/4 zips. You can see us wearing them in all the shots too. So all of a sudden we're like the guy who wears the t-shirt of the band he's going to see in concert, which is supposed to be a no-no. But we're doing that today. We're showing our Fantasy Pros love, and that's what we're doing. I see in the chat, Checkmate talking about, I assume they're Dolphins. Please trade Tyreek. Draft a wide receiver that's over 6 feet tall in Miami. That's a good thing. I think we're in a good spot here with that one.
They have a 6 foot tall wide receiver. His name's Johnny Smith. They already have that.
There you go. There you go. But before we continue on, too, I just want to give a shout out to our incredible production team. Our producer Sal was running the show tonight. Our incredible lead producer, our senior producer. I say senior, he's not old, he's just experienced. John Ebanks, who puts together this entire plan here for us to execute. We're just the soldiers, he's the general, and of course the commander-in-chief, Blaine, our head of content, Mike Mayer, everybody over here at the top, and of course Ethan, our graphics designer, and all of our incredible team on social media, Ryan, Tyler, everybody who's making this draft work tonight. It takes a lot of us to make this show work, to make this draft work. All you see is us 3 yahoos right now. You have no idea how much work goes into all of this, and I just want to shout out all of them who make us look way better than we are at our jobs. So just want to take that moment here. So Andrew Erickson, you're going all out on quarterbacks, and then let's talk about Ted McMillan too for a second here, because you've got bold predictions about him. I want to get involved in this. I want to start to get a little interested about what you think our Patriots might do.
This feels like copium. Just gonna say it.
I think that the Patriots are not going to draft Will Campbell, and I think they're going to draft Tetairoa McMillan at pick number 4. I've thought about what the Patriots are going to do probably way too much over the last couple of days, trying to read through all the BS reports we're getting about how, did you know Drake May knows the pick that the Patriots are going to do? Because a new year head coach is going to tell his second-year quarterback what they're going to do, and that they love and adore Will Campbell so much. No, I have call it a gut feeling that this Will Campbell thing is just not going to come to fruition. And instead of addressing the offensive line to help Drake May, they instead draft an alpha wide receiver in Tetairoa McMillan, because they can't get another wide receiver to come to New England unless they take him in the NFL draft. So that's my bold prediction here. Tetairoa McMillan, not going to the Jaguars, not going to the Panthers, not going to the Cowboys, going to New England Patriots.
As a Patriots fan, I don't want that to happen. I want them to either take the best
a guard.
You
want to take guard. Seriously.
Look, what I really want deep in the cockles of my soul, in my heart, and the cockles. You know what I want?
Trade back. Yeah,
I want.
trade back.
Well, no, I don't. No, I don't. I'm tired of trading back.
No, I want
my
trade
whole
back.
life
Google
we traded
cockles.
back. No, I don't want to trade back. Screw that. I want to actually make a pick in the top 5 for once. I don't remember the last time. I mean,
last year, but.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say last time we had a pick in the top.
It's pretty recent, Joey. The Patriots haven't been good for a minute.
You didn't let me finish. The last time we had back-to-back picks in the top 5, when was that? We got to go back to it was
1994 that they had a top 5 pick that they drafted.
It's
Willie
Drew
McGinnis.
Bledsoe. Well, it's Drew Bledsoe, and that's and that's how you remake the organization. You get the best players you possibly can. Abdul Carter, I think, is the best player in this draft. That's the guy that I want. If you don't get him, then build the offensive line. I think you should take a wide receiver.
Didn't you see the report? They're going to take Carter. They're going to take Will Campbell over Carter, even if he's there.
Yeah, we'll see.
No, they're not.
That's
no, I agree.
Out.
No, I agree. They should take Carter, but I'm just saying.
Abdul Carter makes it to 4.
If
Abdul Carter makes it to 4, I'm telling you right now, that's when. And if you don't want to take him, that's when you can trade out. And I'm listening. And they're going to get a haul for him. If that happens, I'm here for it. But that's the only scenario I'm here for. I think the Giants are really the team that is going to really, possibly put a wrench into things. Maybe Cleveland too. We'll see. There's rumors about a trade. Right now, Green Bay is standing for the national anthem, so we're getting closer and closer to draft time. Pat Fitzmaurice is going to join us pretty soon. Andrew, you had something to add here?
Yeah, so you mentioned the Giants, Browns, teams that could shake things up inside the top 3. So, Debro, you said there's going to be 4 quarterbacks. Where are their landing spots? Where are these guys going?
Oh,
yeah. That's a good
I don't know.
Let me just pull up my mock. So Cam Ward apparently
we're live right now. Put your mock away. Why are you,
Hey, rock out with your mock out, sir. Thank you very much.
Now that's
Cam
a
Ward,
t-shirt. Can we get that t-shirt made, please? Rock out with your mock out.
That's
the one.
You're welcome.
That's the one.
Patent pending. Cam Ward obviously going to the Titans. I think that going down the mock here, again, Jackson Dart to the Saints. They're either taking him or Milroe. They are drafting a quarterback to get out of here with this Tyler Shuck mess. Shadur Sanders going to the Steelers, and I think Milroe gets back into the first round. I think the Browns trade back in. Either the Browns or the Giants trade back in and take a quarterback at the end of the first round.
So didn't give a quarterback to the Giants, correct?
Nope. Not yet.
They already have.
Somebody's going to miss out. I mean, not everybody can attend the ball.
You were the king of Crush Russ last year. You say they have a quarterback? Joe?
I don't think they have a quarterback. I mean, they think they have a quarterback. I don't think they have a quarterback.
They have someone who plays the quarterback position on their roster. 2 guys, actually.
Well, 3.
I'd rather old crab legs be starting me.
That's why I said 2.5. Hey, how you doing? But think about this. Andrew, Debro accused you of wish casting here with the Patriots. He's giving Jackson Dart to his New Orleans Saints. Are you not going to give him any crap about that?
I mean, you can enjoy that dumpster fire. Enjoy.
Wow! Oh my goodness! Okay,
they're early.
They're
I'm not rooting for the team that's taking a guard in top 5.
Rip it down to the bone. Start Spencer Rattler. Let him go through and rip it down. And draft Archie Manning next year. There you go.
Look, Debro, you already sold a shirt. Jason's in. I see another couple people are in for the t-shirt. Let's go. We've got more fun predictions here and some wagers too. Everybody's favorite wager. We want to get those in before draft time. Before we do, just a quick reminder too, we want you to join our Discord community. We love having you on YouTube, but our Discord is another great place where you can go interact with us, other super fans as well. It's a great place to join leagues. It's a great place to have access to more shows, and you can even be on those shows that get on the podcast feed. So right now, go to fantasypros.com/chat, join our Discord. It's free. You can get your questions answered, be on the show. Boggs and Fitz do a show coming up on the 29th of April on Tuesday, 5 p.m. Eastern. Worm and Fitz, 5 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday, May 13th. Those are the next 2 you can get on. So if you've got an upcoming dynasty startup, rookie draft, or you just want to talk some ball, go to our Discord, fantasypros.com/chat. That is the place to be, everybody. Look at me. See, I'm pointing at it. Go do it. All right, let's get to some of the bets, too. I want to make sure we get those in on time before the window closes here. Let us begin here. Debro, give us your best bets for night 1 of the NFL draft.
So the 2-pack that I have for people, and this, I think where you have at least a little bit of edge left, whatever's still alive. I was pulling it up earlier. I know one of these is still alive. I'm looking for the other one. So the Buffalo Bills to draft a cornerback with their first pick was at plus 200 on DK. And then the Washington Commanders to draft a safety with their first pick. Last I looked at that was plus 400, but it's been bouncing between plus 300, plus 400. If you follow me on the Betting Pros app, you grabbed that when it was plus 900. So both of these, I think, are absolutely live. And both of these teams, we're talking about where they're at in the draft and the team needs. The Buffalo Bills are not going to run it back with Dane Jackson and this other cast of characters. They traded away Kyra Elam. They have a huge need at cornerback. They're in a perfect spot in the draft to get a cornerback in the late first round. And the Commanders, the same thing, man. We got 2 premium safeties going probably in the first round tonight, Malachi Starks and Eamon Worry. And both of those guys you can fit into Dan Quinn's defense. Mm-hmm. Losing Jeremy Chin was a big loss, and you can't go to war with Will Harris, and I forget the other name of the starter, but, obviously he's not good.
No, and Dan Quinn is a good defensive coach. We all know that, and what an incredible one-year turnaround Washington has had. John's doing it the right way. I want to shout out John here in the chat here. He has said, I have you guys on my main monitor, and the draft is on the secondary monitor.
You
That's
love
right.
to see it.
Johnny
You
boy,
love to see
that's
it.
how you do it. Subscribe to the channel, like the stream, everybody. Hang out with us all night long. We'll go well past midnight. Whenever the draft ends, that's when we end. And I'm hyped up on cold medicine here just to be here tonight. So you never know how many energy drinks Derek Brown might drink tonight. What's the over-under, Erickson, on that? You have a wager on the amount of energy drinks?
Man,
The over's
see,
definitely
I
going to
I
be
think-
juiced.
I want to
think-
set the number.
yeah.
I'll set the number. Let's see. We've got 5 hours.
Mm.
I'm going to set the number at 2.5.
It's gonna be
Ooh.
2.5 at plus because I think you're definitely gonna have one, but
What,
then
plus 120 on the over?
I was going to say plus 120. Yeah.
and
I
you'll
was
crack
actually
them in a
right behind
second,
you.
and
Plus
then I don't
Making
think you'll
odds
get
here.
to 3. I don't think you'll get to 3.
I don't think you'll get to 3 either.
Can
I
we
think it's
also
too much
throw out a
work.
line of when Erickson starts to look tired on the show? Because I've seen this man just like cripple, like
That's why-
after
that's
like,
why
you
I'm
know,
only on the
like, just like,
pre-show. I'm only on the pre-show, so you won't be able to find out. I'll take a
Listen,
nap. I'll take a nap
If
between
you-
picks 20 and 23. Wake
if
up
you want to
recharge.
get Erickson live for 5 hours, I got one word for you, and it's margarita. That's how you do it. He'll be dancing on a table.
that
giving you
that
draft picks.
karaoke, it does it.
I have seen it. He'll be singing
I've seen it.
karaoke with you. He is the best time. There's no doubt about that. Let's get to some more questions here, and then we'll get to Erickson's best bets. Ira here. Which incredible player falls to the Eagles? That's the question every year, isn't it, Ira? It's
Oh,
unbelievable.
gosh,
And
just
I'll put this
pandering
out.
like me.
Erickson, I want you to tackle this one here for a second because the Eagles in the next 2 years have 20 draft picks at their disposal. They can use all that draft capital after the 2026, 2027, and kind of do whatever they want to continue to build this dynasty right now. Do you see the Eagles using some of that future capital tonight or tomorrow to wow us with jumping up to make another incredible selection? Because that's what Howie's been doing. I mean, he's been moving and shaking for years now and making some incredible moves, and they look again to be the favorites going into 2025.
I don't necessarily think that they'll make a move in this particular draft just because the meat of the draft is guys 20 to 60, right? There's a lot of players that we like in rounds 2 and round 3, and I think the Eagles are going to see, hey, there's not really anyone that we really want to trade up to that are outside the Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter players. Like I know there was that rumor where they're going to trade AJ Brown if Abdul Carter's on the clock at 4 to the Patriots, right? So again, unless some type of scenario like that happens where they can get up to get Abdul Carter, I think they're going to be fine. Again, like this person said, there's going to be a good player there that falls because there are 31 other dumb teams and there's one smart team and it's the Philadelphia Eagles. They're just gonna be like, oh, this guy was ranked in Daniel Jeremiah's top 20. So we'll just take this guy.
D-Bro, you think it's funny that Mayer has that little wrench next to his name? Does that mean he's a tool? Is that what it signifies? Just out of curiosity. He's our friend, but I'm just asking this question.
Yeah, a very useful tool, but a tool.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah,
Sal, can you verify that's what it means?
Yeah.
'Cause I don't see anybody else in the chat who has that next to them. It just signifies tool. There you go. Talking about the Eagles.
I love how we didn't see Mayer in the chat, but apparently, as soon as the Eagles talk started,
yeah, all of a sudden,
tingling
Mayer
and burning, and then he shows
magically
up
appears.
By the way,
You notice that?
like
Yeah, go ahead.
Beetlejuice.
He knows his Eagles facts. Give him credit.
He does know his Eagles facts. Smart guy. Smart guy. D-Bro, do you have any Eagles predictions tonight you want to share before we get to some more bets?
I think they either go corner or defensive tackle at the end of the first round. One or the other. Probably depends on who falls.
Yes, but give me a name. That's not that.
I have a name.
Okay.
I got a name.
Give me somebody that shouldn't
I got
fall
a
to
name.
them that will, and let's have some fun here because it's all going to be wrong anyway, no matter what we say, because this is the NFL draft.
I mean,
that's how it goes
okay,
over here.
so who I had going in my mock to the Eagles falling all the way down the board was Shamar Stewart. And I think that could honestly happen. Him or one of these D tackles, I think, could fall to the Eagles because just all these teams, and we've heard it out on social media, and the big talking heads are talking about like, okay, well, the teams are going with needs and stuff like that, so the board's going to look weird and trades and stuff. And this is how it happens every single year for the Eagles. Like they just go BPA and just laugh. And with Stewart, you have the case of like insane athletic measurables, but the counting stats aren't great. If they could turn him into like putting that on the field consistently, home run pick.
I would agree. And Mike Mayer says he's been in the chat the whole time, and I assume he's calling you a jabroni and not me.
Oh, yeah, yes.
That's fired.
Brownies.
We love you,
Definitely
Mike.
for me.
We love you. All right. Let's get to Andrew Erickson's best bets for the night here. Night one. Andrew, you've been the BP master here for the last 2 years. Let's dig in and let's make some cash. What do you have for the people?
Yeah, I'm putting my money where my mouth is when it comes to these quarterbacks in this draft. So under 2.5 quarterbacks drafted, you can get this at plus money, plus 105. And look, I recognize that it may not just be one quarterback. There could be two, but you're still winning. So if it is Shedeur Sanders that gets drafted by the Steelers, it is Jackson that gets drafted by the Saints, well, I can still win this bet. So I think it is closer to a coin flip, whether this happens. And if it's a coin flip and I get plus money with one of the outcomes, that's the bet I'm going to make. So I like taking the under here on the quarterbacks drafted in round 1. And then my other one is a draft slot position. Armand Membu, Missouri offensive tackle. I think that he's live to go to the Patriots. I think that he's live to go to the Jaguars. I think he's live to go to the Las Vegas Raiders. I know that we've gotten a lot of steam from Kelvin Banks as being, Kelvin Banks, like the Raiders love this guy. I think it's been Membu this whole time. And as a right tackle, I think that's what they need a little bit more than Kevin Banks, who played left tackle. So for me, Membo, 3-1. He is a talented tackle. I like him to be picked inside the top 7. I think the Raiders is his floor. So I like that bet as well.
I'm going to bet Membo right now if it's still on the board because I actually sent him to the Raiders. I didn't know it was plus money. So I'm pulling up betting pros right now.
And I think it's stayed at longer odds because of the steam on Texas tackle Kelvin Banks. So I know that he's kind of like lapped over Membo in a couple different situations. But like I said, like Patriots, Jags, and Raiders, I think that he's live for those 3. So.
And Walt saying if Shamar Stewart falls past the Packers, I'll be furious as a Packers fan. Speaking of furious Packer fans, Pat Fitzmaurice will be joining us shortly, pretty soon. He's hanging out there with us before we let Andrew Erickson go. Of course, we're going to bring Pat on once we get to the draft has started. The Titans are on the clock because we all know no pick is going to be made before 8:30. We've been doing this for a long time. We know exactly how things go here. Andrew Erickson, do you have any favorite draft moments, just out of curiosity, things that in the past, or they could even be negative, times where you just couldn't believe something happened and it was the dumbest thing you ever saw, or something that really just blew your mind, it was very fun? Any draft moments stick out to you, whether it's been covering them or even just in your younger years, back when you were in high school a couple years ago?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Joe, because back in, I believe it was the 2019 NFL draft. So this was a draft that was in Nashville, and there just happened to be a FantasyPros conglomerate that was there as well. And I came as a bystander, and I got to meet the great Mike Tagliere. And this was when I was still trying to find my way in the industry of fantasy. And Tags gave me a lot of great advice. Or up on one of these insert country singer rooftop bars, and he was able to talk to me and pretended like he actually cared about what I was saying. So Tags, again, we miss you. And I think that's what I was thinking about when I think about the NFL draft. Like that was one of the beginning points of where I kind of saw my career kind of start to take off. And it was also the draft where the Patriots drafted N'Keal Harry. And that forever pains me to see AJ Brown.
Nice moment to something really depressing.
But that's why that's why I just remember, because it was such a mix of emotions to be in the Fantasy Pros team and then seeing my Patriots blowing yet another wide receiver pick. It's I'll cherish those moments forever.
Well, I can tell you Tags was actually listening to you. This is the house that Tags built, and we know that, and we all miss him dearly still, and I'm sure he's watching this draft and hoping that the Bears at some point are good.
He's on the Jeanty train.
I got to tell you, that's my pick. I feel like the Bears are in position with all these picks they have in the first 2 nights here. If they get it right, they could really propel themselves forward. I still have questions about Ben Johnson as a head coach. As offensive coordinator is one thing. As a head coach, I still have a lot of questions. I don't know if he's ready for it, to be honest. But the Bears are in position, at least, to have a really good draft. They've had a really good offseason, rebuilt that offensive line. D-Bro, before we start looking ahead here, it's officially 8 o'clock. We know the draft will be beginning. We're getting all the pre-show stuff out of the way. Any favorite draft moments for you that have stuck out over the years?
Oh, man. I think for me, one of the things that's like it's captivating and it's low key for the draft is depending on teams getting all these different people out of the woodwork and stuff like that, whether that's like Make-A-Wish and stuff like that, people to come up and announce the picks. And sometimes that's family members, sometimes that's former players. That's one of the low key things that I always like seeing former all pros and stuff like that come make the picks and announce them for the teams.
It's a cool thing every year to see someone's dreams come true. You know, these kids work so hard to get to this point, and it's a lot of family effort too, where you're talking about, the extra work they're putting in over the years, taking them to this tournament, to that place, moving here because it's a better opportunity for a high school, and then moving around, and now the landscape of college football is so different too. It's quite a winding journey for these young men, and to see them have their dreams come true, it's always fun. I also look forward to the fashion. I'm not going to lie. We got Ashton Jeanty wearing the diamond Crocs. I don't know if you saw these. They're crystals.
No, I haven't seen this.
Crystal Crocs. You got to see these. It's wild. My daughter, my youngest, who loves her Crocs, she was impressed, and I said, "Don't get any ideas.
I'm
You're not
looking
getting
this
any
up
crystal
now.
Crocs. It's never happening. So don't even think about it at all." We are just moments away from the beginning of the draft kicking off. That's very exciting stuff here. So make sure, again, that you're liking the stream, subscribing to the channel, hanging out with us here over at Fantasy Pros. We're going to bring Pat Fitzmaurice on pretty soon. Let's get some questions here, too. Let's talk about the Indianapolis Colts for a second. I see some people talking about Daniel Jones, what the Colts are going to do. Andrew Erickson, do you have any idea where the Colts might go? Because that's been a team that's kind of been an enigma in all the draft shows and all the mocks that we've done. We've had so many different takes on the direction for the Colts. Do you have one in mind?
I mean, I know it's really chalky, but it seems like they're honing in on one of the tight ends, whether it's Warren, whether it's Colston, Loveland. And I think that it's possible that neither of them are there and that they have to pivot. And I think in that case, it would probably be offensive line. That would be their option because they don't have starting interior offensive line. And I mean, Richardson and Daniel Jones behind a bad offensive line. That is just, I mean, you thought it was bad last year. It's like, oh, wait till we see this show. So I get ultimately probably one of the tight ends, but yeah, I mean, I have a bet on offensive line for them at some, I think it was like 3-1 odds. So I like those.
And Debro, I believe this would be the first NFL draft ever where you had two tight ends possibly go in the first round. That's never happened in the first round. So that would be fun. Let's take a quick look at the big board, shall we? The top 40 on the board tonight as we enter the NFL draft, because these are the prospects that we're looking at that are going to potentially make huge impacts in the NFL. Now, every single one is going to. There's going to be misses. We talked about that earlier, right? 45 years of number one overall picks, just 5 Hall of Famers. Not the best percentage. It's not great. Travis Hunter on the top of this big board, followed by Abdul Carter, Ashton Jeanty. And then you have Graham and Johnson here kind of rounding out the top 5. Debro, Travis Hunter has a couple cards laying out there tonight. I don't know if you saw this. There's a card that just says Travis Hunter corner. There's a card that just says Travis Hunter wide receiver. There's one that says both. And I think there might be one that says unicorn. I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, Travis Hunter is something that we've never really seen in our lifetime. You got to go back to the old-timey football days where they announced things like this and they said, all right, it's time for the Cleveland Browns to take on the Giants of New York. And that's the way they talked when guys played two ways in the NFL, like the Frank Giffords of the world. You got to go back to Chuck Bednareks and some of these guys. So Travis Hunter, do you think we're actually going to get Travis Hunter going to a team to play multiple positions in the NFL?
Multiple positions, yes. Full time at both positions, emphatically, hell no. I don't think any team is going to let him play full time snaps on both sides of the ball. If they do, then I think the first time that he gets mildly dinged up with an injury, they're going to reconsider that plan. So I think he will play on both sides of the ball, but the question is how much. And I don't see any team running him out there for full time snaps on both sides. I just don't see it.
Erickson, Jalen Walker is at 6, Will Campbell is at 7, Cam Ward at 8, which is ironic because he's going to go first overall to the Titans. We know that pretty much is a lock. Ted McMillan at 9, Campbell at 10. Of these guys 6 through 10, who stands out to you as the biggest impact right away for a team?
I mean, it's got to be Cam Ward, right? I mean, he's quarterback, and we know they touch the ball on every single play, and he is the chance for the Titans to get back to relevance. I think that Cam Ward, his profile, I think that he has among all the quarterbacks the most upside. And I think that going back to what I originally said, where the Titans can be back in the top 5 picking in 2 years, well, that's a bet to make. I would rather bet on a guy that I think has upside to be a top 5 quarterback than bet on the Mac Jones type where it's like, yeah, best he'll be Kirk Cousins. And that gets you nowhere. And that's what the Patriots made a mistake when they drafted Mac Jones. They reset it. They went after a player with more upside in Drake May, and that worked out for them in year 1. So we'll see what Cam Ward can do in year 1. But I think that he has the upside to be a quarterback can compete with the top contenders in the AFC. Because if you don't have that, then you might as well have a bottom-dwelling quarterback.
Yeah. Right now, Roger Goodell is on stage, and it looks as though he is I think he might have also been riding a bicycle. I was watching out of the corner of my eye, but there was some bicycle riding around. I'm sure it had a meaning. I don't know what it is. Maybe after the show, Derek Brown.
Well, I mean, that's a Green Bay thing, isn't it? The players always ride the bikes and stuff.
You know what? Now that you said it, I remember we were with Pat Fitzmaurice at the team meetings that Pat in the lobby of the casino was riding a bike. It's a big Green Bay Packer kind of thing. I think you're right. That's what it is.
In between playing the slot machines.
No, you're right. I get what you're saying. And, Pat will be riding in shortly here very soon. Let's go through 11 on here. Tyler Warren, Omarion, Hampton. You got Membu, Loveland, Kelvin Banks, Tyler Booker, Shador Sanders at 17, Michael Williams, Kenneth Grant, and Barron here at 20. So, D-Bro, I'll put that same question to you. I know a lot of us have looked at Omarion Hampton as potentially being a guy who, if he lands with Denver and becomes that lead back, could make a huge impact in fantasy. That's the guy I'm circling. I know a lot of people love Banks. We've had some mocks where Loveland has landed with the Chargers. So is there one guy with a landing spot in this grouping that you said, I wish this guy would go here?
Whew. I think the Hampton's the low-hanging fruit there. And honestly, with all the steam recently about it, in my last mock, I didn't even have him going to Denver. I have him one of the random teams. I think Kansas City is live to take a running back in round 1, and I think Travion Henderson lands in Denver, boys. So considering everything we've heard, yeah, I mean, either way it goes, I do think that Omarion Hampton does not fall out of the first round. So we're talking about if he goes in the first round, wherever he goes, whether it's, I think the Bears are a possibility if they don't trade it for Jeanty. The Broncos are still live. The Chiefs are live. So are the Commanders. But any one of these teams, he's going to be the workhorse back from day one, considering the draft capital they're spending on him.
Who's got it better than Lil Wayne, by the way? Just want to put that out there. He shows up at WrestleMania. He's at the NFL draft. I mean, really, Lil Wayne's living his best life. Just a shout out to Lil Wayne right here. Let's move on here with the rest of the big board because, again, this is going to take forever with the pomp and circumstance here. Who knows? They'll reinflate the bikes. I see Clay Matthews is out there. All kinds of fun things. On the 20 and above here, you got Harmon Simmons, Walter Nolan, Donovan Ezeraku, Egbuka in this top 25. And then you've got Starks, Matthew Golden, one of my personal favorites in the draft, Shamar Stewart, Connor Lee Jr., and Travion Henderson. Erickson, the guy that I keep circling here is my dude. It's Matthew Golden. So is there a perfect scenario landing spot in your mind from a fantasy perspective for Matthew Golden you'd like to see tonight?
A perfect spot? I don't necessarily think that there's a perfect spot for him in fantasy because I don't view him as this guy is going to be a monster fantasy producer. I think that he is going to fit that role of better real life wide receiver option where he's a complement to a true number 1. I know that he's mocked a lot to Dallas. I think that makes a lot of sense as that number 2, as the Robin to CeeDee Lamb's Batman. But that doesn't necessarily always translate to, this guy's going to be a monster fantasy producer. Whereas the guy that you didn't mention, but he's the guy that's profiled there, Emeka Egbuka, like this is a guy who could fuel or gobble up targets from the slot and catch over 100 balls a year. Like I don't see that in Matthew Golden's profile, even though he can be exciting, he has speed, but Emeka Egbuka, he does it all. And maybe he's not the flashiest, but I just keep remembering Amon-Ra St. Brown and not being high enough on him and thinking, man, this guy's just master of none, jack of all trades, like that type of player. And everything we hear about Egbuka is like teams love him, hard worker, blocks, like checks off all the boxes. And maybe he's not the fastest, but he caught more passes than anyone else at Ohio State. And maybe what happens when he's not playing next to the next greatest wide receiver in college football, well, maybe he actually will put up better numbers. And again, it's not like he did put up bad numbers in college. So I didn't mean to get off your Golden love. I didn't mean to do that,
but you completely
but I did.
Went another direction. So,
but yeah,
there you go. Margaritas are waiting for you, Andrew Erickson. Go enjoy, and of course, Andrew will be in our chats, and he'll be live tweeting. He'll be rocking and rolling, giving draft grades all night long. We've also got our first super chat of the night coming through. So if you haven't already got a super chat, let's do that. And you can always drop those super chats. You'll go right to the top. Slice of Sparta. Love you guys. Keep up the great work. Hoping a primo defensive tackle or defensive back falls to my boys. Fins up. Congratulations, Sparta. Enjoy the draft and don't hold out too big of expectations for the Dolphins to do a good job. That's all I'm saying. Just lower your expectations.
Ouch. Everybody should have hope right now, Joey. Let people have hope.
No. Some organizations.
The regular season will crush the hope for plenty of people. Let them have hope.
Andrew Erickson is going to leave us, and we're going to bring in Pat Fitzmaurice here. 7 minutes on the clock here. Andrew, we love you. It was great hanging out with you in the pre-show. Best of luck, hearts to Andrew Erickson,
Go Pats.
everybody.
For some martinis
Let's
all
bring
around
in
for you, Erickson.
Pat Fitzmaurice next. Here coming and joining us here on the NFL Draft. Stick around. We'll be right back after this quick break. Well, look who just rode in on his bicycle, everybody. It's Pat Fitzmaurice. Pat, great to see you, the host of our Dynasty Football podcast here, and of course, one of the best fantasy football minds ever, a hell of a music nerd, and just an all-around great guy, and a great breakfast partner. I've had many breakfasts with Pat Fitzmaurice. That guy knows how to breakfast, and I respect that about you, Pat.
Savage.
Oh, and his mic is on mute. Like a
the overhit.
Just wonderful Midwestern person, always trying to be polite.
They muted me backstage where I was,
Oh,
kicking
sure.
like
Throw Sal under the bus.
Sal,
Way to
is this
go.
you?
Take back all those nice things I said about you.
I was back there kicking like a rodeo bull in a holding pen, waiting to get out here and talk draft with you guys. So they had to mute me. I was making too much of a ruckus.
Yeah, well, 5 minutes left here. Cam Ward, probably the default selection here as we're running all of the spots here. And as I mentioned earlier, Dynasty drafts are going to be live basically after this draft. Everyone's going to be running to rookie drafts, and our Dynasty Rookie Draft Simulator is available for you, and it lets you complete mocks in just minutes with no waiting in between picks, customize your league settings, and match your league's exact format. Premium subscribers can test trade scenarios by mocking with their traded draft picks, prepare for rookie drafts and Dynasty startup drafts in one place. Use the Dynasty Rookie Draft Simulator today to dominate all of your rookie drafts at fantasypros.com/simulator. Pat Fitzmaurice, the pick we are waiting for, I believe. Is it in? The pick is in. I mean, we know who it is. Pat, real quick, before we start talking about Cam Ward, give us your favorite draft moment, because I know you got one.
Oh, 2003, Joe, when the Vikings and Ravens were trying to orchestrate some sort of deal, and there was some technical hang-up on that. And that was back when it was 15 minutes between picks. So you were, used to waiting a glacially long amount of time between picks. And all of a sudden, everyone's trying to jump the Vikings because their time expires. And teams are running up their picks. And I think two teams got picks in before the Vikings wound up getting the guy they wanted anyway. I think it was Kevin Williams. So they got their man anyway, but it was a big snafu. And that was just classic, man. And, as a Packers fan, not a big Minnesota Vikings fan, it was just glorious to watch at the time, watching the Vikings, just.
I remember that. That was chaos. That's a good one. All right, let's talk about Cam Ward, the inevitable first pick of the draft. It's not official yet. The pick is in, but we all know what it is, barring some sort of insanity. He led the FCS with 24 passing touchdowns, just 4 picks. He ranked 4th with 2,260 passing yards, 3rd with 183 completions on 303 attempts. And that was in 20 and 21. As the continued to move on here, he went to Washington State in 22 and 23, and then found himself in 2024 where he was the ACC Player of the Year for the Miami Hurricanes. So Davey Bryant Award winner as the nation's top QB. All of those pieces are here, Pat, that you look at Cam Ward. Now, still, people will say, well, he stacks up a little differently when we're looking at Cam Ward against some of the other quarterback prospects we've been used to the last few years. That being said, he's going to go number 1 overall. We have Roger Goodell here on the podium on the dais, and Cam Ward is officially that first pick. So let's talk about him, because it was an incredible season. He set an NCAA record with 158 passing touchdowns in his career. Cam Ward, what is the future for him with Tennessee, an organization that you don't always think about when you're looking for great quarterbacks, at least not in the last few years?
Well, I think they are hoping he can be their new Steve McNair and sort of carry the torch for the franchise. And like his tools, Joe, he has all the tools to be an above average NFL starter. But I do have concerns sometimes about the decision making, and he wants to play hero ball a lot of the times and make the big play, and he's going to have to learn to tamp down some of his worst instincts. Otherwise, he is going to one day be the answer to a trivia question about who was chosen number 1 in the Travis Hunter Abdul Carter draft.
That's a good point there. Debro, let's get your thoughts on Cam Ward, a guy, look at the numbers here, 43 touchdowns, 7 picks and last year in 2024. A guy that, I think people look at and they say, maybe there's some growth left when it comes to Cam Ward. Maybe some things he can certainly continue to work on. But it seemed like the consensus was pretty clear among scouts that he was the best of this quarterback class. That being said, is he the best fit to turn around the Tennessee Titans?
We could split that up. I mean, like, for me, he wasn't my quarterback one of the class. I understand. I think if you're taking the shot on absolute upside and what Cam Ward could become and trying to get into that upper echelon of elite quarterbacks, and if he hits his true ceiling, I understand it. Personally, for this team, I think Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart are better fits for the type of offense that Brian Callahan runs. But, they're taking a shot on upside. And I understand it, man. Like, I've got my questions and worries about Cam Ward. The high-end moments are extremely good, but there's a lot of variability in between. He's very, very similar, and why my trepidation about Caleb Williams last year.
We have a trade right here. The Jaguars and Browns, it looks like the second overall pick going to the Jaguars, moving up. They're getting the Browns' 4th round pick, 104 overall. And it looks like Cleveland moving back here. So the Jacksonville Jaguars move up to 2. So big trade alert here. I'm sorry, it went by very quickly. Let me try to get some more of that. So now the Jags are on the clock with 5 minutes to go. We heard rumors that Cleveland might make a move. Let's take a look at the needs of the Jaguars real quick, too. Jaguars defensive tackle, corner, safety, wide receiver, running back, offensive tackle. Now, Pat, you're moving up here for Travis Hunter. Could that be the move here? That would make some sense to me with some of the needs here, especially a corner.
Cornerback and wide receiver, you say, eh? That sounds like someone at the top of the draft who might be pretty appealing to them. So, yeah, I can't wait to see what the return is in this deal for the Browns, because obviously this is looked at as a draft with 2 star players, 2 like surefire stars, Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter. And to get one of those and move yourself out of position to have one of those guys, I can't even imagine what the Jaguars are giving up here. Oh, do we have the terms here?
Yeah, we got details.
We have the terms. Here we go. It went so quick on the screen and it was gone, but I have them right now. So Browns received the 5th pick overall, so they're swapping the ones, the 36th pick overall in the 2nd round, 126 overall in the 4th round, and then 2026 first rounder as well. The Jaguars received the 2nd overall pick, 104 overall in the 4th round, and 200th overall in the 6th round. So interesting move here. Debro, you look at the team needs. I assume we're either moving up for Carter or moving up for Hunter. I think those are the only 2 things that make sense here. We got a new head coach. It's an offensive-minded head coach too, right? Duval himself. Mm-hmm. But it would seem like the best talent on the board is on the defensive side of the football. So where do you think we might be going with this pick with 3 minutes left on the clock?
I think this is 150% Travis Hunter. I don't think they make this move if it's not for a wide receiver or cornerback. And I think with this move, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, boys, I think this means Travis Hunter will be a full-time wide receiver. Like, are you making this move up for a cornerback if you're going to play him full-time cornerback?
They need corner, Pat. I think he becomes I think he gets his wish. I think he gets his / wish here, where he gets those packages of wide receiver, and you're going to sell a ton of jerseys. He's going to be, the pick is in. Pat, I think he gets to do both, and I think this might be what that deal was. Like, maybe Jacksonville was the team that would allow him to live out that dream, the best of any team, and that seemed like the best fit. Could that be, Pat?
It could be, Joe, but I think dynasty enthusiasts are probably less than thrilled about this, because it seemed like he was going to be a wide receiver first in Cleveland, and that might not be the case with Jacksonville. By the way, from the Cleveland perspective on this, gentlemen, do we think that Cleveland maybe takes Jeanty now at 5?
That is a fascinating thought.
Ooh.
And there may be position for Milrow at the top of the second round.
Man,
that
that's
is a
interesting.
definite possibility, Pat. I think that's a very astute observation here, especially because we've heard a lot of people wanting to move up to where Jeanty is. Now, the only thing that could spoil that is if the Giants want to trade out of 3, which would be unheard of, right? A team trading out of 2 and then the next team trading out of 3. That would be one of the most bizarre things we've ever seen in the NFL draft. The Patriots are always listening, I'm sure, to potential trades. But I think what throws a wrench in here now is now that Jacksonville moves up, we assume for Travis Hunter. We could be wrong. This is what we're guessing here. But Derek, Shedeur Sanders is going to fall into the lap of the Giants if indeed this is the guy Daboll wants and he gets his way, which I don't know if he will, since he is a coach who's kind of on his last leg right now.
Yeah, what the Giants are going to do has been so up in the air. Like everything, all of the reasoning says they should draft a quarterback. Now it's the freaking Giants. Now who knows, man? Like I think you probably just go best player available. I did think it was really interesting, like reading some of the stuff heading up to the draft where it was like Shane is making this pick, not Daboll. And I mean, intuitive sense, but a lot of times there are a lot of different voices in every draft room. So I thought it was very interesting in a lot of articles. So
excuse me, the pick is in and it is Travis Hunter. So we were right. We nailed it.
Let's go.
So we're up to the dais here and the pick is in. Travis Hunter is going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm curious here to watch what the selection is, though, when they announce him, because this is the only time it's ever been something like this, really, of this magnitude, where a player, it's like, well, he's a linebacker, but he could also play safety. No. This is different, folks. This is not normal. So I'm waiting for the official announcement here for Travis Hunter to see exactly where he does land, because I think that is going to be fascinating with the position selection here. Roger Goodell continues to filibuster and talk. All I want is the damn pick, Roger. That's it. Just give me the damn pick. And he's not even making the pick. He's introducing somebody else to make the pick to make this even go longer. By the way, John Paul Taylor, hilarious comment here. I want to bring this up in the meantime while we're waiting. Giving up a 1 and 2 to move up 3 spots. This is why bad teams stay bad. You're not wrong, Fitzy. JPT, not wrong necessarily about that. All right, so we know it's Travis Hunter. The question now is, what is the position that he is announced as? Mike Mayer giving us that selection, but we did not get necessarily a position with it yet. Fitz, you're a wagering man. What do you want to bet that it says?
I'm going to say that they put it up as a hybrid quarterback
slash. Yeah.
But what's first? I think it's cornerback first, wide receiver second. D-bro.
Agreed.
3 for 3D.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
All right. Also, don't forget, there's going to be draft grades on all these picks as they come through here. We're going to get the New York Giants and their draft needs in just a second. Whenever, at some point this evening, maybe before midnight, we get the announcing of what position Travis Hunter is. This is ludicrous why it takes so long to get all these things. Boy, oh boy, if you have a cow that needs milking, you got to get it. So it is cornerback / wide receiver in that order. There you go. Travis Hunter officially now a member of the Jacksonville Jaguars. So, Pat, here we go. Every single mock we've done out the window already, and we're only into pick 2. How's that feel?
It does feel a little rough. We did not get the player team match there, Joe. I mean, technically, we had Travis Hunter correctly penciled in for number 2. We didn't get the team fit. Right. Yeah. But
however, speaking of fits, the pink tuxedo jacket looks pretty
gorgeous.
Gorgeous. Bro, I got to say, there's only 2 people who can pull off pink like that. One of them is Travis Hunter. The other is Derek Brown. D-bro.
I thought you were going to say Erickson.
No. I think you could pull it off. You know, you're good with the loud colors. I think you're very good with that.
Fair.
He's the only player in FBS with 10 plus receiving touchdowns there. And some of the things he does unbelievable. He averaged 111 snaps per game in 23 and 24. I mean, it's just absurd. I mean, you're getting a freakish athlete, a unicorn in terms of their ability. So what does Travis Hunter mean as he's dancing his way onto the main stage? A beautiful moment for him, a very special talent and a unique talent. So what does he bring now from a fantasy perspective to the Jags?
Oh, man. I mean, the skill set is it's unique, dude. And I think considering what we're going to see out of him, it's still a black box. Like, are they going to play him full-time both sides? I don't know. but I think he is a game-changing talent. I think fitting him with BTJ is fantastic.
Yeah, certainly intriguing here. Now we're going to move to the third pick here in the draft. Travis Hunter, obviously, now a member of the Jacksonville Jaguars. We know how special he is. We know what he's capable of, and hopefully this works out here. Interesting, just from the sense, too, that you're getting a player who, when you hire an offensive-minded head coach, typically you see, maybe they kind of lean towards the offensive side. That was not the case, but certainly a special year for him as well. He'll add 23 catches, 1 touchdown as a corner on 41 targets. He was a lockdown corner. Pat, could you give us a sense to where he is, if people are trying to understand his corner skills for those people who might not, watch a lot of college football? Is he a true lockdown corner in your mind, or just an incredibly skilled athlete?
I think he's going to be a lockdown corner pretty quickly in his career. Like he's such a phenomenal athlete, and he has great ball skills. It's not totally about just pure athleticism. I mean, you will see him occasionally play zone and sort of like bait the quarterback into making a throw that he can break on and intercept. Like he has some football smarts too, Joe. So yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is he's so good at cornerback that his new employer is going to be compelled to play him there a lot. Cause we've talked about this. If I think it's easier to play him at cornerback full-time and then have some offensive packages for him, because it's going to be really hard to play him at receiver full-time and cornerback part-time. If some receiver is destroying your defense and you think he is your best cover man, are you really going to want to limit his snap share when some Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase like receiver is laying to waste your defense?
All right, we're going at a pretty good pace here. The pick is in for the Giants. Let's take a look at the Giants' needs. Quarterback, offensive line, defensive tackle, corner. Debro, where do you think the Giants are going? They made this pick pretty quick, so they clearly had something in mind. Hunter off the board. Do you think it's Shedeur Sanders? Do you think it's Abdul Carter? That seems like those are the two choices here.
I think it's going to be Abdul Carter. I don't know how they pass him up right here. As bad as they need like a real quarterback, I think it's going to be Abdul Carter. I don't know how they can pass on him.
Pat, do you agree that it's just a matter of you have to take Abdul Carter? It doesn't matter, that you have, you go back in Giants lore, right? They didn't need a linebacker back in the 80s, and they drafted Carl Banks anyway, and that worked out pretty good. They already had some guys named Lawrence Taylor and Harry Carson. They had some dudes back there that were pretty good at football. Is it just as simple as that? Is you just don't pass on arguably the best rated talent in the draft? Or do you try to somehow look to this future and building another quarterback? Because Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, these guys are Band-Aids that you buy at the dollar store. They're not going to stick. They're going to come right off as soon as it gets wet.
That's true, Joe, but we might be looking at a lame duck regime with Brian Dable and Joe Shane, and that might be influencing here, and you're going to get immediate help from Abdul Carter and no growing pains with the rookie quarterback. So, I don't have much of a quibble with it, that in a draft with two maybe surefire superstars, and you're getting one at number 3, I don't blame them for pouncing on that opportunity.
All right, I think we have a word of the pick as well before we announce it officially here. Good question from Messer here. Thoughts on how much the Travis Hunter pick hurts BTJ? I say not at all, D-Bro.
None. I'm not worried about it at all.
0.
I mean, BTJ is still going to – somebody else has to catch passes in that freaking offense, man. So, if anything, my biggest takeaway is this doesn't hurt or move the needle at all for BTJ. This helps Trevor Lawrence. So, I think if we're looking at needle movers, this is good for Trevor Lawrence.
And the pick is in. It's Abdul Carter. That's who it is right now, Penn State edge rusher. So, there you go. The Giants doing the smart thing, which makes me sad because – I was hoping they would do a stupid thing, and then Abdul Carter would make it to the Patriots, but he did not. Now, Carter, an incredible talent, Derek. There's no doubt about that. We all know the upside of what he brings, how good he is, but there are some injury questions around him. He had the shoulder injury late last season. A lot of people say it's not a big deal, but it's not the first injury he's had. He's an incredible sideline-to-sideline player. You watch him play, he is a force to be reckoned with, 6'3", 250. I mean, he's what it looks like, and when you watch him dominate games from that side of the football, it's easy to see why any team would want him. So give me your take on Abdul Carter now with the New York Football Giants.
I mean, this screams, I think Pat hit a very good point here. If this is a lame duck regime, could the owner being like, look, we're going to build up the team around this and you two idiots are not going to mess up a quarterback pick. So that could honestly be the aim here. The other thing about it is if you're riding with Russ this year in the year 2025, this team has to have an identity. And if they are going to play really good defense and run the ball a ton, this could also spell where they're going for their next picks. I mean, we've all been worried about Tyrone Tracy and does he keep his job? I mean, come on, boys. Like, if you got Russ there and we can play good defense, do you think they're going to take a running back high to feed him volume?
Pat, your thoughts here? I mean, you kind of said it. This is probably an ownership pick, and I tend to agree because I think this is not a questionable lame duck regime. I think it's a very lame. I think it's DOA regime, to be honest with you. I don't see things going well for the Giants in that division, especially with the Eagles and the Commanders being what they are. So Abdul Carter, a great player, but look, let's look at the resume for a second here. First team Associated Press All-American, Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year, Defensive Lineman of the Year, first team All Big Ten, finalist for the Bednarik Award for the top defender, Lombardi Award winner. I mean, it doesn't get much better, more decorated than him. He started all 16 games, 68 tackles, 2 forced fumbles. I mean, this is a dude right here, Pat.
Yeah, he is relentless, Joe. And just to speak to the ownership thing, the word I had heard was that it was ownership that was potentially pushing for a quarterback selection here. And it was more the Dable Shane side wanting to get Carter for the immediate help, which I think I understand because the ownership's going to be there next year and Dable Shane maybe not. So, yeah, we'll see how this turns out. Because,
I think it's the right move. Giants fans should be happy, Pat.
Yeah.
They should be happy with this. You got the best player in the draft at 3.
And they may
in my opinion.
They may yet get their quarterback, Joe.
Right, and correct. There's still plenty. It could be Jackson Dart. They might move more capital back in. Maybe they like him. There's been a lot of rumors about him. Also, don't forget, there's super chats available while you're watching us. I see almost 1,000 of you watching us live. That's incredible. Like the stream. And again, super chats will go right to the top, just like Jonathan's here, who's going to go right to the top here if you want your question answered or just want to get on the show. Joey P, D-Bro, Pat, Superstar Cast. I would agree.
Thanks,
I would totally agree. Love your coverage. Solid takes. Fellow Packers fan here. I guess Jonathan was on his bicycle as well. Pat, what do you think that the Pack do? That's what Jonathan wants to know. What's your prediction there?
Oh, man, the dream would be for either Tetairoa McMillan, Michael Williams, or Derek Harmon to be there. I'd be pretty happy with Walter Nolan or Donovan Ezeraku. And the picks I really don't want. I don't want Matthew Golden. Do not want Matthew Golden on the team. Just
Sacrilege.
Players with his production profile, it's a bleak history. As much as the scouts and, Dane Brugler and Daniel Jeremiah have him as a top 15 prospect, but I'm not into him. And, if we're going to get a corner, I'd rather have Trey Amos than Maxwell Harrison. So
I feel like the fits tonight are kind of low key. I feel like everything's, a little subtle. Cam Ward was very subtle, with his suit. So far, no ties between everybody here. New England Patriots are up next. The pick is in here. The Patriots looking at offensive tackle. That seems to be dropping at their feet right now, as many of us predicted that's where they would go. Wide receiver, edge, linebacker. Wide receiver, I feel like is something they could pick up in the second round. For me, Derek Brown, I think they go offensive tackle here. What do you think?
No, I think it's tackle. I think everything, all the steam has been on Will Campbell. Like, I think there was some variations, like if Carter was there maybe, but I think this has been Campbell. I think it's going to be Campbell, and we can all, parse between it, whether he's a tackle or a guard. They'll put him in tackle to let him fail, and then if he can't handle it, they'll move him to guard.
I'm loving this pace of the NFL draft. What's going on here? The pace is incredible tonight. The pick is in, and it is Will Campbell. So there you go. You set it into creation, and now it is here. So Mike Vrabel, new head coach, gets his offensive tackle, Will Campbell, 6'6", 319. He's a big boy. You got to make some room for him. And this is how you win, right? You build up the offensive line. You protect the young quarterback. Drake May, I think, showed a lot last year in the second half. He's mobile Fitzy. He's got the right mentality. Nothing bothers him. He doesn't care about the ghosts of Tom Brady. To me, I think they have the franchise quarterback. They did not have the offensive line last year. And I know they've tried to address that in the offseason, but this is the move here. This is the power move to put yourself back in it. They did a ton of work on the defensive side of the football. They start here on the offensive line. Pat, what's your take on this pick of Will Campbell to the Patriots?
Just supposedly the organization loves this kid. Like, they just love the personality fit and how serious he is about his football. And maybe that is part of what is causing them to overlook his Tyrannosaurus Rex arms. No, seriously, like, he's getting a lot of grief for the arm length, but I don't know.
He should get more grief for the facial hair in this picture, because the facial hair in this picture, I don't know what's going on here. I have no idea where we've started, where it begins, where it ends, where it should have continued. I don't know. But
I have no issues with the pick. You gotta protect the franchise, and this is a good start.
Okay, D-Bro, this is how you protect the franchise, right? You win in the trenches. That's what you do. That's what those old Patriots teams used to do. They had some great offensive lines in those years, protected Tom Brady. You give Tom Brady time to throw. And look, Drake May is a much more mobile quarterback than Tom Brady ever was. And that's great, but you don't want him running for his life, and you don't want him getting hurt. You want to protect the quarterback. Now you have the offensive lineman. I think the next pick, you have to find a playmaker, right? Because that's the thing the Patriot offense lacks more than anything. Maybe it's a Luther Burden. Maybe it's Higgins. Perhaps it's, maybe it's a Egbuka who slips all the way to the second round. We don't know, but I think that seems to be the Patriots' path here in this draft. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I think if I was a Pats fan, I would be screaming and hoping for Jaden Higgins at the top of the second round. I think probably this year, doing with Josh McDaniels and where Stephon Diggs is probably at in his career, I actually think he's probably their starting slot wide receiver, if not playing like 50% in the slot. So I think they really need to add somebody that can play on the outside to mix with him. I mean, dude, honestly, I wish the Patriots would have traded down from this pick. Now, who knows if they got the offers to do that, but to me, they should have traded down from this.
Maybe the offers were not there. I mean, that's very possible.
Very possible.
Now things get really interesting. Okay, so the Cleveland Browns are up next. Yes, if my math is correct.
Yeah, I think that math.
Browns territory. Yeah, that math is mathing, everyone. So Cleveland Browns are up next. That puts us in a position where they still need quarterback. Shador's still on the board, right? Running back, Ashton Jeanty's on the board. Wide receiver, Tet McMillan's on the board. Offensive line, Membu's out there. Banks is out there. Defensive tackle, there's a bunch of them as well. So, Pat, if you're the Cleveland Browns GM, and I don't want to insult you by calling the Cleveland Browns GM Pat Fitzmaurice, because it's been a tough position over the years. With a lot of bad decision makings. Let's make a good one. Pat Fitzmaurice, put your GM hat on. What should the Cleveland Browns do with this pick at 5 now that they've moved back?
I want to call the Chicago Bears and see if I can maybe trade down again and position myself to get that quarterback and to load up on goodies throughout this draft. A second trade down, now all of a sudden you are sitting on a wellspring of picks, including that first rounder in next year's draft that you just picked up. So this is a really good opportunity for the Browns to completely rebuild after, the Deshaun Watson debacle, which just set this franchise back so far. They might be well on their way to turning this thing around. I'll be interested to see if they do that or if they just keep the pick. If they keep it, I think it's Jeanty.
I'm enjoying the Will Campbell, Dick Tracy, 1920s gangster pinstripe look that he's got here. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Interesting fit so far. Again, no ties. Nobody's wearing ties anymore. Ties aren't cool this year. Boys and girls, no ties. That's what the NFL.
I need crystal Crocs in my life. Apparently, that's what I need. I didn't know. I didn't have that on my bingo card in the year 2025. Somebody would wear Crocs with crystals with a suit.
Complete idiocracy, my friend. They've got the fun thing is now that Fitz made that T-Rex comment. I'm watching him hold up the jersey like this with his arms. I can't believe you put that evil on me, Pat Fitzmaurice. I can't believe you put that evil on me. That's brutal. Patriots fans rejoicing though. It's hard to get too excited. It's an offensive lineman. It's not a sexy pick, but you know what you're doing here, D-Bro. Let's try to make a selection here for the Cleveland Browns. What do you want to
Man, I mean, personally, I think you go with the quarterback here. In a running back rich draft, why are you going to take a running back top 5? And this is, look, I'm not saying that Ashton Jeanty is not worth the pick. I'm not saying that at all. But for the Cleveland Browns, you got to get quarterback right. Or I mean, really, are we going to ride into week 1 with Joe Flacco under center? Come on, man.
You never know. Anything's possible. Another super chat here. Again, if you want a super chat, drop them in there. You go right to the top of the queue. Pat, you're the GOAT. Everybody loves Pat. You're right. He is the GOAT. Which wide receiver would be a good fit for my Buffalo Bills to trade up for? And are you worried about the Cook contract stuff? Pat, what do you think about the Buffalo Bills here?
The only receiver I would conceivably trade up for in this draft would be Tat. I don't think there's anyone else worth trading up for. And man, I think cornerback might be a bigger need for them, J-Man. And as far as the Cook contract stuff, I'm not worried yet. Not worried yet. And I don't know if that's a good move for Cook with this running back class because, there are a lot of good ones and you're just inviting them to draft from this excellent running back class and give you more competition at the position.
There are some rumors that Mason Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan, is the pick that Cleveland is going to make here.
Good Lord.
D-Bro, that doesn't feel like the power move to me that you did. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to trade out, look, good on you. You traded back. You got more capital. Okay. But to Pat's point, isn't somebody knocking on the door for Jeanty or somebody else maybe? You can make a deal and take Graham a couple picks later even?
This is, if Graham is the pick, this is not a reflection on Will Graham's talent or him being a blue chip player or not. But taking Mason Graham in the top 5 when all the other needs you have on this roster, Jeanty quarterbacks are still in the like. That's I'm sorry, that's terrible. That's a terrible pick.
Oh, I can't wait for the draft grade on this one. If indeed it is Graham,
it's horrible.
What do you think that grade's going to be from Pat Fitzmaurice? Hey, Fitzy?
Yeah, I wouldn't be all that excited about it. I really do think a trade down would have been the move. So
yeah. So here we go again. So Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett. Get ready, Browns fans. Another exciting year of football ahead of you.
That is so sad.
It is brutal.
That is so sad.
My favorite meme is that person who has that jersey with all the names of all the quarterbacks of Browns past on it.
Oh,
the one that's like 20 years long. I mean, I don't know if we can find that picture somehow, Sal, and throw it up there. That
or
guy,
Tim
you know
Couch.
what I'm talking about. Yeah, but all of them, there's so many of them over the years, and ones that you even forget, and you go back, oh yeah, Spurgeon Wynn. Like you just keep going back forth on all these names over the years, and if you don't have the quarterback, it's impossible to compete in that division. The division every year, Pat, is such an ass kicker division, and at some point you got to make an investment. And I guess now what we're learning is the Shedeur Sanders buzz of the negativity was not phony. Teams have not warmed up to him throughout the process. Mason Graham is the pick. So, Fitz, it feels like the Shedeur Sanders slide begins now.
Yeah, this was one possible destination. And, we're hearing that it's not going to be the Saints at number 9. And it could be the Steelers at 21, but I don't know, Joe. The Steelers don't have a second-round pick. They are always in win-now mode. It just doesn't seem like they would take a rookie quarterback and then not have another crack at a guy who can help you win right away until round 3. That just seems counterintuitive to me. So, yeah, I think we could see a slide.
Rowan, you're 100% right. Browns are going to brown. That's what they do. Could be Jeanty to the Raiders now next, too, as we go through. Brady Quinn, yeah, another one of those names. Let's go to Danielle's question here. Happy draft day, all. Do you think it would be better for my Vikes? Sorry, Pat. To draft down or to get more picks and just take the best available on defense. So what do you think here, D-Bro, of the Vikings draft here in the first round? Where should they go?
They should trade down. They absolutely should trade down. Their biggest 2 needs, I think, probably right now are corner and safety. Looking at just this roster. And even if they trade down the top of the second round, or even if they trade back in the first round, they could fill both of those needs. So, yeah, I think Vikings are one of a handful of teams that should definitely be working the phone lines right now to trade back.
Well, the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock right now. Ashton Jeanty is available. So let's take a look at their team needs.
Do it.
And let's talk this out, because I know our good friend Scott Bogman, his comp all offseason was that Ashton Jeanty is mini Marshawn or Lil Marshawn in honor of Lil Wayne, who's at the draft today. So Lil Marshawn now potentially with Pete Carroll, maybe at the goal line he'll give him the football. We'll see how that works out in a big game. But if you're looking at, is it too soon? Is it too
strays? Strays from a Patriots fan. Okay, I just have to throw that out there. Okay.
Where's Malcolm Butler right now? What's he up to?
Man.
These are the Jaguars. Let's try to get the Raiders up here, Sal, if we can for a second here. Let's get the Raiders needs because new regime here, right? Cornerback, they could certainly use. Definitely some corners still out there. Very big impact. Wide receiver, you could certainly make the case there. Edge rusher, absolutely. Pat Fitzmaurice, do you pass on Jeanty here for one of these other things, or do you think this pick is Jeanty?
There have been whispers that they might go offensive line here and pass on Jeanty, Joe. There are some people in the know who seem to insist that the Raiders are not that interested in Jeanty. And the name I've heard here, it actually isn't Armand Membu of Missouri. It's Kelvin Banks of Texas. And I think there's some sort of tie with I'm not sure who it was on the Raiders staff, but I know there's
Banks
a connection
is a hell
with
of a
Banks.
player, Pat.
He is.
Look, let's be honest. Banks is a hell. Membu's great. Banks is great. I don't think there's a wrong answer with any of these top three linemen. Debro, I know fantasy nerds everywhere probably very disappointed you don't get Jeanty to the Raiders. Now, all of a sudden, the Jets would be up on the clock next. The Jets have 5,000 running backs. It wouldn't make much sense for them to do it. But then again, the Jets aren't necessarily about making sense now, are they, Debro?
I'm hoping they make a lot more sense with Aaron Glenn at the helm. Now depends, Woody Johnson's always in the conversation, and he makes no sense. So it just depends on how loud Aaron Glenn's voice is in that room versus Woody Johnson.
Can I jump in on that for a second? Because Aaron Glenn has been very vocal about saying that he wants it to be a multi-way backfield, and I think it was Lance Zierlein of NFL.com about 3 weeks to a month ago, mocked Jeanty to the Jets at number 7 and dropped a lot of jaws in the draftnik community when he did that.
That's a fascinating offense. Could you imagine Jeanty, Fields, Breece Hall, and Braylon out? I mean, that is, I get it. I think last year you saw teams all of a sudden realize, man, this quarterback plays really green. It's really not coming along as fast as we want. We got a ton of youth in here. We've got a bunch of old guys who can't play anymore and a bunch of young guys who haven't learned how to play yet. And then you have the dominant Joe Burrows and Mahomes and all those guys in between, Lamar Jacksons and Allens. But the fascinating thing, as Jeanty is indeed the pick here now for the Las Vegas Raiders. So the Jets don't get that multi-backfield after all. Ashton Jeanty, Lil Marshawn goes to the Raiders. I like this from a fantasy perspective, Debro. I think this is great. I think that gives them identity. I think it gives them toughness. I think Pete Carroll's the right guy there. I know he's 112 years old, but he has got the vigor of a young Andrew Erickson. And I think this is a great situation here. You're talking about a guy who led the NCAA with 2,600 rushing yards, second most in FBS history, 185.5 rushing yards per game. That's the most since LaDainian Tomlinson in 2000. Incredible stats here. So let's talk about Ashton Jeanty to the Raiders, Debro.
Can we say that he should be in conversation to be a first-round pick in fantasy drafts this year? Ashton Jeanty should absolutely be a first-round pick in fantasy drafts and ranked as a top 5 running back. And I don't think either one of those things are crazy, but people are probably going to say that they're crazy. He's going to get all the volume he can handle. And I think the thing that's gone under-discussed the entire time about Ashton Jeanty is his pass game upside. This dude has CMC level upside as far as a pass catcher. So
now, we know
in this offense, yeah, man.
He's smaller back, but still.
I mean, he's small, but he is built.
He's small, but he's strong.
Yes.
Pat, let's talk about him, fantasy value. We know what it is in Dynasty. We understand the value of him. What is it in redraft, though, as we start to look ahead to 2025, Pat?
Now that we got the fit with the Raiders, Joe, I think it's late first round. I think it's around 110.
I agree.
Chip Kelly operates his offenses at a breakneck pace. They are going to be probably top 5 in the league in offensive pace, which means more plays, more opportunities for touches. I mean, this is just, it's wheels up for Ashton Jeanty as a rookie.
All right. Apparently, the Jets pick is just around the corner, but so are your fantasy drafts. And we just want to remind everybody here right now, the draft assistant is available. So use the draft assistant in all your drafts, fantasypros.com/assistant. Sync your leagues for free and get real-time pick advice based on the expert rankings and your league settings. You can only find it at fantasypros.com/assistant. Let the draft assistant help you dominate all your leagues. Let's talk about the Jets coming up here and their needs. Wide receiver, tight end, offensive line, defensive tackle, safety, cornerback. They got a lot of needs, D-Bro, a lot of needs for the New York Jets, but certainly plenty of options, plenty of ways that they can go. Let's talk about what you think is the best route for the Jets here as they are on the clock now for pick number 7.
I think this comes down to between two players, and it depends on what are you going to do? You're going to address the pass catchers, or are you going to address the offensive line? I think this comes down to between Tyler Warren and Armand Membu, and both of them are needs. And this is just, okay, how does Aaron Glenn want to build this? Is he going to get his version of Sam Laporta in this offense, or is he going to do the former Detroit Lions thing, build through the trenches? And both of those picks make sense, and both of them would be smash.
Both do make sense. Pat Fitzmaurice, I think, Warren brings a little bit of an edge that I think is lacked in the Jets, and I think that's important. Not that Membu isn't great, but Warren is, I think, that kind of player. When you watch him on the field, when he makes those catches and he runs over guys, it feels like that's kind of what's been missing, that toughness from the Jets. And Aaron Glenn defines toughness. I'm leaning towards the Jets taking Warren here at 7. I could be wrong, and I don't think the offensive line pick is a bad one. Pat, what's your prediction here as we were waiting for the Jets pick?
I'm going to say Membu. They have a vacancy at right tackle. Membu is a natural right tackle, and they would continue to construct one of the best young offensive lines in the league. Like, the Jets have really been working on getting this right. And, I like Warren. He plays like a monster. The easy comparison is Jeremy Shockey, who played, across town for the Giants for a long time. But, it's pretty easy to play that kind of game when you're going against college guys. I don't know if it's necessarily going to work in the NFL. He's an older prospect, didn't really break out until late in his college career. I'm not entirely sure he's even the best tight end in this draft, Joe.
Okay. Well, you don't have to worry about it because Membu is indeed the pick. That's what we're looking for right now. According to our sources, Membu is actually going to be the selection here for the Jets. So let's talk about him. Second team All SEC, started 12 games at right tackle. He did not play in the Music City Bowl win over Iowa. And look, Membu, in terms of the measurables, I mean, it's what you're looking for, right? I mean, he is, you look at all of the combine numbers, you look at all of the score breakdowns, everything here for Membu, offensive tackle from Missouri. This is how you, again, like the Patriots, you win by protecting your quarterback. Fields is a rushing quarterback. That's great that he's mobile, but at the same time, D-Bro, you got to protect any investment if you're going to have any success here and give him any time to develop further. So it makes sense. It's smart. And hopefully this new regime is turned a page here and maybe, not worried about the big sexy splash. Instead, maybe worried, D-Bro, about making just good football decisions. That's a good thing for the Jets.
Yeah, I think either one. If they would have gone Tyler Warren, I would have said the same thing. But this is a fantastic pick. And Membu, I mean, he's played right tackle at Mizzou. That a lot of that is because the coaches come out and said that he can play left tackle, or at least like it's a possibility. They're not going to rule that out. So I think right now you slot him in immediately as the starting right tackle in this offensive line. Big upgrade. And what have we seen out of Justin Fields over the last few years, guys? Like, he holds the ball a long time. You need to give him a good offensive line, and they could still address pass catcher in the next few rounds. Like, they could take any one of these like really good wide receivers in round 2 or tight end and still give Justin Fields a pass catcher alongside Garrett Wilson while now giving him time in the pocket.
Pat, as we look ahead here, the Carolina Panthers are going to be up on the clock next, and such a terrible year for them against the run. Is Walter Nolan the answer for Mississippi for them?
Could be. Jalen Walker would be an interesting fit, a natural team leader for a team that kind of needs one. Andy's a North Carolina native. And I would not be shocked if Tet McMillan was the pick here, Joe.
Oh, I would have a problem with that if I was a Carolina Panther fan. That defense needs so much
For
help.
Ted?
Bro.
Well,
I don't care. No, over.
You have a problem with Ted?
I have
to
a
Joe's
problem with
point,
them not addressing the defense first and foremost.
That's
my problem.
They gave up 31 points a game last year, and the next closest team gave up like 27.8.
Yeah, if you're gonna, you better score 38 points a game. That's what you're gonna have to do here if you're gonna try to win games in Carolina. It's not that I don't like Ted McMillan, I do, but I just don't think you can continue to go this route on the defensive side. You've got to do something against the run here. As the pick is in, they're going to announce it officially here for Membu for the New York Jets. But let's look at the Carolina Panthers as well. No, we'll go back to Membu. That's fine. That's good. That's on me, Sal. 332, 6'4", the arm length 33.5, hands 9.75 inches. Membu celebrating with his family. Very happy moment. You love this. I love when you get the big crowd of the family around together. That's a nice moment here for this young man. So very cool. Smiling here. Look, they got a tackle. Smart move by the Jets. Start doing smart things. Something Jet fans I know everywhere are, begging them to do. It's a good pick for them. Let's go back to Carolina, though, for a moment. Let's talk about them and talk about this defense. Look at these needs. Edge, defensive tackle. I know they need wide receiver, but they also need corner and safety, too. D-Bro, I know you're a fantasy guy, but from a football standpoint, you really think they could take a wide receiver here and not go defense first?
Yeah, I do. Because if you're not, how are you going to give Bryce Young a true chance to prove if he is the franchise quarterback or he's not the franchise quarterback with the skill players that he has around him right now? I mean, a starting wide receiver mashup of Adam Thielen, Xavier Legette, and Jalen Coker. I love Coker as much as anybody else, but Legette was getting out targeted by Thielen and Coker last year. How do you answer the question of, is he your franchise quarterback or not? And yeah, the other side of this is those 5 needs that we have listed on the screen right now, 3 of them being on the defensive side. Drafting one defense guy is not going to save that defense. They're still going to be terrible.
No, you're right. One guy isn't, but I'm also talking about the guys who, I'm talking about the team of the Carolina Panthers last year that covered a lot of games at the end of last year, Pat. You remember this, and I do too, that they were competitive. They couldn't stop anybody. They were already in games, and they stuck in games, and they hung around in games, and even, threw some shade at some other teams, right? Took some teams to overtime. The Carolina Panthers could not stop anybody. So to D-Bro's point, I get it. You want to give the young quarterback an elite weapon, but you still got more picks to go. I think you got to do something on the defensive side first.
I'm with you, Joe. I would personally take Jalen Walker here and get a guy who has sort of a diverse skill set and can be a leader for you in the locker room.
Jalen Walker also would be great too, but it doesn't look like they're going either of those routes. So, all right, in terms of the draft grade here, thumbs up, thumbs down on the last pick here from Membu. I think that's a thumbs up from everybody, right?
Big
thumbs up here.
Big thumb up.
Big thumbs
Yes,
up.
sir.
Thumbs up here for that pick.
And by the way,
Las
Joe,
Vegas Raiders, big thumbs up here. All of us give a thumbs up here for Ashton Jeanty as well. Go ahead, Pat.
The Membu pick makes me more interested in drafting Jets for fantasy. Because
Agreed.
their offensive line now with Membu and Fashanu at the tackle spots. You've got Vera Tucker at one of the guard spots. My guy from Wisconsin, Joe Tittman at center. This is a really outstanding offensive line.
In my Dynasty League last year, I traded for Justin Fields as soon as he got benched for Russell Wilson. Because I saw the writing on the wall that he was going to be somewhere else, that he was not going to go back to Pittsburgh, and somebody else was going to give him a shot after going 4-2. He's in a really intriguing fantasy spot right now because he's got a good run game behind him. He's got Garrett Wilson. You've still got draft capital to go. You're protecting the quarterback a little bit. He's got a little chip on his shoulder. So it looks like Pat and I are wrong. So the old farts are not going to get it here. It looks like it's going to be Tet McMillan here, which it's not official yet, but so far our sources have been right every single time. So let's talk about it, though, because from a fantasy perspective, D-Bro, this is not my favorite landing spot for Tet McMillan. I'm sorry. It's just not.
Really?
Well, because I'm not a big Bryce Young guy. I think he played better, but I
like volume, right, Joey?
Well, okay, so sell me on Tet McMillan. 84 receptions last year, 8 touchdowns. Let's talk about Tet McMillan. Why do you like him in this landing spot? And then we'll get Fitz's take.
I mean, dude, he's going to play inside outside. He's going to be their unquestioned alpha wide receiver. If we believe at all that Dave Canellis can coordinate an offense, which, I mean, we just talked about, they were competitive last year with everything they had and didn't have. And now we're giving Bryce Young a true wide receiver one. And I'm sorry, I'm going to throw some shade here, boys, too. I was told Tetairoa McMillan was too slow to be a top 10 pick and that history was on the side of him not being a top 10 pick. Well, it didn't happen. Hopefully it doesn't happen. But, I mean, come on, guys. Like, what's the floor of targets for him in Carolina this year? 130, right? With a ceiling for a crap ton more?
Okay,
Am I wrong?
So 130 targets. How many catchable balls in there, Pat? What do you think?
Good point.
Are we just saying Bryce Young played better down the stretch, or we're not talking about that now?
I think the run game helped quite a bit. Chuba was very solid down the stretch there for them.
And he's still there. Offensive line still there.
I know. But, Pat, let's get your take here. It's not that I understand the volume can be there. I get it. I still have a lot of questions about Bryce Young at this level. I think he played better, but he is not at that. He's not on that level yet where I feel like I'm excited for his weapons. I think that's the point that I'm making, Pat. But what's your point?
I do understand the urge to try to maximize Bryce Young's chances of success by improving his weaponry, because I think this is, and I can sort of answer Carson Hill's question in the chat with this when he said, which is the wide receiver who's on the out, Xavier Legette or Jalen Coker? I think it's Legette. I think this is just a capitulation that, an acknowledgement that the Legette pick was a failure. And they need a new outside receiver. And, I don't think Tet's going to fail. But, I think they should have gone defense. But I do like Tet. And, I
like Tet. I projection in my head right now, I'll say 908 yards and 4 touchdowns. That's what he gives you.
Wow. That's some haterade, Joey.
I'm not being haterade. I'm trying to be.
What were the numbers, Joe?
Erickson right now.
What were those numbers?
All right, well, I said 908, 4 touchdowns. That's what I gave you.
I mean, come on, chat. Y'all, is Joey on point here?
Well, Alexander's got an interesting thing here. I'll continue drafting and playing players against the Carolina Panthers because that's how bad teams stay back. Yeah,
Good
because
point.
the Carolina, I want who's playing the Carolina Panthers every week because they've missed out on a first round defensive talent, which means now they've got to hit defense often. And I'm not going to crush them yet. I'm going to watch and see what they do day 2 with the other picks they have. They've got a lot of picks coming up still. Maybe they find some gems. Maybe they work it out. Maybe they do it with volume. Okay, I'll accept that. In which case, then I like this Tet pick a little bit more. Thumbs up, thumbs down. D-Bro, thumbs up on Tet McMillan, obviously.
Big time. I'm going to draft so much Tet McMillan this year in fantasy. I already know it, dude.
So thumbs up from D-Bro. Pat Fitzmaurice, thumbs up or thumbs down for Tet McMillan?
I got to go thumbs down.
That means I'm the tiebreaker. Wow. I'm going thumbs down too. Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Beautiful
I'm outnumbered here.
I'm outnumbered. Joaquin Phoenix. That's where it went, everybody.
Oh, and
there's nothing young about all these takes.
Joe, which team is on the clock now?
Oh, it's the New Orleans Saints. It's funny you should mention that. D-Bro, this is your moment. You want to take Shedeur Sanders? He's still on the board. You need a quarterback, I think. Edge rusher, corner, offensive line, wide receiver, tight end, general manager, head coach. You need everything in New Orleans.
Wow.
So what do you want to do here? Hey, man, I'm the king of keeping it real. You know that. Don't make me put the crown on because it's underneath my Mario hat.
I mean, I think that especially with all the talk about teams trading into the back end of the first round for a quarterback, if I'm the GM, I'm not Mickey Loomis, but if I'm the GM, you don't want to get caught up in that scrum. So, look, take whoever your QB1, the top quarterback on your board, because, I mean, everybody is ripe for the picking right now. Don't screw around. Take your quarterback. We still don't even know if Derek Carr plays this season. As quiet as they've been, dude, I'm assuming we don't see Derek Carr for the entire 2025 season. And I'm sorry, Mike Mayer, I do not want to see Spencer Rattler or Jay Kaner freaking starting, especially Spencer Rattler. He was terrible last year.
All right, Pat Fitzmaurice, now that Derek Brown got all of his feelings out, would you like to share your potential landing spots here for a player to the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, I'll just set up the big argument because we know the Saints are not going to take Shador for whatever reason they don't like him. I don't think there is another quarterback worth taking here. Debro and I could have a big argument about Jackson Dart here potentially. And look, set it up for next year, man. Like they're going to be terrible whether they take Dart or not. And next year, the quarterback class is potentially a lot better with Arch Manning, Nussmeier, the kid from South Carolina, whose name I'm forgetting right now. Like it's a much better quarterback class than this year's. I think Dart would be a mistake.
I would agree here. It feels like it would be a mistake too. So far, the Erickson bet of under 2.5 quarterbacks looks pretty good right about now, Patty. It looks pretty good. You got one. By the way, Mike Mayer trolling you in the chat too with Spencer Rattler season.
That's my life every day.
I'm gonna bring it up a second time because it's just my favorite thing. It's just so good here. So we'll get you updated here, and it looks like the Saints are taking offensive tackle Kelvin Banks Jr. Okay. So a smart pick. Again, what's going on? Did we wake up in a different alternate universe here where all of a sudden GMs are being sensible? Pat, does this speak to the fact that this is not the most exciting quarterback draft? Like, we don't have a lot of exciting quarterbacks. They kind of fill up those first 10 picks, right? We don't really have that. Cam Ward was exciting with a lowercase e for most people, but it feels like everybody's just kind of playing it safe and doing their due diligence and going let's build the infrastructure of our team and more not get it wrong than trying to knock out a home run. They're trying to hit doubles.
Yes, I mean they need to make this an infrastructure draft. And Debro, let me get you excited about this. Kelvin Banks is already.
I'm excited about this.
He's already played with Arch Manning. We got to get Arch to New Orleans, man.
Y'all keep thinking that Arch Manning's going to come out next year. I don't think that he's coming out next year.
What a full circle where his granddaddy played pro football. I mean,
I would love to see
so
it.
Perfect.
I would love to see it.
I'm all for it. I'm here for it. First team Associated Press All-American, first team All-SEC. That's who Kelvin Banks is. Hook 'em horns. He won the Lombardi Award, the nation's top offensive lineman, the Outland Trophy Award winner in 2024. Finalist for the Joe Moore Award for the nation's top offensive lineman. He shared SEC Jacobs blocking trophy with LSU's offensive tackle Will Campbell. So highly decorated. Banks, a great player, 6'5", 315. He's got the reach, he's got the hand size, he got everything you're looking for. I think this is a good pick. Debro, look, I think the Saints realize that it's still going to be rough for them this year. Let's just take the best offensive lineman. Let's try to continue to build out. And maybe next year, to Pat's point, quarterback group is different. You still have a high pick. And maybe that's when you get your franchise QB and things start looking a little brighter for New Orleans.
I mean, it's possible. The other thing about it is offensive line was a definite need. Trevor Penning has not been who they hoped he would be. Their guard situation outside. So now what they can do is they can move Penning inside, or I think they probably keep Fuaga at left tackle. They probably move Penning inside. So Dylan Redunz goes to the bench, and now they have what looks like a better offensive line to put a quarterback behind. And I want to push back a little bit on the whole, like, the Saints are going to be just a dumpster fire this year. Like, Olave, Shaheed, Kamara, the defense is solid. It's not young, but it's solid. I'll push back on that. Like, I think that the Saints are a better team than people give it credit. Their entire roster was hurt last year.
Their entire roster was hurt last year. But if Derek Carr is hurt and you get Spencer Rattler and Jake Haener playing quarterback, it's gonna be.
I think they take a quarterback. I still do. I think they're live to trade up.
I think it's gonna be a disaster. I do. I don't think that Shaheed's going to be ready. I think Olave is a real huge question mark. You're right. Everything that could have gone wrong for the Saints went wrong last year, and typically those things tend to even out. But I think the chat here is crushing it. I want to see if I can find it. Alexander's. Well, obviously you need someone in Banks to protect the boring beige corpse of Derek Carr. That's the comment of the night so far. I just want to put that out there. Comment of the night.
Brilliant.
Yeah. All right. So we are on to more exciting things. The Chicago Bears. So edge, safety, linebacker, running back. Those are some of the things that we need. We have a few minutes left here on the clock for the Chicago Bears. They have 3 picks here in the first 2 rounds. So Now it's a matter of what do we do here with the Chicago Bears? So they spent all offseason, Pat, trying to solidify that offensive line. I think they did a pretty good job of that. Now you can afford to take something a little bit more interesting. The birdies tell me it's Colston Loveland at 10. So not
Wow.
being the first one.
Ow.
So, Pat, if this is indeed true, and so far we are 9 for 9 on this, do you think Colston Loveland is, the prince that was promised for this offense here?
Asked the question earlier, Joe. Are we so sure that Tyler Warren is the best tight end in this draft? Colston Loveland is 2 years younger, has longer arms, and like his stats don't pop out at you the way Tyler Warren's stats from 2024 do, but there were some mitigating circumstances. One, Michigan was extremely run heavy in their national championship season. Two, their quarterbacking was a complete dumpster fire last year. But like Loveland has a lot of potential as a pass catching tight end and maybe some blocking upside too. So it's interesting. I mean, we're going to see a lot of 12 personnel, I guess, because they just re-signed Cole Kmet to a multi-year deal. And so you've got Loveland, Cole Kmet, DJ Moore, and
maybe you don't
Roma
see Cole
Jones.
Kmet. Maybe
they
Cole Kmet go somewhere else in the next 2 days. I could see
Maybe
that
they trade
happening
him.
too, Pat. I think there
Maybe.
would be teams lining up for Cole Kmet, to be honest with
I
you.
don't know
I
if
think
the
there's a
returns
lot
would
of
be-
teams that would make sense.
But
maybe
Joe,
he'd like to be reunited with his best friend Justin Fields. That wouldn't be so bad. Those two had a pretty good
True.
rapport.
It's fair.
So let's talk about Colston Loveland from a fantasy perspective here, D-Bro. We have seen the ceiling of glass shatter for rookie tight ends in the last couple of years, right? Pitts had a huge rookie season in terms of yardage. We've seen Sam Laporta. We've seen Trey McBride. All these incredible young tight ends come in and hit the ground running. Can Loveland be that guy for the Chicago Bears in this system with this quarterback and this new head coach, who, by the way, did a pretty good job with Sam Laporta?
My hope is yes. My worry is if Cole Kmet stays there, are they going to play Loveland like a 60, 70% snap share, like route share? I'm hoping that the Bears are smart enough to do this and that he plays well and that he gets the full-time role. My question also, and I guess like I'm not trying to throw cold water on this, is we still haven't seen Caleb Williams support any weapons, much less multiple weapons.
Well, I guess
And
you could
so-
say Keenan Allen for some of the year.
Yeah, but I mean, and none of those wide receivers had good years statistically. None of them, not even DJ Moore.
But okay, so counterpoint to that, could he have possibly got into a worse coaching staff with a worse offensive coordinator and a worse head coach? So I think Ben Johnson's a great offensive mind. I think he was going to take look if you give him any terrible offensive line to work with too. Pat, my counter argument is I think the landscape is much better year over year theoretically in Chicago to possibly support Loveland as being a tight end one, maybe somebody ranked as 10, 11, 12 in redraft. I could see that.
Yeah, Joe. And by the way, you talked about the recent success of rookie tight ends, and one of those was Sam Laporta, who had that success with his play caller being Ben Johnson, who's now going to be the play caller for Colston Loveland. So I think there is a path for Loveland to be impactful if indeed we see Caleb take the next step. And the Bears have improved the offensive line, and they've gotten him a better offensive choreographer in Ben Johnson. So we are positioned for Caleb to take a step up if he's capable of it. They are doing everything they can to make things easier for Caleb.
And now Warren would fall right in the lap of Indianapolis. So that's a good one here from Jazz Mead in the chat too. If Warren's the guy they want, this was just right in their lap too. So a top 10 pick on a tight end too. You don't see that very often. That's very interesting. Now look, we are here live on night one, but don't forget, we're going to be here again tomorrow night. So tune in tomorrow for the second and third rounds of the NFL Draft live with our experts breaking down every single pick, get instant fantasy reactions, and the team fits from Pat Fitzmaurice, Derek Brown, Scott Bogan, Ryan Wormley, and me, Joey P., with a host of others here as the draft unfolds. Coverage begins tomorrow, Friday, April 25th, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Fantasy Pros YouTube channel. Subscribe, ring the bell till it goes ding, drop your comments below, all that fun stuff. Be a part of our YouTube channel. We're trying to get to 300,000 subscribers this year, and we can do it with your help. Day 2 of the NFL Draft starts at 6:30 Eastern. So the Bears selection, Colston, Loveland, I think an interesting one from a fantasy perspective. The narrative will be that, Pat, I mentioned it, you mentioned it. Well, Laporta, Sam, and Ben Johnson. Well, maybe we can, recreate that magic here. We shall see. I'm cautiously optimistic. That's the best way I can put it. Now, the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. Let's take a look at those needs that they have. Defensive tackle, edge, offensive line, cornerback. So, Debro, where do you want to go here for the San Francisco 49ers?
Somewhere on one of these lines, trench. And whether it's D tackle or edge or offensive line, they have got to add somebody in the trenches. And side note here, boys, I mean, I think so far, we're in the process of every mock draft getting burned, basically. Just light the articles on fire right now. This draft is drunk so far, boys.
Yeah, someone cashed a ticket on Colston Loveland being the first tight end off the board, though, D-Bro. So
that's
I was
nice.
pretty happy about that. But
is that someone you, Pat Fitzmaurice?
That was. But you know what? There was. Do you guys remember the rumor a few weeks ago that the 49ers were interested in possibly Tyler Warren? And they have conducted a strange number of top 30 visits with tight ends in this draft. I don't really understand it, considering they have a lot of other pressing needs and they have George Kittle.
Well, that's okay, Pat, because they're going edge. Michael Williams is the pick from.
Yeah, I love it. That's a great pick. It's a great pick.
So the pick is going to be Michael Williams. So far, like I said, we've been 10 out of 10 so far. So we're just going to keep trusting the process here, as folks like to say. 2024 second team All SEC, tied for the team lead with 2 forced fumbles, played in 12 games with 6 starts, 21 tackles, 8.5 tackles for a loss, 5 sacks. He had an ankle injury in the season opener, so maybe a little concern there. But once again, if you're looking for edge rushers, Michael Williams of Georgia, Pat, you could certainly do worse than him. Combine score is pretty good. They certainly could use some more help there in that regard. So 6'5", 260, Michael Williams, edge from Georgia, now going to San Francisco, Fitzy.
He looks like he came out of an edge factory, Joe. Like that, he has the perfect body type for it, those long arms, and this guy is country strong. Like, he is a nasty run stuffer. Like, I think he's already there against the run, and it's the pass rushing that's going to have to develop it. He has all the tools, and I believe he's only 20 years old, Joe, and I think he was playing on that bad ankle for most of last year. So we didn't even get to see the full upside last year. Like, I think this guy, I'm surprised he fell out of the top 10.
Debro, are you surprised that he fell this far?
I think at this point of the draft, with all the edge guys and stuff, I think it's kind of a pick your flavor. Like, you could have told me Javon Walker was the pick, and I'd probably feel exactly the same as Michael Williams. So I think it just comes down to fit and, pick your flavor with these guys. So I could see him, I mocked him to Atlanta. I thought that was kind of his floor. So to see him to go to San Francisco isn't surprising.
Some of the comps I'm reading here, Gregory Rousseau. Do you agree with that sort of comp?
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Fitzy, you like that one? I
think from a size perspective and skills, it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think his ceiling's even higher, honestly.
Okay. All right. Very exciting there. So 49ers improve with an edge rusher. That's very exciting for them. I see people in the chat too, like here's Trav, my Komet shares, sad face emoji.
Yeah.
Don't panic yet. There's still plenty of draft going on. My guess is Cole Komet could be going elsewhere. I think there's some teams that might be interested in him. More than one. I think one of them would be the Jets for sure too, because they didn't get Warren, right? They didn't get Loveland. You come away with Cole Komet as your tight end there in that offense. I think that might be an upgrade for you. I think don't hour quite yet. The draft isn't over.
We need Andrew Erickson connecting the dots of what coaches where and where Cole Komet could go.
He is complete Charlie Day mode right now. He has got
he's
all of
doing
the strings on the map. He's doing all of it right now. Very Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's going to happen here. But Mike Mayer also in the chat too. Just keep all the slide all the way to 32 for Walter Nolan.
Don't pull up an Eagles fan comment.
Could you imagine?
It's
a lot of
yes, we know Howie's, Mayor. We get it.
Listen,
we get it.
Don't panic yet about Komet. Please, let's be very careful here. I'm all for Fields and him reuniting. I'm telling you, let's wait and see how this develops here, because I think it might be good for everybody. Let's move on to the next pick here, because we're flying right now. This is great. I don't want to lose Fitzy this fast, but at pick number 11, San Francisco's pick is in, which means we're moving to 12. The Dallas Cowboys. D-Bro, what could go wrong? Dallas Cowboys looking for a running back, looking for a wide receiver, looking for a defensive tackle, looking for a cornerback, looking for an offensive line. With what's left on the board, what do you think the best fit?
I mean, I've been mocking them wide receiver. I still think they go wide receiver. Well, the other part about this is I don't think any of us were thinking that Tyler Warren was probably still going to be on the board. I think it's probably Matthew Golden, or I think they could throw a wrench in the gears and take Tyler Warren here.
That would be interesting here. Golden or Warren. Fitzy, of course, all of us fantasy folks would like to see that kind of pick. Do you think they go offense or maybe something on the defensive side, like the tackle or the corner?
I think they should go something on the defensive side, honestly, Joe. Like I don't like the Matthew Golden option. I think it's too early to take the second running back in this draft. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like they could stand to beef up the defense a little bit. Like Dexter Coakley's not walking through that door. Sorry, I just pulled the name of an old cowboy randomly. No, like get some help for Micah Parsons, man. And by the way, I'll point out that I think they've only got Deron Bland under contract for one more year. Trayvon Diggs is not a shutdown corner, and they could use a slot corner, maybe like Jahdae Barron here from the University of Texas.
Interesting.
Hometown guy.
Fatherman in the chat, big Cowboys fan. He desperately wants Hampton. I mean, they do need running
Hampton
back
would make sense. That'd be a very Jerry pick.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't think if they took Hampton, I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world. I mean, they desperately need a running back.
I think it'd be fine.
So, and I mean desperate. I don't think Golden's a bad pick. I don't think Warren's a bad pick. I think that this is funny. I almost feel like I'm going to jinx it. I feel like the Cowboys are in a spot where they really can't go wrong, which means they're probably going to do something stupid, which means we're all going to look at each other and go, what? Why did they do that? Maybe. It's very possible. So we will dig deep and see. So let's grade the Michael Williams pick. Thumbs up, thumbs down here before we move on to the next one here. Thumbs up from D-Bro, thumbs up from Fitzy, thumbs up from me. So 3 thumbs up. Good job, 49ers. You done good. So far, what were the downs? The downs was we didn't down Tet McMillan. We downed the landing spot.
Yeah, walking it back already. I hear it.
Well, we like the player, but you can like the player and not like the environment. I mean, remember when Drake London was, playing with Mariota? You remember that?
I do remember that.
Wasn't that long ago.
Are you comparing Bryce Young to Mariota right now? Is that what we're having?
What failed number 1 overall pick? A quarterback? Sure. I mean, you walked right in.
It's an ending.
Right into
it's an ending.
You walked right into
that. Giving you a pass, guys. Joey. I'm just going to say the cold medicine's talking right now, okay?
Oh, dude. I'm embarrassed because I've been so good about muting myself every time I missed one sneeze here on camera, which is very embarrassing.
We're all living pollen life, dude. We're all living pollen life.
It is rough. But I'm here. I'm like Jordan against the Utah Jazz. I show up. Doesn't matter how I feel. I'm going to rock this 5-hour show. Scott Hansen style, no breaks. That's what we do. We're just crushing things. So let's continue on here for the Dallas Cowboys. Drop your comments below. Cowboy fans, I know you're out here. What do you want if you're a Cowboy fan? What should you do? Booker to Dallas.
Ooh, that's interesting. They have a guard need. We didn't even talk about that.
Yeah, Ferguson is a solid tight end. Why waste a tight end pick here? Okay. Trav making Kaisertrex jokes here from the MLB channel, which is hilarious. I love it. I love our group. They're the best. And we're still waiting for a Cowboy tip. Ben, we've got one. Tyler Booker, guard to the Dallas Cowboys. So, Pat, how'd they do?
That is happening. Wow.
That is happening.
We're
ahead of the game here. Mike Mayer, let me tell you something, folks. There's Schefter, right? There's Rappaport. And then there's Mike Mayer. He's right under those guys. Just
his head is big enough. Don't say all that.
He's much taller than Rappaport. Much taller.
So
well, that's fair.
Tyler Booker is an absolute road grader. And, they do need to replace Zach Martin. And I think they are probably also really drawn by his leadership. And I've heard a lot of stories about his leadership in the last week and kind of doing some research on him. And maybe the best one I heard was that when they were playing kind of a meaningless bowl game against Michigan this past season, Tyler Booker told his teammates if anyone was planning to opt out of the bowl game among his Alabama teammates, they needed to talk to him first. In other words, don't opt out, fellas, or I'm going to be plenty upset. So, I understand why they made the pick, and I think some people might think it was a little reachy, and I don't know if you get the positional value at number 12. So I don't know if I can give it a wholehearted thumbs up. But he is a culture guy, I think, for the Cowboys. So I can understand
also interesting with the Dolphins picking up next, where you think they're going to go offensive line. If you're Dallas and you want to move more capital, it's another offensive line that's going to be off the board right after, right, Pat? Like if you're playing the chess of the draft right now?
Yeah, it's a good point.
All right, so D-Bro, let's get your take on this selection of Tyler Booker here. You want to give it a thumbs up, thumbs down? What do you want to do?
I want to go in between, man. Okay, so it feels a need, but taking a guard at 12 is extremely high. Why wouldn't you at least, if you're going to go that direction, take Greg Zabel? So, if you have other needs, he could play multiple positions and stuff like that. It just feels really, really high to take a guard at freaking 12, dude. That's my problem with it. It's not the player, it's how high they took him.
Tyler Booker so far win on the fit tonight for me anyway. He's got the cool jacket.
Is he wearing Crocs?
He's got first of all, he's got the white pants. He's got the dark jacket, right? He's got the mock turtleneck, I believe, as he's running with the giant bling. I don't know what it says on the necklace, but my dude is styling right now. He is excited. He just slapped the cowboy logo. This is what you want. You talk about culture guy, Fitzy. I think maybe Dallas actually did a pretty good thing here. Looking at this kid, the excitement level. So what does the bling say? I can't make out what it says. If somebody in the chat knows what it says, let me know here. I can't.
Book.
It said book? Is that what it says?
Yep, I believe so.
It says book. That's cool. This is my dude right here. He's got the glasses, he's got the whole thing, he's got the beard tight. Winner so far of the bling, although the Crocs were pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Pretty good hug for Roger Goodell too.
Yeah, man. Look,
He wasn't getting away from that big human. No way.
Cowboys have been pretty lame. I'm gonna give this a thumbs up. Fitzy, where do you want to give this? Thumbs up?
I got to give it a thumbs down just for D-Bros.
Right.
D-Bro made the great
Thumbs
point
down
about
Thumbs
positional value, a guard at number 12.
Guard at 12.
All right.
12.
So once again, the Cowboys had everything in front of them, and this is what they did. So we are 12 picks in, which means Pat Fitzmaurice is going to step away for a moment, and we're going to bring in Russell Brown after this quick 10-second promo. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this.
Yeah, we're all passionate about fantasy football, obviously. But sometimes there is a little bit missing. What's missing? A team. But not your fantasy team. No, a team of like-minded, passionate fantasy football fans. And if that is not part of your everyday, Fantasy Pros Discord might be your answer. Chat with other fans, debate strategies, and find leagues to join. Every week, get your questions answered live in our AMA live Discord sessions. Want to know if you should start that sleeper or avoid a risky trade? Our experts, they're here to help. And if you got a question, you might even end up on a podcast. It's not just about advice, though. It's about community, with channels for every aspect of fantasy football, draft advice, waivers, props to dynasty, best ball, and a ton more. You're going to find like-minded fans just like you. So join the best fantasy team. Join Fantasy Pros on Discord at fantasypros.com/chat today. Get your questions answered and connect with fans. Don't just play fantasy football, live it with Fantasy Pros on Discord.
Had an appearance by the Welsh there for a moment. Does he get like any sort of like kickback for
royalties,
that, bro? You think?
Royalties?
Yeah, does he get a royalty for that?
Kind of like when your song is played at the jukebox and the bar?
Yeah, the
royalties?
jukebox.
Yeah.
You say, I'm old. Young man, Russell Brown is here, one of the best minds in all of the college football space. Russell, I want to talk to you about what's gone on so far, because I'm sure there's a lot for you to digest, a lot of things. Let's start with the recap at the very top, right? So Cam Ward foregone conclusion. That's all good. Then what do you make of the trade here between Cleveland and Jacksonville? Jacksonville moves up for Travis Hunter, and then Cleveland does what they did.
Yeah, Browns are going to Brown, right? Like they're making me and Ebro have a bad last name right here. I don't know what we're doing.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm between
that
two
Mason
Browns.
Graham pick, man.
Terrible. I just realized that.
My
Granddad's mad right now, you know, but it's one of those, like, you have an opportunity to take this guy that some people have labeled as a generational talent in Travis Hunter, and you pass on him. And I get it. You get some draft capital for it, but you needed some help there, and you kind of pass on it to take Mason Graham. I think there's a big drop off there. And then obviously this Tyler Booker pick, I heard you guys talking about it, taking a guard. This feels very like 2013 all over again. One quarterback, Geno Smith falling into the second round. Is that going to be Shedeur Sanders? Chance Warmack was a guard out of Alabama. We know he didn't work out. He was the 10th pick. We've got a 12th pick, and I like Tyler Booker. I had him as the Lions pick at 28, but this is just, I don't know, a little rich for my liking, and they had a lot of other needs, running back, receiver, maybe a corner. And I like some of the guards on day 2, so it's just a little shocking.
I think that's the best point anyone's made. There's some guards on day 2. We've done the 2-3 round mocks here. That
7A. Like how?
Right.
Like
that's one.
Give me that 2v2.
You're right. And
so ugly.
Russell, you were on a couple of those mocks with us too, and when we went through some of those names, they were all pretty solid, right? Brett Coleman was on. We talked about some of those guards, pretty solid out there. Abdul Carter at 3 to the Giants. Who made this pick? The coaching staff or the organization?
Man, I'm going to say that I'm going to say the organization, because if I had to guess, Brian Dable at some point has to want a quarterback, right? Like he has to. At some point, he wants one of his guys. And maybe he's going to get that guy tonight. Maybe it is Shedeur. Maybe it is Jackson Dart. But I just feel like they kind of forced him into this pick. Like, hey, we need an identity. We need something that's going to help. And it makes sense, right? Like you got to contain Jaden Daniels. You got to stop Jalen Hurts. You've got to keep Dak in the pocket. So I get all that. But I don't know. They have a lot of guys off the edge right now in New York. A lot of people forgot they signed Chauncey Golston. Like they signed him to a big deal. So I would have to guess they're going to move Kayvon Thibodeau, right? So
did you see the news that they picked up right after they announced it? They picked up his 5th-year option for Kayvon too. So that was like, okay, I guess we're doing that.
Yeah, these teams are wild.
Well, that doesn't mean a trade can't happen.
That's true.
That could be more appealing for a team that, it's like, okay, we pick up the option. This is part of the deal. And you're getting it for 2 years. You get more capital that way. That's fair. Will Campbell from LSU, offensive tackle of the Patriots. That was one of the chalkiest of chalk things, but it doesn't make it wrong, right, Russell?
No, not at all. I think you have to go in and protect Drake May. That's exactly what you needed. That's what they kind of hinted at all offseason. They wanted to build around Drake May. You got to keep him upright. And if he's upright, you're probably throwing the football around the way that you need to. But also, if he's upright and he's healthy, you're probably going to win more football games. Having to go in and, not saying you have Mac Jones now, but you don't want to be playing Mac Jones. You want to be bringing in Jacoby Brissett. You need to have your guy, Drake May, the guy that you drafted last year so high in the draft. You need him to be on the field. So I think that's a great starting spot at 4. I would have to imagine they would want, and I know Debro's going to look at me with the side eye here, but they're probably going to think of Luther Burden on day 2 if he's there, just to give them another weapon for.
Hey, we did mocks where they got Luther Burden. I want to say Derek gave them Luther Burden in one of them. Look, you gave them Luther Burden in one mock. Whatever.
Forced.
Derek Brown, Russell Brown, no relation, just so in case anybody's wondering in the chat here.
Not that we know.
I know we've got Miami coming up here. We'll get their pick in a second. I want to hear more breakdowns from Russell off of what else he saw. So Mason Graham, we kind of touched on that. The Browns are going to Brown. If you're going to do all that, like do something spectacular at 5. I don't think this was spectacular. But Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty goes to the Raiders. Pete Carroll and running backs. This is a good fit for fantasy.
Yeah. It is 100%. I mean, this is one that I think protects Geno Smith in a sense, but it also gives the Raiders an identity. They need to go in and build something on their offense. And they were the worst rushing offense in the NFL last year. So it makes so much sense to draft him, build around him, and I don't want to say run him into the ground, but use him 20, 25 times a game and use him all over the field because he's a home run threat anywhere on the field.
All right. We know what the Dolphin selection is going to be, so it's not going to shatter the earth for fantasy. Let's keep going. Membu goes next to the Jets. we kind of like this. So we think this is a really good fit here. They're going to run the hell out of the football. They have a running quarterback. You've got a much better offensive line. I can't believe the Dolphins, by the way, did not go offensive line with their first pick. I can't believe. I know a bunch of them are gone.
I can.
People in the chat, remember the Dolphin fans, I told you, don't get your hopes up. This is what Uncle Joey was talking about. Russell, real quick, we'll get to the Kenneth Grant selection, defensive tackle. Again, not a bad selection, but just like, have you seen that offensive line in Miami? Have we seen what's about? I mean,
have you seen their D tackle depth chart?
Brutal.
It's bad.
I know, but your quarterback who has massive concussion issues.
Yeah.
If you don't protect your quarterback, what are you if you're the Dolphins right now? But I digress. Let's go to Tet McMillan. Arizona wide receiver goes to the Panthers. We were kind of split about this. Debro loves Tet McMillan. I love Tet McMillan. Pat likes Tet McMillan. We all love him. I don't love the landing spot. So what side do you fall on here, Russell?
Well, I mean, reading the tea leaves early through the draft process, the Carolina Panthers head coach said, we want to put weapons around Bryce Young. And they stuck true to that through this process. And they go and get their guy, true number one receiver, just from his size and his build. He's a prototypical X, and they can move him around because he's so versatile and athletic. So if they want to make Xavier Legette the prototypical X, go ahead. But you have two big body targets on the perimeter now, which is important for Bryce Young. As we've seen, he doesn't always throw the greatest pass in the world. He's going to run around and just throw one up and throw a prayer. And that's going to be perfectly fine because Tet McMillan can come down with it. He plays with great body control. He high points the football. He does have shorter arms, so sometimes those physical press man corners are going to make some plays at the catch point, which is different for guys like Drake London and Michael Pittman. They're a little bit longer there. But at the end of the day, Tet McMillan makes a lot of sense at 8. He can run like the wind blows. We've seen it. The run after catch ability is electric. So I think it's a great pick at 8. A little rich, but I think it's a good pick. I really do. I think it's one of those that you're building around the quarterback, and you have to, because you got to go all in on Bryce Young. If not, they're back to square one.
Oh, you can go all in on him.
That's
just not
fantastic analysis. Just wonderful.
I don't think you're going to I don't think the Carolina Panthers.
I love that analysis,
teams.
Russ. That's
and you're going to have
beautiful.
You're going to have to outscore teams. All right. Beautiful. I'm glad you have a friend. Maybe you are related. Maybe you actually are both Browns after all.
He's got good takes, man.
Texas, he always does. Offensive tackle from Texas, Kelvin Banks, goes to the New Orleans Saints. Fine pick there. Colston Loveland, the first tight end off the board, and the Colts are up next right now. So we'll see what they are doing right now. See if we can get what the Colts pick are. Do you think we got our second tight end here, Debro? You think that's where we're going?
I'm just going chalk, dude. I'm going to say it's going to be Tyler Warren because he's still on the board. We've all talked about it.
It is.
The only thing that I could have what's up, buddy?
It is Tyler Warren. That's who it is.
See, there you go. The only thing I thought that would have kiboshed Tyler Warren going to Indy was Dallas Goedert being on the trade block and that familiarity with Shane Steichen, and then them going another direction because tight end was filled. But Tyler Warren, I mean, the chalk of the chalk. I mean, a little bit of sanity. All these other picks were like mocking for weeks and months, and we're like, oh, it's going to be this. And then the NFL's like,
No, Tyler Warren, 2024 John Mackey Award winner, school record 104 receptions in 2024. This is a dude. This is a guy who brings some edge to him too. Something I think the Colts lacked a little bit at times last year. So Russell, not the first tight end selected, but we did get 2 in the first round, which is historic for sure. So Tyler Warren, the question now is, what's the quarterback play going to be, and how impactful is he going to be in fantasy, Russell?
Yeah, I think he's going to be very impactful just simply because of the way you can utilize him in the offense, right? You can play him as a wildcat at times. And I'm not saying he's Taysom Hill because he's certainly not as fast as Taysom Hill, but he can play inline. He can align in that wildcat. He can play in the slot. He can play out wide. He's going to obviously have a role in the run game, but you're looking at him to catch passes, and he can do that, I think, in the short and intermediate areas of the field. But he's also got some pretty good run after the catch ability. And just because of how athletic he is, like I think back to that Maryland game, Drew Aller had a broken play, kind of shuffle past it to him to the sideline, and he hurdled like one defender, almost 2 defenders, just without even moving. So I love the movement there, and he's going to be that safety valve that they really didn't have. I know that's the common term for tight ends. You want that safe guy in the middle of the field. Well, Tyler Warren's going to do that. He's not going to be able to wear number 44. Dallas Clark was 44. I believe that number is retired in Indianapolis, so it'll be interesting what he wears moving forward. But this is such a Colts pick, and I love it for them, and it's a building block for the offense that can certainly use another pass catcher.
D-Bro, this is a great question from Clint in the chat. Again, drop your questions in the chat. We love the conversations. Wonder if Warren will fall farther than he should in some rookie drafts now. I think Clint's onto something here, D-Bro.
Yep.
I think you could see this happening where people are very skeptical of the quarterback situation there. If Richardson makes enough progress, Daniel Jones, whatever's left there. And regardless, if it's neither of those guys in dynasty leagues, he becomes then a huge value because if you get him cheap and all of a sudden that quarterback situation turns into something new in the next 2 to 3 years, you have yourself quite a talent at the tight end position, but it might be rough in year one.
I preach it year over year over year over year. If I can even talk right now, this all comes down to talent, man. You make bets on talent, situation, head coaches, quarterbacks. All these things change, and they change rapidly in the NFL. So you bet on the talent with Tyler Warren, man. Yes, if he falls too far, and he probably will in a lot of drafts because people are going to say the quarterback situation. Dude, I'm not playing that game. And to add on, I think this is a fantastic pick by the Colts too, because you just look at their pass catchers. You have all these route winners and guys that play station to station. How many guys in that offense right now are an easy button for the quarterback that can offer yak ability? Like you give them something underneath and they're breaking 2 and 3 tackles and giving your offense easy button yards. They don't have that guy, but now they do with Tyler Warren.
While the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock and inevitably take an edge rusher, because if they don't, oh my God, what are you doing? Let's also remind everybody about the amazing tools of Fantasy Pros. The Cheat Sheet Creator is available. You can build your own custom draft board and be ready for your upcoming dynasty startup or rookie drafts by using the Cheat Sheet Creator at fantasypros.com/sheet. Add tiers, tags, and notes on your cheat sheet to help you draft like a pro. Let's talk about the Falcons and their needs. Edge rusher, defensive tackle, edge rusher, safety, corner, edge rusher, center, edge rusher, tight end, and wide receiver, followed by edge rusher. So Russell Brown.
Did you say edge rusher? Because I think
they might need an edge rusher. I'm just saying. What do you think, Russell Brown? Where do they go with this next pick? What would you give the Falcons?
Well, Jalen Walker's still here. I mean, this one kind of seems like a no-brainer for them.
Wow.
My mock draft, he was off the board, so I gave him James Pierce because they had been kind of connected to him through the draft process. But Walker is there, and I think he'd make a lot of sense because they can utilize him in a lot of different ways. Third down, they can bring him up to the line of scrimmage. Early downs, they can play him off the ball, let him utilize that range and tackling ability that he has. I mean, he's like a pit bull that runs the yard. I love the player. I think there's some limitations with this game because of just the size, but that motor, that athleticism, that relentlessness is going to win somebody over. And there was a lot of praise for his character. So I think Atlanta would make a home run spot for him as they try to retool a little bit defensively.
I think that would be huge. I mean, you're keeping the Georgia boy in Georgia too, which is kind of cool. Yeah. And Atlanta could use a little bit more winning culture. You know what I mean? Like that's part of their problem. I think over the years is they can't seem to get over that hump. D-Bro, Walker would be that's how you draft, right? I mean, he falls to you at 15. You take that talent, and then you go in, you double dip in the next round. And continue to build this defense. You have the offensive pieces here. Mm-hmm. You have the offensive line. You have the quarterback, you hope. Now you just need to go get the defensive player. And Walker sitting out there 15, man, this is a smash for me if Russell's right here.
I won't.
Terry Fontenot should just take a page out of the Howie book right now and just take a Georgia player that's falling down the board. Just do it. Just do it.
Just do it.
Like, just don't think about it.
Well for the Eagles every time they do it.
And I'm with Russ. Like I had Walker off the board. Like I had the other Georgia guy, Michael Williams, going to Atlanta. So I'm like, this is either Jalen Walker or it's a corner. And if they go any other directions, this is Atlanta doing goofy stuff.
The corner pick's not a terrible way to go.
Johnny Barron would be great.
Yes, he would be very good here. Yep.
All right, so basically they can't lose here between those two picks.
Well, I mean, it's the Falcons, so
I said between those
maybe
two
they
picks.
take another quarterback, Joey. Who knows?
You know what? People killed the Falcons last year on the show. People were in the chat. They were killed. How can they take Penix? All this stuff. Well, it looks pretty good right now.
It was a bad pick. It worked out like that. It still was a bad pick.
It's only a bad pick if it doesn't work out. You
Well,
You know,
jury's
like,
still out. We ain't seen
hey,
enough Penix to know if he's good.
I
or
was
not,
killing
bro.
the Bo Nix pick last year. I was 100% wrong on that. I did not think the Bo Nix pick was the right call. And
fair.
Bo Nix took that team to the playoffs. And you got to love what he was able to do in that system with Sean Payton. So the Falcons, again, here, they have some options on the board to not screw this up. So hopefully they don't. The last couple picks here for them: Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan
They'll take a
Robinson,
running
Michael
back.
Penix.
Yeah.
I
Well,
think
Omarion
they've done.
Hampton.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Well-
The ESPN broadcast flashed Shador Sanders, and he was standing. It almost like looked like he was getting picked. And then Jalen Walker's just sitting there, like scrolling on his phone, and they flashed 1% chance of Jalen Walker being available at 15.
Wow.
I'm surprised he's here.
Yeah.
I'm surprised, honestly, too. Like, are y'all surprised nobody's traded up to come get him? Like,
Well,
with him
it's
on
also the
board?
first time we haven't had a pick
Detroit, baby.
beforehand.
Yeah.
So
that's fair.
typically we've been very ahead on the picks here. So either somebody was trying to trade up or talk to them because maybe they see Walker being out there too. But it does look like Walker is the guy. So the Falcons are going to take Jalen Walker. Great selection here. We talked about all the reasons why. We can walk you through some of the history of Jalen Walker too, the Georgia defensive menace, and that's what he is. 2024 third team Associated Press All-American, second team All-SEC, won the Butkus Award, led the team with 10.5 tackles for a loss, 6.5 sacks. He played all 14 games, 11 starts, 60 tackles. This is a slam dunk here, Russ. We were talking about this. Like, he falls to you at 15. You're loving life if you're the Falcons. This is a great pick for them, I think.
Absolutely. I think it's, like I said, he's a pit bull that runs the yard. You can play him as a will. You can bump him up, down on the line of scrimmage, and he can stand up and just turn the corner, speed rush. There's some power to his game. And I think he's a guy that he's a culture builder, right? Like, he's a guy that you build your culture around, and players on that team are going to flock to him because of the leadership qualities that he has. So I think this was a no-brainer for him. Like they showed 1% chance that he was gonna be there, and the fact that you get him, it's awesome.
Now here's an interesting one from the chat. Mad Machio, Sanders going to Pittsburgh. Debro, could we be looking at Shador and the Pittsburgh Steelers here?
That's where I put him in my mock. I put him going to Pittsburgh. Mike Tomlin's got an affinity for Shador Sanders. Plus, I mean, again, we're talking about teams without quarterbacks just trying to pretend like they're going to win games without a quarterback. I don't know. He feels like an important
Would they have
position.
to trade up, though, to do it? I mean, they're at 15. Are you worried about – look, we're not worried about Arizona, Cincinnati. I don't think we're worried about Seattle. I don't think we're worried about Tampa, Denver. I mean, look, Shador's there for 21 at Pittsburgh if they want him.
Yeah, I mean – yeah, and the other part about this is I know they don't have a lot of picks in this year's draft. Go dipping into next year's equity. Like, fine, whatever. Like, the thing about it with and all of this stuff while I was, on Dart going to the Saints, the thing about it is if that is your quarterback, you don't screw around with it. Take the quarterback. You can figure out the rest of the team. If you believe in the quarterback, just take the quarterback. It doesn't have to be harder than that.
So interesting here, because now we're in a position where if Shador goes to Pittsburgh, Russ, is this what Aaron Rodgers' worst nightmare is, right? Like, he doesn't want this. This is the last circus guy that he wants. I have to imagine he's been holding out here, waiting for a decision based on what the Steelers do in the draft. And the Steelers are like, well, we really like you, Aaron, if we don't really get the quarterback we want. If it's Shador, first-round pick. I mean, we're getting all the Kenny Pickett vibes, right? An overreach for the Pittsburgh Steelers somewhere late in the first round for a quarterback. Russell, you getting the deja vu feelings?
To a degree. I mean, Shador was my QB1, so I'm
that's dismissive to Shador.
I'm supportive of him going there to Pittsburgh. For Aaron Rodgers' sake, personally, I don't care what happens with Aaron Rodgers, and I don't think he cares.
That's a great take, Russell.
I love that take. Love it.
I don't think he cares where he goes. I think he's fine with standing on the ocean with the blanket around him. I think he's okay with that. I think there's still some interesting landing spots, right? Like you look at, sorry, D-Bro, you look at the Saints. I think there's a possibility there, right? There's an option. But for Shador's sake, if it is Pittsburgh where he goes, I think this just makes so much sense because you have a running game. You have the perimeter weapons with Pickens and Metcalf. You have Freiermuth. You got some pieces on the offensive line. Maybe you can do something. I don't have a lot of trust in Arthur Smith, but I believe in Mike Tomlin. He's been a longtime coach for a reason. This one just makes sense.
All right, so Pittsburgh still a couple picks before we get them. I'm also okay with the blanket around Aaron Rodgers in the ocean, like not even just standing by the ocean, just wrap him in the blanket, just toss him in there. Cardinals are up next here. They are on the clock. They've got 5 minutes left to make this pick. Let's talk about the Cardinals' needs because once again, this was a team that just looked bizarre last year to me. Offensive line help, sure. Corner, yes. Edge, yes. Defensive tackle, absolutely. Wide receiver, I'm going to say like that's lower on the priority board. I know other people disagree with me. To me, this is another team that desperately needs more culture help, Russell. That's what I look at the Arizona Cardinals. I hate the body language of Kyler Murray at the line. Yeah. It's one of those things that bothers me. It bothers me with my 12U flag football teams that I coach in the tournaments when you have bad body language in the line. And when you're the leader of a team, you can't come into the huddle that way if you're 12 or if you're 27. It doesn't work, right? So there needs to be something here, I think, where the Cardinals bring in some more locker room guy types. Now, I don't know if there's anybody who fits that bid for you, but in your opinion, where should Arizona go with this next pick?
Well, I had them go with Shamar Stewart in my mock draft. Personally looking at traits, I know there's a lack of production, but you put him there. He can play behind Calais Campbell for a year. You've got him as a leader. Maybe he can teach him and show him some of the ropes of being, one, a leader and a culture guy, but also how to be a better football player and putting it all together. But if they don't go that route, is this where Josh Simmons comes off the board, the offensive tackle?
Oh, that's interesting.
Some say he's the consensus top tackle in the draft. And I look at the Cardinals, former Ohio State offensive line coach is now there at Arizona. So there's some relationship with Paris Johnson. Maybe he's got that same rapport with Josh Simmons as well.
D-Bro, those are two really good options there. I like what Russell laid out. What are your thoughts?
I think you run the card up to the podium for Jahdae Barron at this point. You look at, dude, that to me, and I would say Will Johnson would definitively, but his testing and then the medicals and all that, I think he slides. I think he probably falls to the Chargers, and Jim Harbaugh says, I know what I have in that guy. But this has to be corner, in my opinion, for the Cardinals. I mean, you cannot go to week one with Sean Murphy Bunting and Max Melton and stuff. Like, I know
corner. It's not it.
Dear Lord, what did they do?
It's Walter Nolan. That's the selection here.
Oh, okay. So they just went BPA. I guess the top guy on their board then.
And you know what? If you're the Cardinals, that's fine because you have lots of weird needs. You have lots of
Nolan's good, dude.
First round, take the best guy on the board, Mississippi defensive tackle. Like, that's fine by me. Russell, what do you think of this pick here for the Cardinals? If you're going to do BP, look, Jalen Walker just went BPA to the Falcons. We gave them all their flowers. I think we would be false if we didn't say, look, first team All-American, right? First team All-SEC, tied for the team lead with 14 tackles for a loss. I mean, Outland Trophy finalist. I mean, those are pretty good credentials here for this player, don't you think?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're talking about culture fit. I think maybe not necessarily the exact guy you want because there were some things off the field concerning with him. He moved around from a bunch of high schools, and obviously he played at Texas A&M, and then he transferred to Ole Miss. But just looking at where he fits on the defensive line, you needed help up there. We've got edge and defensive tackle as two needs up on the board. So you bring a guy like this that's super explosive, has some power, some speed to his game. I think he could be a plug-and-play 3 tech if they wanted him there. He could be a 2I, a 4, so many different places that he could play. This one makes a lot of sense. Remember, they took Darius Robinson last year. You get another young piece here with Walter Nolan.
The comp they're throwing out there on the NFL Network for him is Matabikwe, D-Bro. If that's the quality of player he becomes, sure. That's great. D-Bro, anything else you want to add to this pick here for the Cardinals of Walter Nolan?
I mean, I think figuring out where these D tackles went in the first round was really tough, like building out mocks and trying to see where they go. It's like Walter Nolan and Kenneth Grant were definitive first round talents, but I mean, neither one of them made it into my final mock in the first round because I was like, I can make a case for like 5 different teams at D tackle. I can also see any one of these teams and all of the stuff. And I agreed with it. Teams being like, we're going to prioritize fit and stuff like that, where teams could just be like, okay, yeah, sure, trench, but we also need O-line and we need this and this. So is D tackle the top? So I don't disagree with the fit with Walter Nolan. I am surprised. I'm kind of curious if the Cardinals kind of get aggressive and maybe they trade up, considering where the corners go in the second round and the rest of this draft, though, because I still think they have to walk away from this draft with at least one corner.
All right, let's do some thumbs up, thumbs down for the picks here that we've got. Let's start here with Kenneth Grant, thumbs up or thumbs down, Russell Brown?
I'm going to give it a thumbs down simply because of where he was on my board. I get the position need, but he was 49th on my board. I felt like he could have went with Walter Nolan, Tyleik Williams, maybe even went with like a Shamar Stewart in that situation.
D-Bro, thumbs up, thumbs down?
I'm good with it.
Okay, so good with it. Let's go to Tyler Warren, Penn State tight end to the Colts. I think that's 3 thumbs up for us, right? All 3?
Yes, sir.
Thumbs
Yes,
up
sir.
there on that one. Let's do Jalen Walker. Enthusiastic thumbs up from all of us here. Very, very exciting there. Walter Nolan, it's less enthusiastic. It's like, okay, it's more of an Orange Cassidy thumbs up. It's like, okay, cool. It's
Got my hands in my
that.
pocket.
There you go. Russell Brown, Derek Brown. We're all out of Browns for this next segment. We're going to let these guys take a break, and instead we're going to bring in Pat Fitzmaurice and Scott Bogman, the Dynasty Boys. So stick with us. Don't go anywhere because we have got more fantasy takes here for you from the NFL Draft. Plus, we've got a cool little promo here you got to watch about our draft simulator that's available. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this.
Let's get real here for a minute. You know, some mock drafts, while fun, will not actually help you win your league. You wait and you wait for the draft to start, and someone drafts a defense or a kicker in round 7, and you think to yourself, well, there's 15 minutes of my life I'm never going to get back. No one has time for that. So I'm going to show you how I prepare for my drafts. Meet the Draft Simulator. The Draft Simulator was built by our talented team at Fantasy Pros to solve everything that's wrong with mock drafts. And it's totally free. It's the only tool that goes through your league history and matches how your league drafts so your mock drafts actually feel like the real thing. It's going to help you get better at drafting. The Draft Simulator goes over rankings from hundreds of experts, including yours truly, and it tells you who's the best pick. It's also going to tell you which positions are drying up, what other teams need, and what they're likely to do next. At the end of every mock, you get your draft grade and the most detailed breakdown in fantasy. Don't waste your time with bad mock drafts. My favorite feature? Pick analysis. You can test out different strategies and see what works best. Work less and win more with Fantasy Pros Draft Simulator for free. Test it out today at fantasypros.com/mock.
Well, the only one not working less is me. Instead, we've got Scott Bogman, Pat Fitzmaurice joining us again just in time for the Steelers, who are up in a couple picks. Boggs, you got to be excited, right? Lil Marshawn, he went with Pete Carroll. I mean, that's got to be the best scenario for you, right?
Of course he did. I'm more excited for Fitzy, though, for cashing that Colston Loveland first tight end drafted.
Yeah, buddy.
So, yeah, great pick by Fitzy. He's excited about Colston Loveland. I know that. And I'm hoping that the Bengals just make a ridiculously bad pick here. There are kickers available, I think. So let's go.
Kicker in the first round. The Bengals pick is in. It is Shamar Stewart at 17. So, Pat Fitzmaurice, let's get your hot take coming in right now with Stewart to the Bengals at 17.
I don't hate it.
You don't love it.
Well,
not from that. You're like, oh, well.
I think there will be some Bengals fans who hate it because it seemed to me like a lot of draftniks treated Shamar Stewart as kind of a hot potato in this draft because he had some pretty puny college sack totals. But this guy is an absolute monster athletically. Like he reminds me a little bit of what Jalen Walker was coming out a few years ago when he went in front of Aiden Hutchinson in the draft. Just this guy who's the physical package. I think didn't Shamar Stewart have close to a perfect 10 relative athletic score?
Yeah.
Like this guy is an absolute physical monster. It's just, can he fully live up to his athletic potential?
Yeah, 2024 third team all SEC, started 12 games, 31 tackles, 5.5 tackles for a loss, 1.5 sacks too. So Fitzy's point, the sack totals weren't where they want to be, but Boggs, the measurables are. So from that standpoint, maybe he's a bit of a project. Maybe he's just a little bit of the athlete that you feel like you can get something out of here. Is this the foreshadowing of Trey Hendrickson getting moved on?
I don't think so, because I think they have not shown real interest in trading Hendrickson. I think if he was going to be traded, it would have happened a long time ago. I love this pick for the Bengals because this is an Aggie going to the Bengals for me, and I'm a Texas fan and a Steelers fan, so I can keep hating him. I love this. So this is fine by me. It had to be an edge rusher. Sam Hubbard retired. Hendrickson requested a trade, which I don't think he's going to get, but they have no one else on this line. In my 7-round mock, Joey, I put them with Mike Green and Jack Sawyer in 2 of their first 3 picks because they have no rotation. It's Joseph Osai, who's a Texas guy who I do like, but he doesn't have enough experience to start over there. It's Cam Sample. Miles Murphy has been a complete failure, who they drafted in the first round a couple of years ago. This pick needed to be edge, so at least they went with an edge.
Okay, fair enough. Boggs, I want to get your take on the earlier selection of Tet McMillan to the Carolina Panthers, because that's what I've been grilling everybody on. Debro is very excited about it.
Dude.
Fitzy and I were a little bit more lukewarm. Russell Brown was more on the Derek Brown side of things. So I'm curious. I like the player. My concern is Bryce Young really a quarterback I want with Tet McMillan? And I just don't know if that answer is yes for me from a fantasy perspective. That's my take. I think it's okay. It's not what I was hoping for Tet McMillan. But Boggs, what's your take?
I love it for Tet. And the reason I love it for Tet is because this team has no defense at all. How could this not be a defensive pick?
That's true.
Is my thing. They gave up the most rushing yards in a single season in NFL history last year. JC Horn is like their only good defensive player that's not Derek Brown, and Derek Brown tore his ACL late. So I knew Debro was going to be all over this. It's the first thing I said when they picked him. I'm like, we are never going to hear the end of it from Debro. He put Tet to Carolina in so many mocks, and it actually happened. And I think it's great because they have to play point for point with everybody now. Like that, this is what you have to do. They saw Tet as the BPA. A lot of Mike Evans comps, a big, tall, rangy guy with a big catch radius. I think that's pretty good for Bryce Young. Doesn't have the arm to get it down the field to him all the time, but he doesn't need to go, pick up the first down and keep moving and keep that crappy defense on the sideline. I like, get crappy first downs and drain the clock should be the name of the game for the Panthers with no defense right now.
So the rumors are flying right now that the Seattle Seahawks are trading back and somebody is leapfrogging the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Thank God.
They're very, very.
Oh.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if this is true or not. So the rumors are abound right now. Who do you think that might be, Fitzy? Would it be the Giants getting back in here for the Shador?
Could be the Giants. Could be. I mean, the Browns have some extra.
I was gonna say, or it's the Cleveland Browns
around now.
Right back to square one.
And like, who would be motivated to hose the Steelers here?
Pat, think about all those people who had tickets for Shador Sanders to the Giants or Shador Sanders to the Browns. They're all sitting there going right now, oh my God, I'm alive again. I'm not dead yet. They might be. They might just be thinking about this. There's a couple minutes left here for the Seattle to pick or get off the pot. By the way, Boggs, do you like the new phrase mock? Was it? Well, I don't want to say it wrong, Fitzy. I'm getting tired here. What did the Derek Brown shirt say about mocking out with your something out with your mock out? What did he say? What did he say earlier? I can't remember what it is. I've been doing.
This feels like a trap.
I didn't see it.
Rock out with your mock out.
That's it. Rock out with your mock out. It was when Erickson was on before. Sorry, Fitzy. I threw you under the bus there. Rock out.
I was like, is this entrapment? What is happening right now?
It was almost self-entrapment. This is what happens when you hit hour 3. You start to get a little punchy here. My favorite is Rich Eisen by the time you get to Saturday morning, where Rich Eisen's just completely gone. Like he just doesn't care.
The best one ever
is. He doesn't know who half
is
the guys are anymore. He doesn't. He's just like, he's living life.
You remember? So I see the pick is in here. By the way,
they made the pick.
Seattle.
They did make the pick. Let's talk about the needs of the Seahawks. Interior offensive line, edge, safety, D tackle, wide receiver, Bogman. You got a new quarterback there. You could certainly use some more wide receiver help. That is true. JSN's the lone guy there. Matthew Golden's still on the board. Is that something you'd like to see for Sam Darnold?
I would love to see Matthew Golden there. They need an outside presence too. He's more of a slot. So I'm thinking this is going to be an interior offensive lineman or an interior defensive lineman. Like I could see Derek Harmon with this pick without issue.
All right, Fitzy, Seattle. What do you want to give him? The pick is in. You got any thoughts?
Gray Zabel has been heavily mocked here, but John Schneider just rarely goes need. He's like a BPA guy, but maybe it is Zabel.
It is.
Oh,
Is it? Okay.
The Shador pick is still alive for the Steelers. I'm just saying, Bucks. Just saying.
Gray Zabel.
Is that your nightmare, by the way?
It's not my nightmare, but I've done this. I've seen a quarterback not worth the first round pick be taken in the first round by the Steelers. It was Kenny Pickett, and it's the same deal. Like I'm not a big Shador guy, and I'm not a big Shador guy in Arthur Smith's offense. It's too restrictive for him, I feel like. So I don't know. He's pretty technical. Maybe he'll fit. I'll get over it if that's the pick, but I don't like it. But I wanted Walter Nolan and Kenneth Grant, and they're both already off the board. So Harmon's kind of like my last hope here. I hope Harmon keeps falling.
Zabel is the pick. It is in North Dakota State guard. So let's get your take here, Fitzy. Senior guard here, Seattle fortifying the offensive line. Gray Zabel in terms of 2024 accolades, first team Associated Press FCS All-American, first team Missouri Valley Football Conference, started all 16 games at left tackle, but they've been drafting him as a guard. Fitzy, how do you think that transition goes?
Pretty well, because he has the versatility to play any position on the offensive line. And the Swiss Army knife component is going to do Seattle a lot of good, because that is an offensive line that's just been hurting for a while now. And, he's a guy who can patch a lot of holes in a lot of places. So it addresses a need. And I think Seattle's still got 10 picks after this. So they might be double or triple tapping offensive line over the course of the next couple of days.
All right. Boggs, also the Swiss Army knife that is Zabel, does that allow Seattle in the upcoming rounds to kind of look around for some other offensive line help and maybe even shift him around again if they find somebody they like better at the guard position, or maybe move him back to tackle? Or do you think he is just a guard in the NFL?
I think he's a guard for the Seahawks, because I like Charles Cross. I like Abraham Lucas. It's the interior that was really bad. They need a center more than anything. I don't think Zabel's going to play center, but I do think that this is like, you don't want Sam Darnold seeing ghosts, right? That he's not good against the blitz. So draft guys here that can pick up some blitzes, run the crap out of the ball with Walker and Charbonnet if one of them isn't traded. We've heard rumors about that as well. But I think this pick makes a lot of sense for Seattle. It's their biggest need by a wide margin. You just paid Darnold $100 million in protect your investment. So I think he can come in. I mean, the guards, if you're looking at like PFF grades, it's 72 of 77 for Bradford and 77 of 77 for Lauma. So it's bad, dude. It is not good here for them. Oluwatimi wasn't much better at center. He was 19 of 40, so way better than the guards. But they just need that interior help more than anything. So I think it is a smart pick for them.
We are under 5 minutes here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 19. While we're waiting for them to make their selection, use the Trade Analyzer. Evaluate trades with confidence using FantasyPros Trade Analyzer. Instantly see the impact of trades on your team and get expert recommendations, whether you're trading up in your rookie draft to get your guy or swapping a couple draft picks for that stud who will help you win now. The Trade Analyzer will help you optimize your roster and make smarter decisions. Try the Trade Analyzer today at fantasypros.com/myplaybook and dominate your league. All right, so Boggs, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, needs edge, linebacker, corner, tight end, wide receiver. Who do you want to give the Bucs here at 19?
I mean, I know there's some rabble about his labrum tear. This has to be Jahad Campbell. He just fits two roles for Tampa Bay, that middle linebacker that they really need, because it's Servassier Dennis starting next to Lavonte David, and the edge. They did sign Hassan Reddick, but they need help. It's Yaya Diaby, it's Hassan Reddick, it's Anthony Nelson. They drafted Chris Braswell last year. He's a bit of a tweener, more of a middle linebacker than an edge guy, but he gives you a presence at both. Specifically this year, when he's kind of getting acclimated, he can do whatever you need. So I think Jahad Campbell makes too much sense to the Bucs.
All right. So the Bucks and Campbell, that's what the marriage that Boggs has in mind. Fitzy, what are you looking at?
I think I would go with Jahad Campbell too. It does make a lot of sense. I mean, Levante David is 36 or is going to be 36. They could use a changing of the guard at linebacker, but it could be an edge, could be someone like Mike Green, or I believe Daniel Jeremiah had Matthew Golden mocked to the Buccaneers. I don't really understand that one. They seem pretty crowded at wide receiver as it is with Evans and Godwin and Jalen McMillan, but I guess he's a possibility here too.
All right, we are rocking and rolling 19 picks into the draft. Go ahead, Boggs. What do you want to say?
I was going to say, yeah, before Matthew Golden, I'd want a different Texas guy. Give me Jedi Barron for them. I think corner is a much bigger need than wide receiver. You're absolutely
I have
right.
The pick, boys. I have the pick. If you want to know what it is, it looks like it is going to be a wide receiver. It is not Matthew Golden, though, apparently. The wide receiver, it looks like Egbuka is actually going to be the guy that goes.
Oh, wow.
Emeka Egbuka, 81 receptions last year with Ohio State, over 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns. Boggs is a bit of a shocker for you.
It is surprising because I just don't think that they need another wideout. I'm with Fitz in that regard. McMillan was pretty good. You re-signed Chris Godwin. Mike Evans is old, but he's still a stud. So a little surprised by this, but Egbuka is a good pick. Professional route runner, tight, crisp. Speed is not far behind the route running. He gets to a spot in a blur. He makes fluid first steps. He will do work in traffic, and he gives his team a cushion. He was pushed more to the slot, and they have 2 slot guys last year. He played 81% of his snaps there. He's had some ankle issues. His ADOT was a career low last year, and he's not breaking too many tackles. So he's a very good player, a good wide receiver. Don't love this for fantasy, at least not for his rookie season.
That's an interesting take too, but I think long-term, Fitzy, Mike Evans is not a young man. He's been in the league a very long time. Chris Godwin's had multiple big injuries and coming off another one. This is probably a very smart long-term selection where if Evans, does hit a wall with age this year and Godwin struggles to get back on the field healthy, you really don't have as many wide receivers as you think. And now you have Egbuka and Jalen McMillan. I think this is kind of a savvy future pick here where the Bucs are a pretty good team. They have holes like every NFL team, but at the same time, taking Egbuka here is a very good look to the future for Baker Mayfield and for his fantasy value. Maybe not the best fantasy value out of the gate in year 1, but projectability in dynasty leagues, I think, might actually be, kind of appealing, more appealing than people might realize.
Yeah, maybe in Dynasty, it's not going to crush his perceived value. But boy, this is messy for redraft leagues and to some extent Dynasty too. And now what I don't understand is 3 of your top 4 receivers do their best work in the slot. I think Jalen McMillan is best in the slot, Godwin, obviously, and Egbuka is a slot receiver. So it's a kind of a curious fit here. I know, I like Egbuka, and I think it's to his credit that he has always been able to produce significantly despite not being like the best wide receiver on his own team at Ohio State. I mean, last year was freshman phenom Jeremiah Smith. Before that, it was Marvin Harrison Jr. And by all accounts, Egbuka is a great kid, but it is just a weird fit for the Buccaneers.
All right, very weird fit for the Buccaneers potentially, but again, I'm looking long term. I think this is kind of savvy here. Mike Evans can't play forever, and Chris Godwin, look, we're kind of in this territory where he's taken a lot of physical beatings over the years. So out of curiosity, Boggs, are you trying to, we're 1 pick away here from Denver actually being up next right now, and then Pittsburgh. Did you want to be on camera for the Pittsburgh pick?
I need the curse word, so I'm going to go back to ITL for the for the Steelers pick.
I just wanted to, because I think that's the best television we could produce today is the live.
I don't think
Scott
we have the
Logman
dump
take.
button soon enough for that one, but I am
All right.
interested to see what the Broncos do here because
Well, Omarion Hampton makes the most sense, right? I mean, that's what we've been
too
mocking.
much sense.
It's
What
so
about-
easy. So,
I think Travion Henderson's a better fit for Peyton, to be honest.
okay. All right, make that argument, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, he's just he could be the Alvin Kamara, Reggie Bush type for Sean Payton. Like, not that Hampton can't catch passes. He did a lot of that at North Carolina. I do think Henderson is maybe sort of the more natural pass catcher. He is a shot of electricity for the offense that I don't know if Hampton gets you. It's hard to say. I love both running backs. It just seems that Henderson is maybe more of a prototypical Sean Payton running back.
All right. Boggs, make the case for Hampton.
I think Hampton is just a 3-down back who immediately improves your run game. I don't like McLaughlin too much behind him. Travion Henderson is a fine fit. He's just had some injuries. That's why I have him a little bit lower on my board. I think in terms of talent, he's up here with Hampton for sure. Very, very good running back. So I don't hate either one, but it would be pretty surprising to me if this wasn't a running back. Like, if this isn't a running back, there's still very good players on the board. Matthew Golden wouldn't be a bad fit here, give you some speed next to Cortland Sutton. But to me, you need this run game. You need it for Bo Nix. I think it helps his development to have a guy that you can hand the ball to, whether it's Henderson or Hampton. And whoever they pick will be a great pick for fantasy too, because this is already a healthy offense you're dropped into.
You know why I don't think it's going to be Golden? I think they're going to draft Tez Johnson later, because isn't like Tez Johnson basically Bo Nix's like
adopted brother?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, I mean, like,
I know.
Designated deep receiver.
Yeah.
Plus, they have Troy Franklin already. They've got one lid lifter already, and they're probably going to add another later
Troy
on.
Franklin. I don't think Troy Franklin keeps them from drafting Matthew Golden, but I do think they need the running back way more, Fitzy. I think you're right there. They're taking their time here for this pick. Maybe they are trading.
In the meantime, let's do thumbs up, thumbs down. Bengals pick, Shamar Stewart, thumbs up. Pat, thumbs down.
Man, I'm going to go thumbs down just because I had other I would have rather seen them take Jahdae Barron or Jahad Campbell.
Boggs?
Yeah, anytime you draft an Aggie, it has to be thumbs down. So thumbs down on that.
Automatic thumbs down. Okay, let's talk about the next selection here. Gray Zabel to the Seattle Seahawks. Bogman, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Thumbs up. It's what they needed. It fits exactly something that helped this offense. You have to invest in Sam Darnold after you paid him $100 million. So get him a lineman to block. Yes. Thumbs up.
Fitzy?
My hitchhiker's thumb is going up for that one.
Okay. So 2 thumbs up there. Egbuka to the Bucks. Fitzy, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Thumbs down. Don't like the fit.
I don't like
the green room is giving it a thumbs down too. And I didn't even ask him, and I could see him giving a thumbs down.
I don't like the fit either. I love the player, but I hate the fit.
Okay, there you go. See that? Then that's okay. Broncos does not look like trading out. The pick is in. They've made the selection here, so we'll see. Both Fitzy and Boggs think running back. I think running back too. I think Hampton. Boggs says Hampton. Fitzy says Henderson. Let's see what it is. Because
might be Henderson to Pittsburgh. That's been a late push for the Steelers is Henderson, but I'm firmly on. I think it's going to be Sanders. So we'll see.
Well, we shall find out here. The getting ahead of. Actually, it's neither running back. It's a corner. It's Barron. Barron is the selection here. So, Fitzy, we don't get our running back, at least not yet, for the Broncos. Tough there from a fantasy perspective. That's a blow. I think we're all kind of going, all right, this has gone exactly how we wanted. And Barron is now the selection. So let's talk about him and what he means to the Broncos, Fitzy.
Yeah, kind of a BPA pick here, Joe.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, I was surprised Barron didn't go a little earlier. And we saw in previous drafts Brian Branch and Cooper DeJean fall too far. And Jahdae Barron is cut from the same cloth as this versatile nickelback who can be your slot corner, who can play outside in a pinch, who can, just a variety of roles. And Branch and Cooper DeJean were immediately very valuable players on their respective defenses. And I think Barron could do the same thing for the Broncos. And I think it's kind of smart of the Broncos to leverage the depth at running back. in this class. And maybe they do want to add another wide receiver, and there's not a lot of depth there, but I like the pick.
Boggs, thumbs up, thumbs down for Barron.
How about a hook 'em for Jedi Barron?
I don't think you have those fingers. So
yes, you do. Yeah, we got him. We got him. So look, think about this secondary, by the way, and how are you supposed to beat the Chiefs? You know what I mean? Like now you have Surtain, you have Barron, you have Riley Moss. This is a strong secondary. This defense was already really good. Fitz is correct. Like there are a lot of good running backs still left in this class, so you can wait and get a good one later. Scatterboo is one of my favorites. He's probably going to go in the third. So I think Fitzy and I are going to be talking a lot of running backs during the third round tomorrow here. But for right now, not surprising to see Hampton drop a little bit.
All right, I'm going to let Scott Bogman go into his safe space for the Steelers pick that's upcoming because we certainly don't want him getting fired here at Fantasy Pros anytime soon. So at least message me or text me your thoughts so I could share them with everybody else. And I promise that I will.
I'll just tell you, if it's Sanders, it makes sense. Like it can't be Mason Rudolph. It feels like Aaron Rodgers is probably retiring because if he was going to sign, he'd want to do it today to get his name all over the bottom line. You know that, Joe, obviously.
Probably.
So I think
he was just waiting to see if they were taking Sanders, and if so, then he was going to move on.
That could be a possibility as well. So I think for Pittsburgh, it's probably Sanders. Wouldn't hate Omarion Hampton to Pittsburgh, by the way, though.
I wouldn't hate that either, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Najee being gone.
Still don't have a quarterback, so.
It would probably be Mason Rudolph, and maybe they trade for Kirk Cousins tomorrow. That would be the thing. So,
oh boy, I can't wait for that moment. Yeah. Oh goodness, tune in tomorrow for that.
And they might be drafting Arch Manning next year.
All right,
so we'll see.
We're gonna bring back Derek Brown and let Scott Bogman scream into the ether in a couple minutes. We'll be right back after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. More NFL Draft 2025 on Fantasy Pros. We'll be at you right after this quick break. All right, we are back. Derek Brown, Pat Fitzmaurice joining us here, and Scott Bogman going to, once again, his safe space for the Steelers pick. We want him to have all of the ability to scream, yell, throw things, or just, kind of shrug and walk around his house looking forward. Debro, were you surprised or disappointed that the Broncos did not go ahead and take a running back with Hampton sitting there, Henderson sitting there? Barron's great. It gives them maybe arguably the best corner tandem in the league, but were you surprised with that pick?
I was surprised by it, but I mean, I think just looking at any of these teams taking a running back outside of Jeanty in the first round, I mean, with the depth of this class, it always could have gone sideways. So maybe we still see Hampton go in the first round, maybe not, but I think, honestly, this is what savvy teams do. You take something that's really, really good and you make it elite. So we see well-run organizations take a lot of times where it's like, oh, they already have this. But then you just upgraded a unit from being not just really, really good, but now maybe shut down.
Yeah. All right, Fitzy, let's take a look, shall we, at the Pittsburgh Steelers' needs. They need to make Scott Bogman happy, please. I like a happy Bogman here. But let's take a look. They need a quarterback. We know that for sure because they don't have one. Mason Rudolph ain't it. I can tell you that much. They need a defensive line. They need corner. They need running back. They need offensive line. So Steelers need a lot here, Fitzy. What do you want to give them in a perfect world?
The guy I've mocked to them all along has been Derek Harmon. They need a 3-4 end in the worst way, and I think Harmon would fit that really well. Hayward is kind of an old man, and they don't have a guy at the other defensive end spot. So they need someone to play next to Keanu Benton.
Fitzstradamus nailed it because Harmon is the pick. So Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, is the pick here. Shedeur Sanders, probably not going in the first round. I think we could say that now officially, D-Bro. I don't see anybody else taking him here, correct? Like Houston.
You don't see any teams in the next few picks like trading in? I don't know.
Well, no, but I feel like I think the Rams are happy here to I just don't see them doing that, Fitzy. Honestly, I think they know they're contenders. They can win that division. I think they get immediate help. I don't think they care right now. But what's funny is you've got Cleveland and New York now sitting there 1-2 to start tomorrow, and they might have their cake and eat it too, right? You take, the Giants might have their cake and eat it too, but I don't know what's going to happen here. It's going to be really interesting. But let's talk about the Harmon pick. D-Bro, Fitzy made a great point of why Harmon would be the right selection here. 5 sacks, 10.5 for a loss, career high last year in 2024. Thumbs up or thumbs down on the Harmon pick?
Oh, thumbs up, man. I mean, I think if you weren't going quarterback here, D-line made the most sense, whether you were going D-tackle and stuff. So, no, I'm totally fine with this pick. Like, this is honestly a lot of these teams, it seems just like reading the room. And yeah, we've all talked about it like, okay, maybe this quarterback class isn't good, but all these teams are basically, it seems like they're all like just playing quarterback chicken at this moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, the teams that are playing quarterback chicken are going to win because Sanders and Dart are still on the board. So if for some reason the Giants had them both close and the Giants got Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart, they did all right, I think. Like that's something you could sell to your fan base and sell to ownership, maybe turning things around a little bit. So the exact message I just got from Scott Bogman, LFG with several exclamation points. He's very
he wanted to be happy. Yep.
Yeah, I figured to be happy with that.
Very happy about that selection. Fitzy, thumbs up obviously for you because this was the pick that you were giving him, right?
Big time. I think they were getting old on defense, Joe. I mean, with Hayward and Minka Fitzpatrick and TJ Watt is 30 now. Like they needed to get a little younger here, and I think this fills a hole. And Steelers are always in win now mode. It was never going to be a quarterback, in my opinion.
All right, the Chargers are now on the clock at 22, and I want to remind everybody about the Dynasty Rookie Draft Simulator that's available right now at FantasyPros. Our Dynasty Rookie Draft Simulator lets you complete a mock draft in just minutes, no waiting in between picks. Customize your league settings to match your league's exact format. Premium subscribers can test trade scenarios by mocking with their traded draft picks, prepare for rookie drafts and Dynasty startup drafts in one place. Use the Dynasty Rookie Draft Simulator today to dominate all of your rookie drafts at fantasypros.com/simulator. Let's take a look at the Chargers' needs here. Tight end. Well, they're all gone. Edge, wide receiver, running back, and corner. Now, wide receiver, there's a bunch of them still left. Egbuka is gone. D-Bro, I know you have some feelings about that. Why don't you share your Egbuka feelings about that selection? I think they're just looking long-term, and I think it's smart. I honestly do. I think they're playing chess instead of checkers with that pick. I really do. But give us your thoughts on that pick, and then tell me where do you think the Chargers go with this next one?
I think the Bucs pick was a horrible pick. You're trying to win the division right now. Why in the heck did you re-sign Chris Godwin? I understand Mike Evans is a free agent after this year, but why did you re-sign Chris Godwin? Why the hell did you pick Jalen McMillan last year? You didn't need more reinforcements. Like, you could have addressed wide receiver next year. You need defensive help, like corner, edge, linebacker, all of these things. You don't have the roster for a luxury pick this year and looking into next year. This is a terrible pick by the Buccaneers. Horrible.
Could they potentially trade McMillan tomorrow?
I don't think what are you going to get for him? Like he only flashed like the last few games of the season when everybody was hurt.
Some good flashes there, Fitzy. I thought McMillan flashed. I was high on McMillan going into the year. He got hurt right when he got his opportunity.
Spent on him.
When he got healthy, he came back at the end of the season and looked pretty sharp. Had a run of touchdowns too, which was very encouraging. Do you think that this is a situation where maybe they're not going to go in with all four of these guys into 2025?
You would think, but it's fun. I mean, it's hard to make a deal like that and get full return on it, Joe. You know, if they give McMillan away, no one's going to give you a lot. You're going to get pennies on the dollar for him.
You wouldn't even get what you paid to draft him.
Right.
They wouldn't even get that back. Like, my other thing is, who the heck is playing the slot? You got like 2 or 3 different slot wide receivers here. Like, Yeah, when you going 4 wide and we got double slots here, like it makes no sense. Like,
Well, that would make
I
Baker
hate that
Mayfield very
pick.
happy. I was gonna say, if anybody wants to run that offense, it's Baker Mayfield. I can tell you that right now. That's the perfect guy for that.
But for
All
the
right,
Bolts,
so we are.
I think this is Will Johnson. I think Jim Harbaugh brings his former Wolverine to Los Angeles. That's where
Will
I think
Johnson certainly would make sense. The corner there, Fitzy. You think he brings in his old boy from Michigan?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Either that, or I could actually see Travion Henderson here too to be the lightning to Najee's thunder.
Yep. Tell me Roman doesn't see J.K. Dobbins 2.0 with that. Yeah, I could see that too.
He might. We're still 2 minutes away from this pick. If we get it early, we'll let you know. We're trying to be ahead of the game here on all of these picks. Debro, anything else stand out for you? I know you're off for a while there. Shamar Stewart, Gray Zabel, also with those selections there. Were those the right picks in your opinion?
Dude, the Zabel pick was fantastic. I mean,
Okay.
Seattle actually doing what they needed to do in addressing that offensive line. I mean, for multitude of reasons, we knew that that's exactly where they should have gone, but it's just nice to see them actually do it.
Shout out to Sal, by the way, who is running the show with me today.
True King.
Doing a phenomenal job bringing everybody in and out and doing all the slides and running through all this amazing artwork that Ethan and the team have put together here. I think we should put a poll up too of who goes first, Sanders or Dart at this point tomorrow, because it ain't gonna be today, folks, unless somebody moves up and in. There's still time to do that, right? If you're, I don't know, Buffalo, Kansas City, hell, if you're the Eagles even, right? If the Giants want one guy more than another and want to move into 32 and the Eagles want to move back 2 picks, what's the big deal? Only more draft capital for the Eagles in 2026 and 2027. But let's get a poll up there. Dart or Sanders, who goes first? So I guess, Fitzy, at the end of the day, the rumors that we were hearing that NFL teams have soured on Shedeur Sanders, a guy who was universally mocked in, I think, the first 3 picks coming out of the college football season, could potentially fall out of the first round altogether. Is that shocking to you?
It is a little shocking to me, Joe, and I know he doesn't have some of the tools that NFL teams look for, the rocket arm or the big stature, but he's such a good processor. And like that is what helps quarterbacks make the transition from college to the NFL. Your ability to think on your feet and make smart decisions, and Shedeur does that pretty consistently.
Debro, who goes first? Dart or Sanders? Not in your mind, in the real draft. I know how you value guys.
I think it's Sanders. I think he goes first. And I just look at the board right now, and I mean, almost there's so many teams left on the board. I'm not trying to say like just the copium here, like where we get a flurry of trades, but I think that we could, or there's a possibility of it, because there are so many teams left on the board that are short of draft capital. The Vikings, the Rams, the Commanders, all of these teams. And then you have a bevy of teams that's kind of their onus. They're willing to trade back. So the rest of this board for the first round is pretty ripe for the picking for one, if not 2 teams to come up and say, hey, let's get our quarterback here.
The pick is in right now for the Chargers. We're awaiting that name. Debro, who is the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers week 1? Is it Kirk Cousins? Is it Aaron Rodgers? Is it Mason Rudolph?
I still think it's Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders. Fitzy, how about you? How does Pittsburgh get Shedeur? How does that work out, though, Debro? I don't understand.
They don't have a second round pick.
That's true.
Yeah,
Problem.
That's it.
Yeah.
It can't be.
I think
that's it.
Now. I think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers, and I would bet that there was some sort of outreach to Aaron Rodgers in the last 48 to 72 hours to at least say, look, I know you can't tell us for certain, but man, like we're in a bind here, and are you at least still holding the door open to playing again, and not already like one foot into retirement.
But if he spurns them, Fitz, where do you pivot to? Is it Kirk Cousins? I mean, that's all that's left, right?
That is the parachute, Joe. And it's a pretty tattered parachute too.
It's unbelievable.
I wouldn't rule them out dipping into next year's equity to make a move. I'll just say that we kind
I
of look
think
at it as
that
like
would
the
be a
only.
very dangerous thing to do for them. Like, I don't know. You're not moving ones next year to get back in here.
Do you have to move a 1 next year to get into this part of the draft?
I don't know. I don't think Shador makes it. Look, Cleveland's got 2 picks in round 2, right?
Yeah.
It goes Cleveland, Giants, Tennessee, Cleveland. So you know that Cleveland has, capital right now, but they're kind of sitting pretty right now. If they feel good about either quarterback, like Shador might fall to them and they could take him, and then the Giants can take Dart. That could happen. It seems like a Chargers selection is up next right now, and it's Omarion Hampton is the selection here. So, Joey Likey, this is what I've been waiting for. Najee Harris, step aside because Omarion Hampton is here now. If you have Najee shares in Dynasty, sorry kids, it's time to look elsewhere. Sure, Najee will get some work, but Omarion Hampton, I think, is the guy that I want long-term in this one. Fitzy, let's talk about the redraft value. Let's talk about the dynasty value. 281 attempts last year, 1,600 yards, 373 receiving yards, and 17 touchdowns for Hampton.
Yeah, and Mike Mayer just posted in the.
I was giggling at the same thing, Fitzy. That's exactly what I was laughing at.
Kamani Vidal. So I don't think I agree with you, Joe. I don't think Najee Harris is going to be much of an impediment to Omarion Hampton's value. Off the top of my head, I don't know. What do you think, D-Bro? Like mid to late 3rd round in redraft?
Oh, yeah.
He's going there. PPR? Yeah. Is that too conservative?
I think Najee being there will push people just enough, even like it'll make them question the 1st round capital to where he's probably going to stay in round 3. I can't see him getting steamed up to 2, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. I mean, I definitively think like Omarion's getting all the work.
All right, well, let's give it a grade, shall we? Thumbs up, thumbs down. It's an enthusiastic thumbs up for me. I know Najee's here. It could be a little messy to start, but patience, I think, gets rewarded. All the guys say thumbs up, too.
Yep.
There we go. It's a giant thumbs up for Hampton here.
Najee's just a backup now. Tough scene.
Yeah, I think so, too, Derek.
Tough scene.
I think it was smart to do what they did. Because
definitely.
I don't think that Harbaugh and company were sitting there going, Hampton's going to definitely be there. I think he fell in their lap, and I think they decided we're just going to go with it. And that's the right call. Fitzy, do you think that's the right call here, that they just said, the heck with it, let's just go?
Yeah. I mean, they want to run the ball. We know that.
All right. I think I'm frozen a little bit here. I think my internet's
you froze with Blue Steel, though. So, I mean, I just didn't know if you were trying to accentuate it or...
Blue Steel, baby. That's how I roll. Yeah, I'll give it to you. If you're gonna freeze, you might as well. I
couldn't tell if he was frozen again.
Yeah, I'll give it to you one more time, just in case you weren't ready for it. This is what happens. We are now officially 4 hours in for me. So this is what happens. This is why you watch. This is why
the NyQuil is taking over.
Subscribe to the channel, boys and girls. That's what you do. Here, let's talk about the dynasty stuff here too. Steven's got a question. Does the landing spot peak interest over Jeanty with the Raiders? I say no, but let's talk about this. So in Superflex leagues, Pat, what would be your top 4?
Jeanty still number 1 with a bullet.
Okay, I agree. D-Bro agrees. Okay.
Yeah, then I'm gonna go. I have to go. I think quarterback Ward versus Hampton is really close. Right now, I think I might have to elevate. Nah, I'm going to stick with Hampton. Hampton going to a run center. Hampton is 2. Ward is 3. And, tentatively Tet at 4, unless I like some of the landing spots for other running backs.
All right. Is that the same for you, Derek Brown?
I'm pretty much in line with Fitzy. I think I would put Tet at 3, only because I think you could split hairs. Like I still think Tet's going to get a ton of volume, and it's kind of roster dependent at that point, like between 3 and 4. So I mean, I'm fine if it's super flex. Yeah, put Ward over the wide receiver. That's fine.
I'm loving the landing spot here for Hampton. I definitely think this is a win for the Chargers.
It's draft capital. It's landing spot. It's everything, dude.
And look, you got Najee Harris, a veteran running back who's solid. So if Hampton struggles or has an injury, you're already okay. So you've covered your bases. You have your cake. You're eating it too. and they're going to pound the hell out of the rock. I would like to see them pick up a wide receiver at some point too, because they definitely need some help there.
Tons of
But
good ones in round two.
tons of
Man.
good ones still available
Tons.
so far. We've Matthew Golden's still on the board. Higgins still on the board. I mean,
Yep.
Burden's still on the board. Packers are up now.
Yep.
Let's go to Fitzy's Packers and take a look at the needs of the Packers. Fitzy, do you own a cheesehead, by the way? I want to say the answer is probably yes, right?
Yeah, I
You
do.
don't have to
and
put it on.
in fact, it's probably somewhere close to me.
Did you
right
say he has to put it on?
No, I say he doesn't have to. I just was.
I
wondering if
heard you
owns
correctly.
one.
I was trying to gaslight it.
Of course
Sorry.
I do.
I'll own it.
No.
Green Bay Packers need cornerback, edge, wide receiver, D tackle. Fitzy, let's go. Let's wish cast. What do you want the Packers to do here?
Oh man, Donovan Azaraku, Mike Green, and I do not want Matthew Golden. I'd be okay with any of the corners, preferably Trey Amos over Maxwell Harrison, but I'd be okay with either. I do not want Matthew Golden.
By the way, Schefter apparently saying that Michigan cornerback Will Johnson has a knee issue that concerned a lot of NFL teams, and that explains why he's still out there. So that's out there from
Gutekunst is not drafting him. He's too slow. Goots likes the fast corners.
Likey to speed. That's why it might be Harrison, Fitzy.
Debro, what do you like here for the Green Bay Packers?
I think it's corner. I'm looking at the best remaining available right now. I mean, I think it's either corner. You could sell me on corner, Mike Green, James Pierce, Jahad Campbell, dude. Like,
Not as
I'd be fine with any of those guys.
Donovan Azaraku played for.
Oh yeah, that's a good
one.
one. Good call, Fitzy. Yeah,
At
Ezra
Boston
would be
College.
awesome.
Also important at this stage in the draft. Fatherman wants to know where are we at with the 2.5 energy drinks.
I'm slow rolling on one right now. I'm
the under hitting right now. Fitzy,
The under hitting right now, but there
is.
is time. I got the mini fridge right here, so I'm about
I
to
don't
get
know.
number two
We're
right
getting
now.
we're getting to the end of days here. It's 23 already. You know, we're slowly but surely
I feel like I gotta hit the over.
We were at a great pace to start things, and then it just hit a glacier at some point. But no trade. Packers are making their pick, so there you have it, everybody. The pick is about a minute now in. I guess the commissioner said, "Hey, guys, we're going way too fast with these picks here. We need to stretch this out for 17 hours. We're the NFL. God forbid." We just make picks because we haven't had, I don't know, months to figure out who we want, and we know exactly where we are for the most part. So far, only the one big trade, too. Fitz, has that surprised you that we were only, one round in almost and only one trade has happened?
I am a little surprised. I wasn't sure how the dynamic of every team having their own pick was going to affect trades. I thought it might give more teams ammunition to deal, but it didn't work out, so... Oh, it's golden. It's golden.
Oh, no. Oh, Fitzy's worst nightmare.
Sorry, Fitzy. I'm sorry.
You got the best
dude.
wide receiver in the draft, Fitzy. That's my
sorry.
dude. I love Matthew Golden.
Sorry, buddy.
Brutal.
I feel your pain on this one. I am sorry. Like,
I love Matthew Golden. I think this is great.
yeah, but do you think
You have
he's
no
a
other
true
wide receivers you can count on there?
one? You think
You
he's a wide
know
receiver
how many
one?
wide receivers you got right now in Green Bay? 0. That's how many you got. They're
He's
never
not a
on the
true
field.
one.
Everything's a disaster.
Mm.
That's your guy right there.
2 years ago, he was the number 3 receiver for the University of Houston.
Yeah,
I
this is
don't
a
care.
bad
Stop
pick.
living in the past, Pat.
It's a bad
That's
pick.
in the
It's brutal.
past. And
It's a
what
bad
was he
pick.
doing in the college championship? Catching touchdowns and looking unbelievable in that game.
What did he do the whole beginning of the season when Isaiah Bond was healthy?
I don't
Spadoosh.
care. I look, man. Look, I'm not going to hang all of that on Matthew Golden when Quinn.
Oh
Ewers
yeah,
is quarterback.
Quinn yours is terrible. So yeah, I don't disagree with you that.
Don't do that. I mean, Matthew Golden. All right, let's chat about it. 58 receptions, 987 yards, 9 touchdowns last year. Everybody knows Matthew Golden's my guy. Is this my ideal spot? No, because there are some other guys in this mix. But you know what? None of those guys you can count on. Matthew Golden has speed. Matthew Golden has a nose for the end zone. D-Bro, I'm going to give this a thumbs up. What are you going to give it?
Bwah, bwah, bwah.
Oh, boo.
Dude, this is the Packers saying we like fast players. I mean, that's all I can say. Double counting speed. I just can't see Matthew Golden being a high volume wide in a true number 1 wide receiver. Like, to me, like, give yourself the out and the upside for a guy because they still don't have anybody that could beat man coverage right now. Like I know, like if this was, I no, I don't like this pick.
Fitzy looked like he went to the Golden Corral and they were all out of his favorite side dish or something. He looks miserable right now. He went to the ice cream parlor and he went there and they were like, nope, we don't have that flavor anymore.
This is rough. I'm sorry.
Sad right now.
Brian Gutekunst is just a mediocre general manager. It was a bad pick.
He kind of sucks. Yep.
Is it the end of Christian Watson, boys? This is a good question.
I mean, can we say I don't even know if we've even seen the beginning of Christian Watson.
Well, it was a short story.
It sucks. I don't think he plays most of this season, if at all. It sucks.
All right. So, Fitzy, I'm sorry you didn't get what you wanted here. But in the immortal words of Mick Jagger, you can't always get what you want. Sometimes you get what you need, Fitzy.
We didn't get that in the first round, Joe.
No. But don't fret. There's still plenty of picks to be made. I love how the chat is emotionally supporting Fitz too.
He needs a hug. I wish I could drive up and see Fitzy right now. Yeah, but that man needs a hug. This is bad.
Receiver. I also did not think we'd have upset Fitz and happy Bogman. Bogman's happy right now and Fitz is unhappy. I did not think we would be here approaching.
Somebody's team did something smart and the other person's team did something really stupid. So,
tough times here. And the worst thing is now we have to move on to the Minnesota Vikings. So I don't know what's worse. Like Fitzy's upset. He doesn't like this pick. Although I will say the fit for Matthew Golden, that's a good looking jacket right there. That's straight out of Casino, with Robert De Niro and those guys. This is a jacket, Fitzy. Got the big giant G, and finally somebody with a tie. Now it's a bow tie, but nonetheless a tie. I respect that. It's a good look here. Matthew Golden taking the stage right now. Let's move on to the Minnesota Vikings because I don't know what else to do here. I can't cheer Fitzy up. Maybe the Vikings will blow this pick. Maybe that'll make Fitzy feel better. I doubt it. Corner, safety, interior, offensive line, quarterback. I disagree with that. Defensive tackle, that's where you're looking. Debro, while Fitzy recovers, give me your take on where the Vikings should go next.
I think they're one of the many teams that could trade back. If I think Kwesi's going to field calls, if he doesn't field calls, I think it's cornerback or it's interior O-line. There's a bunch of guys left on the board that make a ton of sense. This is a really good spot. If you wanted to take somebody like Donovan Jackson, this is a really good spot. If you wanted to go, if they believe in Maxwell Harrison or one of these other corners, I'd be totally fine with that. So, but if I were to guess, I would say Minnesota trades back.
Fitzy, Minnesota, with all the needs they have, where would you go for them? Johnson's still on the board. We have edge rusher Mike Green still on the board. Trying to look here. Emin Wari also.
I love Malachi Stark.
Yeah, safety
he is that guy is a
Good call.
baller, and Harrison Smith is not getting any younger. But I do think the Vikings' first move would probably be to trade down and recoup picks because they are pick poor in this draft.
Okay, pick poor.
Yeah, safety is a good call. Yeah, I forgot about that, Fitzy.
All right, while we're waiting for the pick to be in, I want to remind everybody we're going to be here night 2 as well. So if you couldn't get enough football, well, guess what? We've got more for you. So join us tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday, April 25th, on the Fantasy Pros YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel. Help us get to 300,000 this season. We can do it with your help. YouTube.com/FantasyPros. Ring the bell till it goes ding for notifications so you know exactly what time we're going to be here and you don't miss out on it. You're going to have Debro, Fitz, Boggs, Russell, Ryan's going to be here. I'm going to be here. We're all going to be. It's going to be a great time. So join us for all the breakdowns, everything that's going to go on in night 2, all of the Cleveland Browns picks that you can handle. We'll see if they can screw them up again in the second round. It'll be fascinating to see. Matthew Golden definitely, I think, has the record tonight so far of the slow walk there too. It is a very far tunnel. I did see before the draft started, but it was nearly Undertaker Roman Reigns-esque, the approach to for Matthew Golden there. So
long
Matthew
walk
Golden,
in the parking lot.
How was the crowd reaction? Because they're in Green Bay, Fitzy. Were they as miserable as you, or you were?
No, I think it's a happy bunch and probably excited that we took a wide receiver in the first round for the first time since I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm not getting the sound, but everyone looks pretty enthusiastic about it.
Well, everyone's hammered drunk by now anyway.
point.
Donovan Jackson is the pick for the Vikings, by the way.
Boom!
Oh, wow.
So,
Yeah, that was one of the names I called out.
Debro, thoughts?
He's going to be the starting guard. I mean, this is perfect. And he has versatility to play tackle and stuff. I mean, this is, again, fantastic pick. Love this pick.
Hitman said Road Warrior level pop for Matthew Golden. So there you go. We don't know. Mayor saying didn't love Golden's 40 time out of the tunnel.
Not a
Hard to run on concrete in a parking lot, bud.
All right. So let's talk about Donovan Jackson to the Vikings. Pat, walk me through your take here. Certainly this will help a young JJ McCarthy hopefully get on the field and get protected this year, right?
Yeah. I mean, I thought they would trade down, and I would say this was probably about the ceiling of where we could have expected Donovan Jackson to be drafted, but he did gain steam lately, and he did acquit himself really nicely last year for the national champion Ohio State Buckeyes after Josh Simmons got hurt. And I think he really improved his draft stock and made himself a lot of money.
All right, the next team up is the Houston Texans, and they desperately need offensive line. So I should hope they go that route. Now, Miami did too. They didn't go there. Offensive line for the Houston Texans. Wide receiver, sure, whatever. Running back, tomorrow. Defensive tackle, okay. Offensive line. Fitzy, who's the best offensive lineman left on your board that you think Houston should go after?
Oh, man. I'm trying to think.
Oh, wait, we have a change here too. It looks like the Giants are moving
Oh,
up, potentially.
do tell.
Oh, boy.
Oh, do tell.
Sorry, Fitzy, didn't mean to cut you off, but it
No,
looks like
that's
we got
okay.
A little movement. I desperately want to hear your Houston take, but it looks like the Giants moving up to the Rams pick or the Houston pick? That's what I'm trying to find out. The Rams have traded their pick. So the Rams move back to where the Giants are. So, Fitzy, new question. What do the Giants see that they like?
I hope for their sake it's Shedeur, not Jackson Dart, Joe. I think it's Shedeur here.
Lord.
Okay, so Shedeur's back on the menu, boys. Yeah. What do you think, D-Bro? Is it Shedeur Sanders here? Brian Dable. The Brian Dable love affair with Shedeur Sanders is storied. We've seen it all offseason. You know, we should all have someone that looks at us the way Brian Dable looks at Shedeur Sanders. It feels like that's what we're going to get here. So the next 4 picks. Oh, no. See, it's the Giants moving up to 25 ahead of the Rams. So it's not with the Rams. It's with the Houston Texans.
It's Texans. Okay.
So the Texans are actually the team that traded out. Interesting. I wonder, Fitz, do you think that was the offensive lineman they wanted? And now they said, screw it, let's move?
Yeah, offensive line is getting thin. I mean, what's Ariante Ursary is maybe one of the better ones.
Out there.
Oh, Simmons, but like
Simmons is still out there.
You need someone to protect. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised the Texans would pass on Josh Simmons because some people think like he might be like the best tackle in this draft. But obviously the patellar injury is a pretty serious
they've
one.
Only moved back 9 picks now, Fitz. So, I mean, that's where they've moved back to. So they're going to be the 2nd pick tomorrow. So could they just be looking ahead and saying, okay, you know what? I think we kind of know what this board looks like. We have some guys that we have graded the same. And we can move back and get some more capital. It feels like
Connerly's still out there.
Connerly, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like they could just say that probably at least one of these guys will be on the board. So
what are the terms of that trade, Sal? Let's try to get that because I'd like to see exactly what whenever we have that. So
it doesn't look. Oh, sorry, I was going to say it doesn't look like it's Shedeur.
Oh, here we go. The Giants are on the clock at 25. The Giants sent 34 and 99 and a 2026 3rd-round pick for Jackson Dart. That's what it is.
Wow.
D-Bro, man, the stock has fallen. Andrew Erickson so far still right. So if, the Cleveland Browns want to take Shedeur, they can take him and they can have him. He'll be there for them tomorrow because they've got 2 picks there in the first 4. So Jackson Dart, 4,000 passing yards. He's got 32 touchdowns last year, 6 picks. Let's give us your take on Jackson Dart.
I mean, I'm in for it, man. Like, look, I know with the Giants getting their quarterback here, I mean, the clock starts now based off of when do we see darts starting. I mean, we know what you're going to get or what you're not going to get out of Russ. So probably sometime around mid-season. And I mean, Joe, didn't I kind of lay this out? Like a bunch of teams at the back end of the first round that teams could be trading up for. So that's one trade. Do we see another one? It's possible.
Maybe. I don't think you see it now. I think Cleveland or the Giants were going to blink. Cleveland had 2 picks. And Cleveland had the pick in front of the Giants. So it was the Giants' turn to flinch and make a move.
Saints messed around and found out. Now they're
now
on
you
the
got
outside.
Wilson, Winston, Dart, and DeVito. So I can only assume DeVito's getting cut, Fitzy, right?
You would think so.
Yeah.
But does Winston want to be the 3rd string quarterback? Like, that's probably not what he signed up for. Not that it matters, but just saying it out loud.
I mean,
I'm sure they gave him the out, like that we might draft a quarterback. I mean, it's not like everybody's in high demand for Jameis Winston services these days.
Yeah, and I mean, they might make this a pure redshirt year for Dart too. I don't think he's anywhere close to being NFL ready.
That's fair. Before we,
I know we disagree on that, Fitzy.
Let's run through some Jackson Dart. First team All SEC, set school career records with 10,617 passing yards, 12,000 yards of total offense, led the FBC 10.8 yards per attempt, had 4,774 total yards of offense last year, ranked 3rd in FBS with 4,279 passing yards, started off 15 games, and played in the Gator Bowl. He's the MVP, 4 touchdowns, 404 yards. That was a big game for him. So, look, I like Dart. I think a complete redshirt year would be great for him. I think that's exactly what you do. And you had some quarterback capital here. You cut DeVito, you move on. He's not not an NFL quarterback. You learned that already. So I don't hate this. If that's your guy and it costs you a little bit more to move up to get your guy because you're worried Cleveland likes him, so be it. But it does look like we're going to get Sanders going out of the first round. So the Andrew Erickson under 2.5 quarterbacks, I think, is safe right now, unless the Rams want to do something different here. So, Fitzy, the Rams are on the clock next. Let's take a look at the needs of the Rams, because that's another team now in the mix. They could take a quarterback for the future and sit on a quarterback. They could take a Shador and sit and wait. They need linebacker, tight end, offensive tackle, cornerback. If you were the GM of the Rams, Fitzy, what would you do?
Boy, I'd be pretty torn between my favorite cornerback available, whoever that might be for them, whether it's Maxwell Hairston, Trey Amos, possibly someone else, or Josh Simmons as a Rob Havenstein replacement. Like that would be a tricky dilemma. I think I'd lean towards Simmons just because I think cornerback or offensive line might dry up a little faster than cornerback will.
D-Bro, thoughts on the Rams' needs and where they should go next?
They should absolutely draft Josh Simmons. That's who I put them, who I mocked to them, because again, like with their roster looking a year ahead, Havenstein's gone after this year. They've had numerous issues. I mean, how many years do we have to go back, guys? I mean, even last year, they've had numerous seasons where their offensive line has been decimated by injuries. So you draft Simmons and you say, okay, when he's healthy, we'll figure it out. And if we have injuries, and he's definitely going to be one of our starting right tackle next year.
Rumors are abound that the Rams trade with the Falcons. The Falcons are actually going to be on the clock next. So that's interesting news. D-Bro,
I think I know who that could be.
All right, Fitz, what do you think?
I bet you I know who it is too. I'm curious.
Mike Green.
Oh, I was going to say him or James Pierce, one or the other, but yeah, Mike Green makes sense.
Yeah, Mike Green or Pierce.
Maybe they're moving.
Same idea.
Edge again. All right. So,
maybe the Falcons take Shador. Who knows? They like.
No, let's not be crazy here. All right. So let's be honest here. D-Bro, give me the name again that you think the Falcons are moving in for.
I think I'm with Fitzy. I think it's either Green or
James.
No, you know what? I'm lying here.
Or
I think it's either
Ezra
Green. It's either Ezra. It's an edge guy, or I'll throw Jahad Campbell in here. So I think it's either Ezraku, Green, or Campbell. That would be like my 3-pack of players. And I mean, really, we're all just talking pass rush. All pass.
By the way, the Jackson Dart look tonight is giving a little like Logan Paulish kind of vibes. Just putting that out there. I don't know if you saw him just now.
Wow.
Definitely in the Logan Paulish kind of vibes there. Yeah, like he's a competitor. I don't know. I feel pretty good about this one. I think if you wanted to get quarterback, you got Carter, you got a quarterback. That's kind of what you wanted to do if you were the Giants with your first 2 picks, and you did it, right? I mean, the Giants. I mean, this is what you wanted to do, and I think if Dart is your guy, it is stunning to think that Dart has gone ahead of Sanders when you consider where we started this process. I think that is more surprising. Maybe not surprising to Derek, not so much surprising to myself, but I think a lot of people. Brian Daboll, very happy man right now in the room too. They're clapping it up. Brian Daboll seems very pleased with this. So if that's his project, that's his guy. We shall see. Atlanta Falcons certainly could use some more edge help. Never enough edge help for them. We know that. The Falcons trade 46, 242 and a first rounder for the Rams. Picks 26 and 101. So that's what
the Rams got a haul, baby.
The Rams
love that for the Rams.
First rounder in 2026 for this.
That's
wow. What are the Falcons?
Terry Fonda, what are you doing, baby? What are you doing?
Goodness.
Like that is
that's
wow.
Good job, Les Snead.
Yeah. Snead and Sean McVay just chess, and the Falcons are playing checkers. Woof.
Well, I think it tells you the Falcons are pushing in right now. Look, Arthur Blank is not getting any younger. He desperately wants to see this team win a Super Bowl. The Falcons are all in, and they should be, because that division is winnable for them. They could compete in this division. There's no doubt about that. So we'll see how this works out for them. But that is quite a haul, a first rounder there.
Dude, a second and a first for 26
There's no one available who is worth that cost.
That is worth that's exactly where I was gonna say, Fitzy. There's nobody on the board that's worth paying that type of price. Like that's where it's just like, what are you doing?
While we kill some time for the Falcons pick, let's give some thumbs up and thumbs down, shall we? Matthew Golden, wide receiver to the Green Bay Packers. I like it, but whatever. I'll be the minority here. Donovan Jackson, offensive guard to the Minnesota Vikings. I say thumbs up. Thumbs up from Derek Brown. Fitzy is meh about it.
I'm going to say no just because there were better players on the board, I think.
All right.
I was surprised they didn't go safety, but anyway.
New York Giants select Jackson Dart. Thumbs up, thumbs down. D-Bro, thumbs up. Fitzy?
Oh, yeah. Get your
thumbs
quarterback.
Down.
I'm going
to go thumbs up. I'm going to go with D-Bro. Thumbs up wins it. Give me the thumbs up. Where is it? I want to see it. Come on, Sally boy. Gary.
No, I thought you were talking to me. I was like,
no, I saw your thumbs up. You put that away. Apparently, James Pierce Jr. is going to be the pick. That's what the Falcons moved heaven and earth for.
Wow.
Fitzy?
Wow, dude.
Whew, I know there's
some grade from
some
people.
Character concerns. I mean, he's a really good player, but I know he didn't enchant everyone at Tennessee, reportedly.
Well, I just don't know if you want to move heaven and earth for him. You moved a first-round pick next year for him. That seems... It's weird because I was just praising the Falcons so much with Jalen Walker, right, earlier. I thought that was a great pick. Landed in their lap, you do it. You take the Georgia boy, you build this defense, you give it a little edge. Yeah, let's go. I just don't know why you're moving a first-round pick next year to make this one, D-Bro.
Because Terry Fontenot needs to go. So does Raheem Morris. Like, it's just bad, man. Like, this is... We can dice up all the stuff about Michael Penix and stuff. Giving the contract to Kirk Cousins and then drafting Penix was still a horrible move. Making this trade with that type of aggressiveness is a horrible move. Like, this is the Falcons stacking horrible move over horrible move year after year. It's just, I mean, it's borderline buffoonery.
It also gives the Rams now 2 picks in the first round next year. So
dude,
if there's a team at the top, right, that has their quarterback of the draft next year, like let's say, you know, I don't know, if there's the Patriots, right? Let's say the Patriots have another bad season, whatever. They have their quarterback in Drake May, right? All of a sudden, there's the Rams with 2 picks in the first round. They can move up to take a quarterback in the future, right? Like that's pretty amazing. And if Arch Manning's that guy, I mean, if you're Arch Manning, I mean, can it be a better situation than a Sean McVay?
But to your point, Joey, is this the beginning of, like, you see the Rams go on an extended run and look at all the other teams in the NFC West and the state of the Rams roster right now? Like, this is a really young team. Now they've got draft equity.
It's a young team with an old quarterback. That's the only thing.
So you get the young quarterback, and now you're on
Right.
the rookie contract, and the rest of that defense is young outside of like you got to backfill some corners in there. But like this is, I mean, what this is to me is like if you were Les Snead and Sean McVay, and you're looking at the state of the roster, the equity you have in this year and upcoming draft classes, they're not going anywhere.
James Pierce Jr. Look, I mean, they needed edge. They got edge. I get I understand what the Falcons are doing. I just don't like that they gave up to do it.
Yeah, that's
all.
where I sit. Like, I understand why you made the pick. I just have big problems with how much you freaking gave up to get him.
Well, now the draft really begins because the Falcons have made their pick, which means the Baltimore Ravens get the best player available. So, Fitzy, who's the best player available? Because we all know that is the deal when it comes to the Ravens.
Boy, Malachi Starks would be a good one. He seems like he's a Ravens type, and they do like playing 3 safeties. So that would allow them that flexibility, move Kyle Hamilton all over the place. They could use a guard type, but I don't know if would they take Connerly or Simmons? Debro,
what do you think?
I don't think they will. I think this comes up. I think a few of their guys, their edges, are coming up on contracts.
Yeah.
Like, they don't usually like to re-sign their guy. I think this is either
Ezeraku or Mike Green.
Yeah, I think this is edge, and if it's not edge, I'd say it's probably Starks. But I think this is them going edge.
I think Starks would be the way to go. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm kind of where Fitzy is. Just keep doing it. Just keep doing Ravens things. Now, we also have after this Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, KC, and Philly. So that becomes the other thing, too, is where we see these other teams going and what that might look like as we push on. They could use interior defensive line, the Ravens, edge, defensive tackle, corner, safety, tight end, and kicker, but you're not really going there right now.
It's not really a need for them, but Baltimore loves drafting Alabama guys. Jahad Campbell is still out there.
Yeah, yeah.
While we wait for the pick to be in, if you want real-time help during your dynasty draft, sync your leagues for free at fantasypros.com/assistant and get expert suggestions as you go based on your league settings, expert rankings, and your custom cheat sheets and more. And you can only find it over at fantasypros.com/assistant. We are getting very close to the end of the draft here, which is exciting for me because I can stand up and walk again. That first stand-up after sitting this long, definitely old man problems. There's no doubt about that.
Do you just fall over, or you're worried that, old hip, you're just going to fall over?
Not fall over, but just got to say it's definitely going to be ugly. The pick is in for the Ravens, so hopefully we will get that sooner than later for you. I'm sure our little spiders are working right now, but it's always dangerous here because there's talent left. The Eagles are looming, Debro. Annually, we get the Eagles pick that we all go, I can't believe they let the Eagles get that guy. Who would that guy be in your opinion right now?
Jahad Campbell.
Yeah, Fitzy's nodding his head in agreement.
Or Malachi Starks.
Or Malachi Starks.
Safety
just
too.
another Georgia guy. Howie doing Howie things.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You can see it.
Unbelievable.
I'm
Also
over here
unbelievable.
cackling. I just saw Jordan Schultz. Did y'all see what he tweeted? The reaction by one source to the Falcons trade of a future first was just WTF. So we're not alone. The league says it too.
Falcons have done some weird things. I mean, everybody said W2F with Penix last year too. And you know what? Now they have the quarterback. And I like Penix. I like Penix last year. Everybody knows I like Penix. I thought they took him too early. But again, if things keep working out for them, what are you going to do? How are you going to argue with it? Starks should be the pick here. And yes, it is. Malachi Starks is the pick.
Ravens doing Ravens things.
Sorry, Philadelphia Eagles. You can't have him this time. So the Ravens doing Ravens things, going that route. So once again, the Baltimore Ravens taking the best player available. It's what they do. You mentioned Hamilton before. Fitzy, do you see more Hamilton moving around doing different things this year then?
Yes.
I do too.
They will have the freedom to play a lot of 3 safety now in
Yeah, a
Baltimore.
lot of nickel stuff and some other things like that. Yeah, that's going to be, I think, the future for Hamilton. So that brings us to the Detroit Lions next. Let's take a look at their needs as we have Malachi Starks already off the board. Jasmine's saying Jasmine's been here the entire show, I feel like, so I want to give Jasmine some love. The loser's definitely the Falcons. I don't know if the loser's the Falcons because they also got Jalen Walker. So as much as they needed edge, they needed defense, they got it. It's just they overpaid a little bit. So they went from being like ahead to being behind. That's what's frustrating. The Lions, edge help, offensive line, cornerback, wide receiver. Debro, make the pick for the Lions. You're on the clock.
This is Dan Campbell and company running the pick up for Ezeraku. That if this is not Ezeraku, I will be shocked.
All right, I like when Debro shocked. What do you think, Fitz?
I think that is a good call by Debro. Yeah, they have Aiden Hutchinson coming off a major injury. They've got one on the other side, like Marcus Davenport, who's pretty old, and I think they could use a little more juice in the pass rush.
There's a lot of losers here. I mean, you could say the Bucs are losers because of, again, I think long term it serves them, but short term maybe loser
big
pick.
Losers.
Dallas Cowboys pick losers.
Yeah.
Right. That's a rough one.
Green Bay Packers.
Can we go back to the Browns taking Mason Graham at 5 overall?
I think that's a loser.
I mean,
Winners, I think so far when you're looking back, Raiders, definitely winner. Patriots winner. They got their guy. I'm fine with that. I would say other big winners here. You know what? I'm going to put it out there. I think the Giants are a winner. They maybe got a quarterback of the future and they got the best player in the draft. That's a good night for them.
No, that's a good night.
It's a good night for the Giants.
Yep.
Again, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but at least you gave it a shot. And I think the Chargers getting Hampton's a winner pick. Fitzy, what do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I think that fits what they want to do. So I thought that was a solid.
I wonder
selection.
how Bogman feels about this.
We also bypassed the Packers. We bypassed the Packers being losers.
No, Fitzy said Golden. He said it.
Yeah.
He slipped it in there.
Okay.
He made sure to voice his disdain. It's going to take a while for Fitzy to get over this one.
Uncle Monk in the chat getting the Colts, getting Tyler Warren at 14.
It's a good call.
It's funny. It seemed like we were mocking him there anyway. Loveland, that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out, Loveland over Warren, because I know some people like Loveland more, some people don't.
I mean, it's not a great spot for fantasy for Warren necessarily.
I just think it's a weird fit. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know.
Well, it depends on who you think is going to play quarterback there. And, I think I am now officially very concerned about Anthony Richardson. I told you that at the end of last year, Debro, we had these conversations. I thought, what he needs is reps, and you can't get reps in the NFL anymore. It just doesn't,
No, especially if your team drafts you and then doesn't even understand the player that they drafted. No, yeah, I agree.
There's no NFL Europe where you can go get a bunch of reps and then come back and play. That doesn't exist, right? Like, you can't do that. So this is where we're at. It's a tough spot for him, and the team that has expectations. Steichen has some pressure on him going into next year for sure.
Oh, if they don't win, he's
which
gone.
I think is unfair.
Howard's gone. He's gone.
But he came in and got them to the playoffs with Gardner Minshew, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I know, but last year was such a just a travesty,
I know, but I mean,
man. Like it was such a dumpster fire, man. Like you could tell, like he just not in control of that team. Like just reading the tea leaves, dude. I'm surprised they didn't can him during last season.
Nice fit here for Malachi Starks too. Looks good. He's got the gold chains have replaced the
I don't have it on. Is he wearing Crocs? Diamond encrusted Crocs? No
Crocs, okay, but another giant diamond necklace in place of a tie. So I like this new look. I think you should rock it next year at the team meeting, Debro. Go ahead, Fitzy. What'd you have to say?
I was gonna say, speaking of fits, Joe, like who would you guys rather have in Dynasty based on landing spots or maybe just based on the player? Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland?
Loveland. Zero hesitation right now because I think he can contribute sooner. And I don't think Komet is there. I think Komet is gone in the next 2 days.
I'm still taking.
I'm telling you, I think teams are going to line up for him. I think there's plenty of teams that would give a 4th or 5th round pick for Cole Komet, and they see him as a useful player.
Yeah, I'm still.
I might be totally off base with this. I can see it happening. I think there's a bunch of teams that could use a tight end. Those 2 tight ends were at the very top, and then there's everybody else. It's a perfect opportunity for the Bears to get more equity. Going forward for next year's draft or whatever it is. It's a perfect move. It's a perfect move.
Yeah, assuming, let's say Komet isn't moved, I think there's going to be a divide over who is regarded as the more valuable dynasty commodity. I mean, I think it would be pretty close. I might lean toward Loveland just because he's younger. But
Komet to the Chargers, Steven was talking about here. That's also an interesting one, right?
they do need a tight end.
I just
don't know if
I
he's that
think
much of an
after that
upgrade.
pick now, they've created a market for Cole Kmet where teams go, oh, I didn't think Cole Kmet would be available. We can go get him. You know what? Look, Washington is Zach Ertz. He's 105 years old. You know, I mean, if you're Washington, I think you look at it and you kind of go, wow, you know, the tight end position was really important for Jaden Daniels last year. I know we have Deebo Samuel coming in, but, you know.
They still have Ben Sinnott, though. I don't think they do that after spending a second-round pick on him last year.
I don't
And
know.
maybe I'm
I
just
think
confirming
I think
priors,
you've seen
but
Cole
still.
Kmet be pretty good. He had a very good college career too at Notre Dame. I think you know, Sennett's interesting, but we'll see. So we'll find out sooner than later. Let's get to the next pick here, the Detroit Lions. We're waiting on that one. Hopefully we get that soon. After the Lions, we have Washington, Buffalo, Kansas City, and Philadelphia, and we wrap this bad boy up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel as you're hanging out here with us, because that's you know, how we roll. We want you to like the video, subscribe, and ring the bell till it goes ding. Join us for night 2 tomorrow of the NFL draft as well. Yeah, it's certainly I appreciate everybody who's been joining us too all night. I know some of you have been with us the entire evening. I just want to say a shout out to all of you. Maurizio has a question. What's the biggest surprise so far to you? I think it's the Falcons. So far the biggest. It's my biggest surprise move. My biggest surprise pick. I don't know if I have one quite yet. D-Bro, you have a biggest surprise so far from night 1?
I'd say it's the Falcons, just recklessness with their picks. Dude, I know we've poo-pooed the pick. I'm still kind of surprised at the Packers. Like, I know that they love speed and stuff. Like, I still got to say, I'm surprised that they took Golden. Wow. And the other part about this is I will still be shocked. I understand all the stuff that's been around it. I still will be shocked if Shedeur Sanders actually falls out of the first round. I will be.
I'm not now. I'm not at all. I think it's a foregone conclusion. By the way, the pick is in for the Detroit Lions. It's Tyleik Williams, Fitzy.
Really?
Tyleik
Interesting.
Williams.
We knew they were going to add a defensive tackle too at some point. I get it, but you're stronger there than you are on the edge. So I'm a little surprised by that. And I don't think many people were mocking Tyleik Williams in the first round. You did not see that one anywhere.
All right.
Yeah,
D-Bro, you're making a face too.
I'm surprised by it. What I will say is, and I can't speak to this because interviews and things like that, the Lions are very, very specific about the guys that they draft, they want on the team, whether, I mean, like, you thought, like, we can make all the knee-biting jokes and blah, 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 but, like, Detroit values culture and that locker room highly. So this is, I mean, it's surprising because none of us were talking about Tyleik Williams, and considering, I think what's so surprising about it is with the players that are left on the board that they went with Tyleik Williams. But the other thing about this is we can't be that shocked with Detroit. I mean, this is the same team that like moved up that took freaking Jack Campbell. So, I mean, they know the players that they like and the mold of guys that they like. So they are very much, we are going to go get our guys and we don't care what anybody else thinks. So, I mean, like, I'm surprised considering the board, but obviously this is just Detroit doing Detroit things. So
I think you look at Detroit guys, and I think you nailed it. I think they know the kind of player they like that fits their locker room and that fits the culture. And, you know, I think it's a good culture. I think Dan Campbell needs to reassert them this year, though, because when you lose 2 coordinators, I think that's a very dangerous thing. We've seen it time and time again. Look at the Eagles a couple years ago, right? When they lost both coordinators, they took a massive hit, right? That is tough. It's tough to replace 1. It's even harder to replace 2. Especially when your head coach keeps getting caught with his pants down in big games over and over again. I think you got to really... I'm a little concerned about Detroit going into this year. I'm not going to say it. I'm fading them, but I'm looking for another contender. And I got to tell you, boys, I keep looking to L.A., and I keep looking at those Rams. And I think it's the Rams who might challenge the Eagles the most in the NFC this year. Just putting that out there.
I already bet their Super Bowl futures as soon as Stafford was back. I mean, it's already in there. People can go look at my profile on bettingpros.com right now. I bet that immediately.
What does that game look like if it's in LA and not in the snow in Philadelphia?
Oh God,
Oh.
Mike Mayer's going to be in the chat. I don't even want to see the chat right now. If Mike Mayer hasn't, if he's not doing other things, the chat's going to be lit right now.
I'm not going to suggest that the
Call
Rams
down the
win
wrath.
this one. I don't want to get in trouble with Mayer.
Well, I mean, it's fine. I'm already in trouble with Mike Mayer every day. Washington Commanders, edge, interior offensive line, running back, cornerback, wide receiver. They are on the clock officially at 29. D-Bro, let's speculate. What do you want to give the Commanders here at 29?
I have been here. I remain here. And it's not just because I'm hoping for this because of my wallet's sake and everybody that tailed me on Betting Pros. I think this is safety. I think this is Nick Eamon-Worry. That would be either that or Ezraku, but I think it's safety.
Fitzy, I could certainly use some secondary help here in Washington.
Yeah, we had a comment from Uncle Monk in the chat just a minute ago, and he's a Washington fan, and he wants them to run the pickup for Ezraku. And I think this fell really perfectly for them with either Ezraku or if they, if Mike Green is their preferred flavor of edge rusher. But it really did fall nicely for them. I think that's what they need. They need more pass rushing steam.
As we close out tonight, again, a couple picks left, 4 picks left. I want to hear, I know a couple people raise their hand. Tell me if you've been here since the beginning of the stream. I want to know, I want to hear from you because I love seeing that. And I love how many, because I see the numbers so steady all night. So I know there's a bunch of you. So those of you who've been with us since the beginning, go ahead, shout it out. We love to see that. I know, Sal, you've been with us since the beginning, and so have I. So me and Sal are the marathon guys. Everybody else comes in and out. They get their little breaks. They go have a cup of coffee, come back. Not me and Sal, although Sal can probably stand up and move around a little bit. I am stuck here in this frame. This is where I am right now. So hopefully the pick is in. Terrific. So Washington is going to be up next. The pick is going to be on its way in a moment. It's offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. So that's where they're going with this pick. D-Bro, does that surprise you?
A little bit considering all the additions, but I mean, I guess I can't be that surprised. Like, I know they added Tunsil on one side. I guess this is just that they're fortifying the offensive line because I got to go pull up the rest of their because I did not see them going offensive line here. I mean, it makes sense, but I just didn't see that happening.
Fitzy, this caught everybody off guard. What do you think?
I'm okay with it. I mean, this was about where we expected Josh Connerly to go, and you got to protect the franchise.
Protect the franchise. Well, that's the biggest part, right? I mean, offensive tackle help. Jaden Daniels is the truth. Jaden Daniels is our guy. That was my number one quarterback last year. It was D-Bro's number one quarterback. If you watched the show last year, you heard us talk about the Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels things, and it was not close for myself and Derek Brown last year. We had we were kind of fighting the world, I feel like. Fitzy, I don't remember. Where were you? Were you a Caleb guy or a Jaden Daniels guy?
I was a Caleb guy, admittedly.
Yeah. Well, there's still plenty of time left for Caleb to be good. That's and look, now he's got support. Now he's got a real offensive coach, more of a situation there where you're in better hands. Hopefully, better offensive line. Connerly, by the way, at Oregon, I mean, the big boy right there. 6'4", 311. That's a whole lot of man. So this is I think a good pick.
This makes a lot of sense, though.
Commanders.
This makes a lot of sense.
So let's put the Buffalo Bills up on the clock next. Buffalo Bills and their needs: corner, edge, safety, interior offensive line, wide receiver. That's where we're looking here. Fitzy, Buffalo. Again, a team where you can go lots of different ways here. There are some big receivers on the board, too. Do you want to give a receiver to Josh Allen here?
I don't think I do, Joe. Especially with the way they used that bizarre 5 receiver rotation last year. I just think the impact is muted a little bit for potentially for a wide receiver. And I don't think there's any, I don't know. I mean, Kivo in the chat suggests Jaden Higgins. Is he a little redundant with Keon Coleman, though? I just wonder about that. I think
he's better.
I don't think re-signing Tre'Davious White necessarily takes care of your cornerback problem. So I think Trey Amos would be a real nice pick here. Or if you want to hit the edge with either Ezraku or Mike Green, I kind of think it should be one of those 3 guys.
All right. D-Bro, your thoughts here on what the Buffalo Bills should do with their next pick?
I think it's corner. I would say it's Trey Amos here. But I mean, dude, you could make a lot of different cases for a lot of guys. I think they're happy with their safeties. Now, if they wanted to take Eamon Warry here, would I be shocked? No. The other thing about it, Bose is only on a 1-year deal. So even though it looks like superfluous, you can make a case for Ezeraku here. I do think it's corner, though. I think it's Amos.
Or Harrison.
Let's see. Noel Williams still available.
Harrison would make a lot of sense if they're going to play more man this year. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if they play man, I don't think they're going to be tempted by Will Johnson either. He's more of
no, dude. I mean, at this point, I think he falls out of the first round, and those medicals. I mean, plus they have to be really worrisome considering how far he's fallen.
Yeah. Again, we're getting very close to that time too for the Eagles to make their pick too, which is always worth watching. That's always what you're looking for here. I'm trying to see.
Are there any Georgia players left out there?
Well, Will Johnson's still on the board, right? You got Mike Green still on the board. You got Luther Burden still on the board. You got Eamon Warry still on the board. Ezeraku still on the board. So those are some of the major contenders that we thought might be. You have Nick Scouton on the board. Mason Taylor. Yeah. Josh Simmons still on the board, offensive tackle. Travion Henderson, Jihad Campbell, Maxwell Harrison. So I mean this is kind of where we're kind of into I feel like we're in the day 2 guys. As you said, Amos still available at corner too. So some interesting players out here still. But certainly with Kansas City, the Eagles, and the Buffalo Bills remaining to pick, we've got good opportunities here. Also, before we continue on here with the needs of the Buffalo Bills, cornerback, edge, safety, interior offensive line, wide receiver. Lots of ways they can go. The pick is in. We'll tell you who it is in just a minute because we also want you to be part of our Discord community at fantasypros.com/chat. You can hang out with other fans, get access to exclusive AMAs, and you can also wind up on our podcast feed on the shows. Boggs and Fitz have a show Tuesday, April 29th, and then Tuesday, May 13th. That's the next one with Fitz and Worm, where they're going to talk ball, and you could be on the shows asking questions, and we'll make you famous. fantasypros.com/chat. That is the place to be on our Discord, and the pick is in. We are awaiting that pick right now, so very happy to see so many people raising their hand, too, that they're with us from the beginning. So hopefully we have this pick here for the Buffalo Bills, and we can close this thing out before midnight. That would be nice for a change of pace. I want to say last night we went to midnight, I want to say. I mean, we got 3 picks.
Oh, last year? Yeah, we were really close to it, yeah.
Last year was long.
Crawling
at the end. So, NFL, give us a break. Let's go here. Let's try to get this. We're waiting. We got 3 picks left. Just go make your moves. It's all put them in at one time. That's all you got to do. Here's the pick. Everybody, good night. Let's move on here. Let's look ahead to tomorrow to Cleveland, Houston, Tennessee, and Cleveland. D-Bro, what do you think Cleveland does with those 2 picks tomorrow?
I mean, looking at the state of you'd say one is for a quarterback at this point, right?
Well, I would say I would say the number 4 is for a quarterback because Houston has a quarterback and Tennessee has a quarterback. So Houston already made a trade to move back. Does Houston want to trade again to move back? Does anybody want to move up for Shedeur? I don't think so. So give him something at 1 and give him Shedeur. What else would they want to take?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, man. It's interesting with where we're at.
Cleveland Browns. What do you think they do tomorrow with those 2 picks they have in the top 4?
I'd be shocked if one of them was not spent on Shedeur.
Right.
Shedeur and a wide receiver? Like Shedeur and Jaden Higgins?
Yeah, that's not a bad way to go.
Mm-hmm. Could be. That's for sure.
We can find got keep him in state. Travion Henderson. I mean, they do need running back.
They need a running back, yeah, no doubt.
Or Judkins.
All right, let's continue on here. We've got some more. It looks like selection almost being made here. So Buffalo Bills fans waiting eagerly, as are we, to make sure we get all of that. Let's move on to the Bill selection here. Waiting once again for Roger Goodell. Hopefully we get this pick very soon. It's going to be made here by young Tommy here. Going to get to make this pick, which is very cool. D-Bro mentioned this earlier. It's always great when you get these very cool moments of people getting to make picks here for their favorite team. It's quite a dream for a lot of people to make a selection. So the Buffalo Bills officially on the clock, making their selection at 30. Then we have the next pick going to, it looks like the Philadelphia Eagles leapfrog the Kansas City Chiefs. That just happened. Maxwell Harrison, cornerback from Kentucky, goes to the Buffalo Bills.
There we go.
Ebro, your
Boom.
thoughts?
I mean, I gave out the bet at the very beginning of the show, plus 200. It was in betting pros. It was as high as like, I think plus 250, plus 300. So cashed.
The Eagles just
Flip-flopped.
Flip-flopped.
Yes, there is
Yeah,
a trade.
31 and 32.
There is a trade. They flip-flop with the Eagles
Interesting.
for one pick. The Eagles send 32 and 164 to the Chiefs for 31. What do you think?
So there's somebody that they really, really want, and we're hoping that the Chiefs didn't take.
Man, I mean, like I would have thought the Chiefs would
Interesting.
want Josh Simmons.
Okay, well maybe they still think they can get Josh Simmons.
Yeah.
It's just
Is this a move up for Ezraku
yeah, that could be.
or Mike
It's
Green?
so strange for the
Oh, man.
leapfrog, though.
Yeah, I
That's the
don't
weirdest
understand
thing.
why you would trade up.
Well,
one
I mean, unless they were worried. Here's the other thing. Is it not so much they were worried what the Chiefs are going to do, but they were worried about another team trading in. So instead of sitting at 31, they
sure,
were
yeah.
worried about it getting hopped.
No,
they were
that's
worried
it.
about another team hopping them.
Hey,
and
maybe they were
trading.
worried about Cleveland. You know, they've got capital right
Yeah,
now. The
that's fair.
Chicago Bears have capital right now,
Fair.
right? They've got a
Yeah.
bunch of picks coming up. So they've got 2
Houston
in the next 10.
Like if
Yep.
Houston had somebody on their board, you know. So
Right. So yeah, I think that's it exactly. Somebody was talking to the Chiefs. The Eagles got wind of it and they said no, and they moved up to 31. So there you have it. 2 more picks to go here in the NFL draft. We'll see who the Eagles are selecting. Let's take a look at the Eagles' needs here. Safety, edge, corner, tight end, wide receiver, interior offensive lineman. Fitzy, you're on the clock for the Eagles. Make the pick.
Oh man, I don't know. They have a lot of these small edge guys. Would they take another with Ezraku? I mean, like, I could see them just going BPA with Jahad Campbell. I mean, that seems like
Oh,
a
I love
Howie type of thing to do. It could be Eamon Worry, but I've heard he's not like the easiest personality. So I'm a little perplexed here. What do you think, D-Bro?
I bet you it's Amos. I bet you it's corner. That's the most. I mean, like looking at like they could use a safety. Yeah, they could use all these other positions. But I mean, tight end, they still got Dallas Goedert. Wide receiver, they're fine. Corner is the biggest glaring need outside of like if you want to have edge, but like they've band-aided that well enough for this year. So it's either long-term edge or it's corner. I mean, considering the board, you've got a lot of edge guys in round 2 that still make a ton of sense that they could go get. So I think looking at the board with all the guys that are left at corner and stuff like that, I would say it's Amos.
Some of the guys in our chat are posting what seems like it's the best player to be available at this point is Jahad Campbell.
That's fair.
He's the best football player still
That's
left.
fair. Yep.
Well, we always know the Eagles are going to take the best guy out there. That's for sure. As we wait the Eagles pick 2, I just want to remind everybody, tomorrow you can join us for the NFL Draft again, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, rounds 2, rounds 3. All of us will be here again to walk you through. The picks will be faster and more furious tomorrow. Lots of wide receivers, lots of running backs, and also a quarterback named Shedeur Sanders, who will probably go tomorrow as well. So make sure you join us here on the YouTube channel, Fantasy Pros YouTube. Subscribe today and ring the bell till it goes ding for notifications. Let's continue on here with the pick for the Eagles as we await patiently too. Also, you've got lots of other content going on here on the draft. There's going to be fantasypros.com. You can go read all the winners and losers. You can read the full breakdowns here after the weekend. The guys are going to be having all the draft grades. Let's give some thumbs up and thumbs down since we got some time here for these last couple picks. Let's go Malachi Starks. Thumbs up, thumbs down, boys, for the Ravens. Thumbs up. All the way around, thumbs up. Let's go Tyreek Williams, defensive tackle from Ohio State. Thumbs up or thumbs down, boys? That's down from the boys. Oh, poor Tyreek Williams. Josh Connerly to the Washington Commanders. I go thumbs up. Thumbs up from D-Bro. Thumbs up from Pat Fitzmaurice. Yay. I love when we agree on Maxwell Harrison from Kentucky, the corner, to the Buffalo Bills. Thumbs up, thumbs down. It's an up from D-Bro, an up from Pat begrudgingly, and I'll give it an up as well. So there you go. Begrudging. Jahad Campbell, 31, is the selection here for the Philadelphia Eagles. So, Fitzy, what does this mean for Philly?
Man, not their most pressing need, but I just think, I mean, you could play Jahad Campbell like an edge if you wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a terrific player. And, how he just keeps pouring talent into that defense. And, he does it again. It's interesting that he had to make the trade up to do it, but props to him. I think it's a great move.
Okay. Debro, your thoughts on the selection from the Eagles here?
I'm just waiting for one of these years the Philadelphia Eagles draft some player that's not from the SEC.
Why?
Maybe that, yeah. I mean, I get it. But I mean, this is, again, I'm kind of surprised Jahad can't. Like, I know it's a linebacker and stuff, but he can rush the passer and the coverage ability. I'm just surprised, like, a shoulder, like a labrum, like, that's what pushed him down the board this far? And he's already running? I just, again, how did the NFL allow Howie to do this? I know it's a linebacker and it's not as egregious as previous years, but still.
All right.
Shouldn't have been here.
While we're waiting for the final pick here, let's talk about winners and losers. Let's really get into it. I know we kind of touched on it a little bit. I said the Giants were winners, best player of the draft, and you got a quarterback. Will Campbell's a winner pick. Ashton Jeanty's a winner pick. Ted McMillan's a winner pick. I'm in for that one too. Debro, let's talk about some of your big winners right now and how they stack up from a fantasy standpoint. Give us your big winners of night one of the NFL draft.
Like specific players, or are we going with teams here?
Specific players in the landing spot and also specific teams as well.
I would say for everybody in fantasy, I think we're going to get Travis Hunter as a full-time wide receiver going to Jacksonville. Maybe I'm wrong with that, but I think trading up, I don't think you make that aggressive of a move if you plan to play the kid full-time corner. So I think this is for all of us, especially maybe some IDP people out there, big win for Travis Hunter. And I mean, just kind of looking at the board here, I still really like the landing spot for Tyler Warren. Like I understand the quarterback stuff, but Michael Pittman, they can get out of his contract after this year. Alec Pierce, Josh Downs, like the quarterback situation gets figured out. If they move on from Pittman after this season and stuff, like it's not hard to see that Tyler Warren is still a big winner here. And I think I'll just take the low-hanging fruit if I'm going to keep going with this. But Omarion Hampton going to a team that wants to run the freaking ball, first-round capital. Najee, I'm sorry, but bye-bye. You're back.
Yeah. Hampton and Jeanty landed, I think, almost exactly where you would want them to land. I mean, Denver kind of missed out. They whiffed there a little bit on Hampton. So the second choice being the Chargers, I think is great. I also think some winners here too. Look, Drake May and Jaden Daniels got some extra help on the offensive line. That's a big win for sure. Fitzy, when you start to look at the board now that it is going through here and we are part of the last pick, give me your winners and losers here, both the fantasy version for the players, but also some of the teams and what they came away with in night one.
Yeah. Fantasy winners and losers. Omarion Hampton, winner. Najee Harris, loser. Clearly, like it's just going to a team with such a smash mouth ethos was great for Hampton. Big win for Jeanty. I love the landing spot and going with the Grandpa Pete's going to run the ball, of course, and Chip Kelly has that fast-paced offense. So, like, those were really the only two landing spots I loved for any of the fantasy guys tonight. Losers, I don't know about these landing spots for the tight ends, Warren and Loveland. Not as
I'm more skeptical about the Loveland one. I'm with you there, Fitzy. Like,
and Egbuka, not crazy about that landing spot either. So, guys, what do we think about, like, the Jaguars-Browns trade? Like, that was the big deal of the night.
I think it's good for the Jaguars. I mean, you get Travis Hunter as a very special talent, but I can't judge it yet after night one because I don't know what Cleveland's going to do, coming up next. So if they end up, I did not love what they did with that first pick. I mean, there was so much board left.
Yeah,
I didn't think that was necessarily what you wanted to do there was Mason Graham. I think he's not a good player, but I think you had different needs you wanted to address. But they have got two more picks coming up in the beginning of round 2. So let's see what it looks like, but it's not great to begin with. I also think the Dallas Cowboys could have traded back. If they were just going to take Booker, I think they probably could have gotten him somewhere else and traded back and gotten some more draft capital. That's where it looks for me. Other losers too. Look, I know you're going to say your Packers too, Fitzy. Like that's, probably another one that you're going to bring up because there were other needs that you wanted to see addressed. And frankly, they just went wide receiver.
Yes. And that might not that we were super excited about any of the other Green Bay receivers, but that just further sort of chops up the pie from a team that ran at the third heaviest rate last year too. So, and one more low key winner, and I kind of said it before, but I'll reiterate all the Jets skill position guys, adding Membu to what now I think is a top 5 offensive line.
Yeah, Jets are going to be interesting this year. I like Aaron Glenn as a coach. Lots of good things. All right, so those are our winners and losers right now. Night 1 in the NFL Draft 2025. Tomorrow, more coverage coming up for rounds 2 and round 3. Before we get to that day, though, we've got one more pick to make, and it is the Kansas City Chiefs. So the Campbell pick is in. That is done for the Eagles. So the Chiefs are on the board. Let's take a look at the needs for the Chiefs, too. For you, Fitzy, you tell me. You're on the clock for the Chiefs. Where do you think they should go next?
I think it should be and probably will be Josh Simmons, but I'll give you 2 sneaky possibilities, Joe. We know how they feel about speed in Kansas City. Travion Henderson and Luther Burden.
Interesting. We were talking a lot about the Chiefs taking a running back at some point because, maybe they're kind of realizing that Pacheco might not be durable enough. And potentially you're looking at, Kareem Hunt at the age. The pick is actually in, and it is actually the one that Debro gave a positive face to. It's Josh Simmons, offensive lineman.
That's a really good pick.
Debro, we're closing it out there for the Chiefs. They get an offensive lineman. They certainly need some more offensive line help. And look, I do think in round 2, you will see them get aggressive for a running back, though. That would not shock me at all. What do you think?
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked about that at all. Considering, and I'm looking to see, did the Chiefs pick up anything else? Could they, because I know for the second round, they only have the one at 63. They didn't pick up any other picks in the second round, right? So, I think they would be live to move up for a running back. That wouldn't surprise me, although as far back as they are. So, I love the Simmons pick. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Protecting Patrick Mahomes, smart thing to do. 6'5", 317. Josh Simmons, a really solid pick there. Fitz, anything here to add about Simmons?
No, I mean, what a great move for them. They got something they needed. They got a guy who arguably is the best tackle in the draft, and they got him way at the end of the round. And they actually, I didn't see the terms of the deal with Philly, but they added something, moving down a spot. A big win for the Chiefs.
Finally, biggest surprise of the night for you, Derek Brown, who did not get selected here in round 1. Who is it, Shador?
Again, yeah, it's Shador. And I see Erickson in the chat here. Anderson hits again. Yeah, he's right, man. I mean, dude, but we got, how many quarterbacks in the first round? 3? Am I wrong with that one?
No, 2. Jackson, Dart.
Oh, just two.
Yeah,
so
that's why Anderson hit,
dude.
Jackson, Dart,
I'm surprised.
I'm
surprised.
And Cam Ward. Yeah,
I'm very surprised Shador did not go in round 1. I get where all the smoke has been. I'm still really surprised that it actually happened.
Fitzy, who's the biggest surprise non-draft of night 1 for you?
Mike Green. I mean, he had 17 sacks for Marshall last year and just was incredible at the Senior Bowl. And, just the premium the NFL places on pass rushers. I mean, the off-field stuff must be pretty bad for him to not get picked in round 1.
Well, round
I
1,
heard he's off boards, a lot of teams' boards, just because of the off-field stuff.
Yeah, well, that matters sometimes. You got to be a pretty good citizen. Sometimes, teams will look past that. Other times, not so much, especially in the first round. Different kind of capital. Maybe in day 2, things will change for him. It's certainly going to change for other teams. I'm sure there'll be a lot more trades tomorrow. Make sure you join us live tomorrow for the draft right here on Fantasy Pros, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, April 25th on Friday. We'll be here, all of us on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/fantasypros. That's where you want to be. And don't forget, Monday, 2 p.m. Eastern on Twitch. Boggs, Welsh, and myself, we're going to be on Out of Bounds. I believe we have Trevor Sycamore joining us from PFF to break down some of the draft winners and losers. And then Debro and Seth Woolcock are going to answer more of your questions for the final NFL Draft Q&A live stream right here on the YouTube channel. That's Monday, 3 p.m. Eastern. And then Boggs and Fitz will be on Discord Tuesday, 5 p.m. to tackle even more of your Dynasty questions. So we've got a bunch of videos, Dynasty podcasts, draft analysis, postmortem. We've got it all. So join us here on the YouTube channel and on twitch.tv/fantasypros. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Shout out once again to our incredible team from top to bottom, from leadership all the way to little old me, our analysts, our graphics team, our producers, our social media team, everybody. Terrific job tonight. And of course, tomorrow, well, we'll just do it all again. That'll do it for us. But the story of the game goes on for all of us here at Fantasy Pros. I'm Joey P. We'll see you next time, kids.
Oh, tomorrow.
More picks tomorrow. Get your Crocs ready, boys. Get your
Rock out
diamond
with your
Crocs ready.
Rock out with your croc out.
I like rock out with your mock out. I think you got a shirt there, D.
Yeah, I think we need to make